Well, the difference is you get the YouTube music as well, and you can also add more accounts on there. So that's what I'm saying.
Oh, I'm not into it that much.
So I have it because I use it. My mother uses it, and that way she's able to look at, like, say, YouTube channels for Haiti. I have 20,000 different distractions.
Oh, that's different. That's different.
And also, if you like follow me, like instructors on YouTube, interruptions.
I'm not on YouTube unless I'm doing something you guys.
Yeah,
Oh, that's okay.
we ain't gonna tell you like this.
Let me get This is crazy. To me, it was horrible. This is gonna be wrong. And this is what my greatest fear is. I just have something I really, really do. I'm just like, man, and then it's trying to drive, and they're at 10, 12 o'clock with your hands and jerking, and talking like that. What are you doing? And you can't just feel your posture. Okay, so let me tell you something. At 10 o'clock, I can't drive because I cannot do this. So they gonna probably get stopped because they look crazy driving. All right, so let me play this. Okay, so what? Let's listen to this wrong because I haven't seen it though. I was going to the kitchen to get some juice and come back to the computer, and that's what I just saw when the cop busted his window out, and he was just sitting there. So I'm like, okay, what is this about? And then I come and look it up, and it says it's viral. So
Look, hey, you might be asking questions.
Nuts. Okay, here we go.
It was a gay situation.
Shocking interaction between local police officers and a driver. A reaction from an attorney as police launch an internal investigation. Taking a live look downtown where the police officers even tracking some relief on the way. Video of Jacksonville Sheriff's officers pouring in on the story and has now hired high-profile lawyers. We told you at 6:30 about the video that has started a JSO investigation and has tested them. Reacting online, the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office was the man who represented George Floyd's family is going to represent him.
Yeah, lawyers confirmed the man's name as William McNeil Jr. He said that he hired Bancroft and Harry Daniels. And we also spoke for attorney ourselves, who said that the video tells the whole story, that the man may have a case against JSO. And we warn you, the video you're about to watch may be disturbing to some.
I will say that video seems very over the top in terms of the officer's behavior.
Chris Carson is one of thousands of people reacting tonight to a video that has started a JSO investigation. The video shows a February 19th traffic stop. According to William McNeil Jr., it all started when an officer pulled him over, claiming he needed to have his headlights on in cloudy weather.
I said, so what did I get wrong? He said, well, for one, your headlights are off under this weather.
The driver says he questioned the stop and asked for a supervisor. That's when things escalated.
He's on his supervisor. Go for it.
An officer breaks the car window and hits the driver in the face. The driver puts his hands up and asks, what's going on? But then another punch is thrown. Carson says the officer's use of force appears unjustified.
I mean, it doesn't even sound like there was really any criminal behavior that was alleged on the part of the gentleman. I mean, it's a traffic stop. Happen hundreds of times a day.
The video does not end there. Officers then take him to the ground. The driver said he got a chipped tooth, 9 stitches in his lips, a concussion, and even had short-term memory loss after.
There definitely are circumstances where force can be warranted, but from everything that we're seeing in the context of this video, I don't really see it there, and frankly, it seems unnecessary.
JSO released a statement Sunday saying it has launched an internal investigation into the incident.
they did in the course of their police work. That is something, albeit it's rare, but it certainly legally can happen.
We did look to see if McNeil was facing charges. A man with the same name arrested that day pleaded guilty to driving with a suspended license and resisting an officer. And he also was charged with marijuana possession, not having his headlights on, nor his seatbelt. Well, the coverage you can count on, reporting live in Jacksonville. I'm Nicholas Brooks, Action News.
Okay, so that's what happened, and you guys have to go look at it. Okay, so Haitian, so tell me what happened that you think he did wrong.
So the version I heard, with the audio, was him kind of going back with the officer, right? And about the headlights. And he said to the officer that, everybody looked like there's a bunch of other people who don't have it on as well, right? So when he's telling them that's illegal, he's asking them at that point, do you have the law? Can you show me the law? Who the fuck is going to show you the law on the side of the road? That's for court. And the cop who hit him 100% was fucking wrong was the opposite cop. And when he grabbed him out, it ended up being 3 officers. It was 2 white cops and a black officer above him, hovering over him, right? But my point is, what were we going to win at that point? Nothing. Take the fucking ticket and go to court.
That's it. So yeah, it seemed like he was trying. His actions provoked. Do you think, or do you think that he's at fault for the cop to escalate? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's for example, when I get pulled over, I pull over, I make sure my radio's off, I roll down, not roll, head on my window, so all my windows are down, right? The hands are visible. So that's what we need to be teaching, like you said, our young men, because we all gonna have tempers, but at the end of the day, the cops they're gonna fucking you have to go deal with the bullshit. And at the end of the day, yes, he was wrong. He has a suspended license. If he had the weed on him and his fucking shit wasn't on, so just fucking take the ticket and keep it moving. He probably would have got off in court anyway. That's my point.
So, go ahead. No, one thing I said it earlier, but it sounded to me that when the video starts, the cop that he was speaking to was not there when he first talked to the other cops. So there was already a delay because he wasn't quote unquote complying with the other officers. And then when that other officer came, he was talking to him and telling him what happened. And then when that officer was like, well, he was like, when it wasn't raining, and the officer was like, well, either way, you know what I mean, you still have to pull over because it doesn't matter if it's raining or not. And then he was like, well, can you show me the law? And he's like, yeah, when you get out the car, right? And then he was like, well, can I see a supervisor? So it's almost like you're now on the 3rd delay, right? Because you really just don't want to get out the car. And I'm definitely not, blaming the victim, but I see what Haitian is saying, and he's definitely going to win the lawsuit against the police department for the abuse. But when I watched the video, I thought for a second that he might be a villain, because that's the type of shit that they do. They'll just like delay because they feel like you don't have any jurisdiction over them at all.
Where's that guy? I saw the.
He didn't. No, he didn't. It put me in the mind. Like I was like, I wonder, but then he didn't say anything more. So I let it go. But that's what it reminded me of, because it was clear that he was on the 2nd officer that arrived, and then I thought that he might be talking to the supervisor. But then when he asked to see the supervisor, I realized that the person he was talking to wasn't the supervisor.
Can I give an alternate view? So I saw that video this morning, and then recently I saw the the body cam released by the sheriff's department, which doesn't capture all of the information. So thank God he has his own dash cam. because the 2.5 minute video that I saw from the sheriff's department did not capture all of that conversation. My alternate view would be some, especially in the state of Florida, some black males are afraid if they get out, they can kill them anyway. So in that split second, I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, Haitian, but I know for a fact I've heard black men say, "Hey, listen," and they know they disappear evidence, they lie, they cover for each other. They're afraid also that if they come out, I'm just offering another view.
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying, and I get what you're saying. You go comply. But I know some black males I've heard speak that they're just as afraid that they feel safer in their car than if they get out, especially if they have something that they're not supposed to have on them, that they're going to be D6'd or really beat up or hurt or what have you. So I see both sides, and I think that's just why, listen, you ride in Florida, you best be having a dash cam. I'll leave your phone recording.
Absolutely. With that though, right? If that's the sentiment that he had, wouldn't it be wiser just to fucking get the ticket and keep it moving?
Hey,
But I'm telling you,
Haitian, you said a couple things that I was gonna stand to go with. You said a couple things that I'm like, I'm gonna say something real quick because, and this is from the viewpoint of a black male, a big black male that's dealt with a lot of cops, and I know how they move. LAPD is no joke. I don't know what y'all know about LAPD, but they get down. What the cops did, let me preface it with this. They definitely abused their power during that interaction. There was definitely physical abuse during that interaction, no question about it. However, with that being said, like, they didn't need to punch him or do none of that shit. He wasn't a violent person. He wasn't really resisting arrest directly, but indirectly, he was. And you have to understand the law. It's critical that as black males, we really intricately understand the law, right? And the second that you're driving on a suspended license, that is an arrestable offense, right?
Yep.
It's an arrestable offense. You don't get the same leeway as the person that's getting a ticket for speeding that can ask for the supervisor. Once you're committing an arrestable offense and they ask you to exit the vehicle, you have to comply. You have to exit the vehicle, or they can use, air quotes, reasonable force to extract you from said vehicle. Right? Now, what they did, in my opinion, as far as reasonable force goes, was unreasonable and excessive. However, you gave them the right to put hands on you when you did not comply in the commission of a crime. I know you guys don't think it's I'm not gonna say you guys, I know a lot of people don't think it's a crime, but in Florida, driving on a suspended license is a serious crime in their eyes. And they, I think all states.
yeah, but they don't have a light. They open-handed slapped him in the car.
Let me finish, please. Let me finish. I've seen the video multiple times. I already said they should not have open-handed slapped him, and they also punched him after.
And then they punched him when he came out.
Right.
Yes.
All that's excessive. We're not. That's nothing to debate. That's undebatable, irrefutable. I agree with you 1,000%. But when he's refusing to get out of the car, they legally have the right to now put physical hands on you. If you don't want to be forced to exit a car, right? Which, like you said, they don't feel comfortable when they're driving with weed on a suspended license. I guess most people wouldn't feel comfortable if you're driving with weed on a suspended license. But you know what? If you don't do those actions, they can't make you exit the vehicle. So there is some.
Did they tell him he was suspended?
Yes.
Did they tell him his license?
Yes.
And remember that they broke the window because his windows was not going down. His windows did not work.
Yeah, he said it
Correct.
didn't work.
Correct. So that's the reason they broke the windows.
And I think some people.
You step out the car.
Do you follow what I'm saying, Haitian? You know, bro, we're on the same page, but I think some people are missing in the audience, right, in a sense, right, over what I'm trying to get at. I'm not saying tap dance for police officers. First of all, let's start off with this. Not every police officer is going to be a fucked up officer. My brother is retired after 20-some years in NYPD in June. Okay, so there's at the end of the day, whatever, that's a whole other story. But my point is, we're dealing with a Trump administration who wants to give officers 100% fucking immunity. So I'm not going to have my son arguing a fucking road with a police officer over a fucking little bullshit traffic ticket, right? Because Trump is gonna get that officer immunity. And you know what's gonna happen to Dad? Dad's gonna use his military skills to blow shit up and blow the whole fucking family's households. Okay, so at the end of the day, that's my point of be smart of when you get blown by cops.
Yeah.
I think the men are saying that the officers are 100% wrong, but they're also holding the driver accountable, and they're saying that you have to comply. That's what it is.
Yeah, especially when you're a young kid. Like, don't look at some shit you saw on YouTube and then now you're gonna say, okay, I'm gonna practice now with two dickhead out officers that one of them I was already arguing with for who knows how long, and I'm now speaking to his partner. He's now getting more mad because he's not complying to, I'm not doing what he wanted to say, and now his partner's telling me, fuck off too. Now I want a supervisor. And every time we got in the car, now I'm telling him, well, you show me the law.
Well,
A lot of officers don't even know the fucking law, what the laws are.
No, they don't. They don't.
Can I ask a question?
But they
Because
should know.
I've practiced. They definitely should know that.
What they should know is not to save your ass when you're on the side of the road with a bullet in your head.
You're
So
right.
that's the point of not debating.
Yeah, now you got 3 motherfuckers on top of you on the floor. Now you can't breathe. Like, come on, guys. And we're speaking on what you guys are gonna tell your sons. That's what we're speaking on.
Here's the thing. I wanted to ask you. Here's the thing. I'm actually not really that disagreeing with my husband, right? My husband says just comply. Whatever, even if they're breaking your rights, even if they're completely going against all of your civil liberties, just complying, because you're gonna get out, you're gonna come home that day and not with a bullet in your head. Me, on the other hand, I go, well, why would you comply to a new order?
Katrina, did you just hear what you just said?
Like, this shit is crazy, man.
Katrina, but did you just hear what you just said? You said your husband told you that he should comply so he doesn't get a bullet in your head, and you disagree with that. Do you know the opposite of that conversation is don't comply and get a bullet in your head, stand up for yourself? That doesn't.
I'm sorry, I do sound ignorant right now. And yes, I've never experienced anything like that in my life. Cops are always super fucking nice to me. As a matter of fact, I've never.
No, but it's not about you being ignorant. I'm just telling you just literally what you're saying right now on the stage. You literally just said you disagree with a kid getting a bullet in his head. That's not what you said.
No, what I'm saying.
That's exactly what she's saying.
No. I guess, okay, so I'm gonna clear myself up. What I'm saying that instead of just continue complying, right? I'm not saying don't do whatever you need to do to survive. But instead of just saying just comply to the system, at the same time we need to fight and change the system.
So,
Right.
Because
But that's not the time to try to change the system when you're getting pulled over. What are we talking about right now?
and let me respond to that real quick also.
I wasn't saying in that moment change the system. I'm just saying that, that's oppression. You keep having oppression. People, they go, oh, just comply, and you're gonna be okay. But they're getting worse and worse. So we have to fight at the same time.
Yeah, no, we don't disagree. I don't think no one disagrees with me there.
Katrina.
Right.
Go ahead, Katrina.
Yeah, I was gonna say no one disagrees, but to Mel's point, it can't happen in that moment because the bottom line is what happened was clear cut. I think Dr. Goddess said it simply. And they should Gemini. They overabused their power. Clear. The punching in the face. I mean, all that was excessive. It didn't. If they would have literally if he didn't open his window, fine. You had to bust the window. None of us would have been tripping about that. But then you punch him in the face. We are tripping about that because all they had to do was bust the window, take his seatbelt off, pull him out, and put him on the ground. Not all that. The rest of it was extremely excessive. That part of it I could see happening because he didn't comply. When to Gemini's point, you're on suspended license and you're doing all that. The problem is the messaging. Unfortunately, there are some aggressive ass cops, and we know that. We know there's corrupt and aggressive ass cops. So the problem is we can't take the chance telling young people to fight it right there at the stop. We have to fight it, in the courts, wherever else tactics people feel they need to use. That, and I understand this shit hasn't been working, they're getting worse, but I guarantee you the answer isn't at the stop.
I would just want to make myself clear. I was not saying at the stop. I just want to make myself very clear. I was.
Well, that's what we're talking about, Trina. We're talking about at the stop.
Yeah, because like what you're saying, you know, and I'm not saying that's what you're saying. I know that's not who you are, but it almost comes off like, you know, you're scared. I'm not a docile person. I'm like, it's in my blood to fight. But at the end of the day, you gotta be smart about shit. And again, we're having a conversation of what we were saying to a young man, who police officers was also gonna look at it very differently. They're gonna look at someone who's in their 40s wearing a fucking suit in a different demographic vehicle, right? So they're not necessarily gonna talk to me like they talk to my 18-year-old fucking son who has locks. The only thing is you want your children to have the least amount of fucking contact with the police officers. That's it.
You do. But let me just say something real quick, because when we just say that just comply thing, I can tell y'all my story. It's different. The only issue is sometimes, and this situation might not quite be that, but when everybody just says just comply, sometimes you don't even understand what's going on, and you just like everybody's just go limp when they grab you. They rushed me, and I didn't even know they were talking to me. Because I didn't do nothing wrong. And so a person that was watching me kind of said, just comply. And I was like, bro, to who? They didn't identify themselves. So you might see the video, and this video is a little different because he's already interacting. But when people are always just saying, just comply, if somebody just grabs you on the street, and you don't understand, like, wait, just tell me what's going on, fam. Like, I don't even know who you are. Just comply is not always just going to fix everything, because sometimes all you're trying to do is figure out what's going on.
So check this out, y'all. Dragon is on the stage, and he's a lawyer, so maybe he has better insight on what happened.
Yeah, but let me just respond to my thing. That's not what I'm saying. We're talking about that particular situation. Not like ICE when they grab you in the street and you're just like, okay, I'm getting physical with you. If you hear me, you got ICE, it's a whole
How the hell we get to ICE? We're all over. So wait, 1 second.
So Dragon is on the stage, so why don't y'all let him
Dragon, do you want to say anything?
Hey y'all. So I grew up on the south side of Chicago, and I'm a white man, it's obvious. And my father was a lawyer, and he had a little bit of political power. But I tell you what he told me. He said, Terry, never ever fight with a police officer unless you're in front of a judge. What? It was really good advice. And to that, I've added to my sons, never fight with a judge unless you're in front of an appellate judge. So this is hard to stomach, okay? It's hard to swallow, because some of these cops are they're just fuckers. I'm sorry. And they're trying to rile you up and get you to fight. But the time to fight, and that's what whoever's talking, I think it was JD, he's right. It's the time to fight. And I sue police officers, okay? And they got lots and lots of, legal immunities, and Trump's talking about even beefing those up. It's bad. And that should not be allowed. But we all have to resist. I'm about 100% about resisting this, all of it. But please, especially to the black folk who are mostly in the room, do not argue with a police officer unless you're in front of a judge. That's all I can encourage you to do.
One thing I do want to say is you want to make sure you state your rights. You let them know that you understand your rights. You document the situation to the best of your ability, right? But you don't physically resist, and you remain compliant. A lot of things you want to articulate that just for clarity, because hopefully you're recording and documenting. And they do have different ways you can document. Everybody on this app has a smartphone or can be here, right? And they have a lot of different ways. They have one word command you can give to Siri that will automatically darken your phone, turn on your recording, and start documenting instantly. And the cop can't even tell you're documenting. And then you can articulate your case, not just for him, but for your documentation that you're prepping at that moment. But in that moment, you always want to be compliant. You can catch them later. You get a good attorney, you go plead your case in court, you've documented appropriately, but go ahead and make sure you document the situation. Definitely say your rights. You know what, I didn't do this, I didn't do that, state that, but you don't need to be combative. The second you become combative, you're going to lose that, because that's not just a police officer, that's a man with a gun, right? On the side of the road. Right?
Can I elaborate real fast?
One second.
Yeah, we gotta also. And your mom finished talking.
And you always want to consider that. And I'm gonna give y'all a quick example. One time I was speeding. I was coming back from Vegas to LA, and that trip was very boring. And a lot of the times, just to be blunt with you guys, I would do 90 all the way back home, which is not smart. And I don't advocate for anybody to do that stupid shit, but I do it, right? And I was on the back road, which is a one lane this way, one lane that way road, and the police officer going at least 90 to 100 at that point. And I knew I was fucked. Like, there was no question about it. I'm speeding my ass off on this back road, and it's just me and him. I look in my rearview mirror, I see the brake lights. Okay, he coming. He U-turned, hit his lights. I'm not even gonna make him chase me. I pulled over to the side of the road. I'm with a friend of mine. We both big guys. We were on the side of the road. Turn on the headlights. I mean, not the headlights, but the cabin lights, so he can see inside of the vehicle when he is approaching the vehicle. Behind me, he asked me, as he's approaching the car, he is looking like he wants to shoot. Like, I have no weapons on me, nothing, right? I'm just coming back from Vegas. And as he's approaching the vehicle, I'm nervous as fuck. Like, shit, this dude, like, he's reaching right now, and I don't have nothing. And he goes, you know what, I want to let you know my gun's in a holster. That's his first words to us, right? And I'm like, okay, well, I don't got a weapon in the vehicle, so I don't know why your gun's in the holster. You know, he's just letting us know, like, basically, I'm ready, right? Which is crazy to me. We have presented no threat to him, right? So at this point, I'm telling my friend next to me, hey, go ahead and put your hands on the dashboard. I got my hands on the steering wheel, and that's where we at with it, you know? And he's like, do you got your license? I'm like, yeah, but I'm not reaching for it. You just told me you got your gun in the holster. And he goes, do you know I pulled you over? I go, I was speeding. He goes, yeah, you were. I go, I know. And he goes, okay, well, do you have your license? I'm not reaching for it. You said your gun's in a holster. There are no weapons in this car. There's nothing in this car. There's nothing illegal in this car. He's flashing his light in the back seat. He's looking around. I'm like, you know what? If you want to search the car, feel free to search the car. And I know I don't have to grant you that right, but you can search the car. We don't got shit, bro. We're not doing shit, bro. I was speeding. I got it. And he goes, you know what? Follow this light. And I follow the light around. And he goes, just tell me your information. So I give him my information. And he backs off. And the way he's backing off, he never turns his back on us. And I get it. We're on a lonely road, and it's just him. He wasn't with a partner, and I am with a partner, right? So he goes back to his car, and he comes back, and he goes, you know what? Drive slower, have a good night. It's gun off. He didn't want that interaction because he was nervous by the size of us. But I could have reacted in a lot different way. Like, fuck you, you got your gun off. I am on the side of the road as a black man. I think I handled that situation perfectly because I made it home without a ticket, alive. Right? There's no reason to be combative. You need to understand how to handle situations and take your pride sometimes. Right?
I'm not ever going to take permission to search my interior ever. I'm never going to that way.
Let me
It's hard to hear you.
Yeah.
Wait, one second, you guys. So I just wanted to go back to I think it was either Haitian or Gemini that said, you know, don't let watching the internet get you caught up. Right? And so this dude, he definitely, you know, has been watching the internet shit. Okay? And I definitely believe that he was watching like the Moors, because that's all they fucking do is resist the police and talk about their fucking sovereignty. Now, he didn't mention sovereignty, but he knew enough to say, I want to speak to your supervisor. You see what I'm saying? And remember, he was on the second police officer. He had already told the other police officers, the first ones who told him to, you know, pull over, open it, you know, roll down his window, etc., etc. And he was standing up for his rights, right? So, like, you could do that. But when the other officer comes and you tell the other officer, well, you know, he told me, you know, that he pulled me over because I didn't have my lights on in the rain, but it's not raining. The officer said to him, it actually doesn't matter whether it's raining or not, right? And you see, he skipped right over that. He acted like he didn't hear the officer say that, but that is what the officer said. And then he's like Haitian said, then he's like, well, can I see the law? So that's, you know, you're now like on your third delay. And then after that, you're like, well, can I speak to your supervisor? You're now on your fourth delay. So I just, everybody should just be kind of clear about, how this went down. Because, to me, this dude, I mean, again, we already said nobody deserves the abuse. And he's definitely going to win the lawsuit, okay? But I just hate to see black men watch that internet shit. You know what I mean? And you knew enough to ask for a supervisor and to ask for another officer or whatever, but you don't know enough to, like save your own life and not, have a situation like they had.
And I'm also a black man who's now an actual adult male with a child. I'm also a black male who, in my teens, was on probation and fucked with police and got fucked with all the time. So I'm not saying it has the police the right or not. I'm saying it's just to fucking survive and make it past 21.
There's nothing wrong with asking for a supervisor. There's nothing wrong with asking for a supervisor. Wait, there's nothing. I agree with your complaint. And even not complain, there's nothing wrong with asking for a supervisor. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. And let me just bring for now, I would never grant permission to search my car and then before I do. I don't care if I don't have to pay there, you're not gonna get anything to search. Okay?
It's hard to hear you, LeVon.
I said they planned stuff when he searched your car, so I would never give permission to search my car unless it's one.
Who's the guy who was trying to speak?
Yeah, Grind been trying to get in for a minute. Everybody.
Yeah. I just heard that. I've been here.
I just want to put some information in. Like I said, I'm a black man too. I'm a big one too. Housing authority, baby, and everything here in Atlanta, the heart of Atlanta. And I did the military, and in the process of doing the military, I learned that there was guys who just couldn't get right, and you had to get them guns too, because we're in the military. You got to get them guns and stuff. And those same guys, when they graduated, they went off to try to find life. Now, whatever life it could be, whatever, but they needed to be able to pay their bills. So back a while ago, that's why I say Ephesians 6:12, wicked people in high places. Wicked evil is that in high places realize that if I lower the qualifications of cops, then I can make room for those retarded and dumbed down cops to come in and work. And one thing about a dumbed down person, they're gonna make mistakes because they're dumb. We can all agree on that. They're not the brightest. So now you put them in a hostile situation and you kill them with a gun and then you tell them to go out there and take control. So now you got a guy, like he said, 4 delays. A guy that's giving them 4 delays. So that means he got to go through 4 different situations where that dumbed down cop got to process something. As a black man, I don't want to challenge that, knowing the mindset of some of these cops is not that bright. So I'm gonna tell my kid, if you want to make a home safe, which I do tell them, if you want to make a home safe, just comply, man. And whatever charge you can probably get, let us fight it in the courtroom. But if you try to fight it right there, you never know if you're dealing with a dumbed down cop. And it's a lot of them, because most police department right now is struggling to hire people. And people that are struggling to hire people, they hire less qualified people. So if you want to gamble with your life with a less qualified employee, hey, go ahead. But
Sometimes New York is short. They're saying this morning 3,000 officers, so they have lowered the requirements.
yeah, they're gonna be real police academy, like the movie Police Academy. They're gonna hire some character cop, and now you gotta go out there and try to deal with them.
Lisa, the link I put on top is the Jacksonville Sheriff's officer speaking on the incident. It's a live feed. I'm not sure if you can find it on YouTube, but he just spoke 25 minutes ago.
Oh my God, Casey, can you play that? I'm doing something with my hair.
Can I go back? Can you play it?
Or you can go before, because he has to put it together.
So, I understand some of these conversations, and I get the comply conversation. I think what bothers me sometimes is that even when we comply, sometimes it just is never enough. And I think that's the part that bothers me that we're not discussing, because I've been listening to this conversation for the last 20 minutes, and all I've heard is comply, comply, comply. So I complied with an officer as a soldier. a young soldier. This officer in Atlanta, Georgia, had the audacity to tell me I had no business driving a nice car and proceeded to call me a nigger, right? At a traffic stop that he pulled me over for because you know what he told me? He told me that I merged into the left lane too quickly. That was what he was pulling me over for. Not for any other reason, but I was pulling into the left lane too quickly. Now, mind you, I literally was making a left turn into the left lane and merged in it as soon as the opening for the left lane turned. So it didn't even what you call it. I gave him my license, I gave him my registration, I said nothing to the officer. I complied with everything he said until he started calling me a nigger. And I said, sir, all that's unnecessary, right? Can I get a supervisor here? He decided that he wasn't going to get a supervisor, so he pulled me out of my car, right, slapped cuffs on me, and sat me down. And wanted to proceed to keep calling me a nigger, and all kinds of niggers, and all kinds of niggers. And then when his backup person decided to come, they both decided to laugh at me. Until they decided to search my pockets, and they found out I was a military member, active duty military member. And then it was the oh shit moment, right? Because now they're like, how are we gonna drum this one up? So now they take me over to the county area. I ain't never been to jail before in my life, ever. I go over there, I'm nervous because I'm like, what the heck? They run my background check and find out that I'm not the one that they should have been fooling with. I end up having to pay $100 to bond out and didn't make my way back to that area again for another 20 years. So even when you comply sometimes, it really don't make a damn difference. In this country, when you black and they want to do some shit to you, they're going to do it. I'm not telling you you shouldn't comply. What I am saying is at the end of the day, it's not always about compliance. I'm going to go.
Right. I agree with you. Wait, hold on.
Everything's going, guys.
Whereas I agree with you 110%, right? But are you sure you was in the city of Atlanta?
I was in town.
You was in Palm County. You know what I mean? That made more sense. I'm like,
There you go.
sure?
I'm going to leave that alone.
Yeah.
But Brett, can I just say this? You did, at the end of the day, from the story that I heard, you did comply. And I think the point everyone on this stage is making is you complied and you went home. I think that's the point of the message. It's not when you don't comply that they're somehow just gonna not violate any of your rights. I don't think no one on the stage said that. I think the main message is when you choose not to comply, you may not end up going home. I think that's the point of it. But your rights may still be violated. Very well.
But that's my problem. Your rights are still being violated because you think it was okay for an officer to keep calling me a nigger.
Oh no, definitely not. No, that's what I'm saying. But
So,
you went home though.
okay, and what I'm saying is, because at the time I needed to get home to my children, I wasn't going to allow my anger to get the best of me. But unfortunately, some of these police officers push your buttons, and I'm not saying it's right at all. But then when I'm asking you for a supervisor, which is my right to have, and I'm telling you, you cannot search my car because I know what a legal search and seizure is. I'm very clear on what the Constitution says. I have to give you permission in order for you to then go and search my car. You still want to do what you want to do. And that's problematic on a lot of levels.
Yeah, look,
Here's the thing, can I just from one second?
What you just described is a good case, Rez. A very good case. And no one's saying that anybody should roll over on this stuff. It's just pick your spot. And, a lot of attorneys would take a case like that, even on a contingent fee. And yeah, they got a lot of slack, but someone was saying document. Absolutely. What do they look like? Do they wear a wedding ring? What do their shoes look like? And get your phone out and start recording. And if they, demand you stop, you don't necessarily have to in many states. In my state, we don't have to stop recording them. So, we all have, these recording devices now, so we can have our own cameras and our own recordings. So, this, and let me say this, okay? I mean, this is a hard job. I mean, it is. I mean, you're almost like not going to win either way, but, you know, it does not excuse abuse of anybody. And nobody should have to take that. And I'm telling you, if there are enough good lawyers around to take cases like this on contingent fee and hold those people account. And a final thought, okay? Many states have what are called tort claim notices, okay? The state I live in is one of them. If you have a bad situation with a police officer like this, you have to write them within 180 days, write the city, write the county, and say, I just had this incident, this is my tort claim notice, because if you don't, you're not going to be able to bring the suit. So there's a lot you can do, but I agree with you too. You don't just say, oh yeah, you want to search my car, fine. No, it's like, well, what's your probable cause for searching my car? What is it that gives, you believe a right to search my car? You don't be bossy, you don't act like a know-it-all, but you just ask them nice questions. If they can't answer them, then they're going to be in trouble. But do not argue with these people on the street.
With dragons,
Sorry.
are you saying? Hold on.
Say something real quick to Rez, please, really quickly. Rez, I 100% agree with you. And the reason why me and my husband sometimes have that discussion, and I disagree with him, is I understand that, like, yes, you need to comply in the moment. But you know what? How many instances have there been when it's an autistic child or an autistic teenager, right? They're quote unquote not complying. Well, guess what? Just if we're all just gonna sit here and accept the fact that we're just gonna comply, right? And then we're just gonna go to court and figure this out in court. I'm sorry, I keep track of all the cases where cops have either physically assaulted or shot an autistic individual who's non-verbal, right? And I'm like the dragon is saying, take it to court, take it to court. Motherfuckers don't get what they deserve. They don't get charged with murder. They get put on desk duty, or they resign and they go to another state and they fucking work in another state because their record doesn't follow them. So instead of saying take it to court, that shit is already not working. We need to change the laws, and that's what I'm saying, that we need to, like, the fighting, and not just, I'm not saying in the moment, like physically fighting with them, but I just feel like this comply thing.
That's a good point, Katrina. That's a good point that you made, Katrina. You're right. It is, because you think about it, it was a boy down here in Georgia that was suffering from a mental health episode, and he got killed. Like, the lady that got shot in the head on camera, mental health.
Yeah, Sonia Massey.
So it's hard to say.
He was having a mental health.
Go ahead, bro. It's okay. It's all right, because they was just helping me out. But it's hard to just comply all the time. Like, it's not that easy. And I know that that's what we think. Like, if we just do everything right. But what if you're having a fucking mental health episode, or anything could happen? Like, anything could happen, and they deem it as you're being aggressive, and then bam, you're dead, or you're beat up real bad, or, you know what I'm saying? Like, the laws do need to change. They got to do something about it. But what I'm afraid of is the fact that this administration, you have a president and governors and all of the time that they're for and okay with this type of police brutality. That's what we're gonna have a problem.
What's the question?
My question is, yes, you did do everything right? And yes, you got what you were not supposed to get from them. But why didn't you press many charges or do anything after the whole incident? Because for me personally, I'm not going to give anybody an excuse to shoot me for any reason. I will comply and let him go. I said I went once. We gotta get to courts and then we'll fight about later.
Okay, but this was 1996. I was a young girl in my 20s. And in 1996, during that time, one, there was no videotape evidence anywhere. Who the hell was going to believe the black girl just because I was in the military? Didn't mean shit to nobody back then. Do you know the bullshit that I dealt with just being in uniform alone? I'm a Desert Storm veteran. Okay, I'm an OIF veteran. I'm an OEF veteran. Do you think people give a shit about what I did or didn't do? They only want to give a shit when it's good for them. But at the end of the day, I didn't have options back then. There are options now, and I'm not saying they aren't, but I'm just gonna say, Uncle, today, here's what happened. Breonna Taylor's aunt has been arrested. You know why? Because she was upset in a court that they literally gave one of the officers who shot and killed this girl in her house for a no-knock warrant that didn't have shit to do with her, and then they had the wrong address on top of it, right? They've given him 1 day in jail is what this current DOJ administration asked, or time served. And this girl is yes, I'm dead serious. Look it up, I have no. See, and this is the shit that I'm talking about. Hold on, this is the shit that I'll be talking about on these stages where we are so oblivious to some of the things that are really happening, because it's like we talk about compliance. This girl was in her house. She was minding her damn business. She was shot.
Let her finish and then he goes after. I don't know who class is, but why do you think we should actually come in the chat? Alright, alright, I'll go in the chat. I'll let her finish and then I'll deal with it in the chat. Thank you.
Got it. I'm saying to you, Uncle, that sometimes you don't know what your options are and you don't know what your rights are, especially some young folks. Now, do I think that it's changed a little bit? Yes, people know their rights a little bit better. But at the end of the day, the problem is still we have this blanket immunity for police officers, which is where the law needs to change at the end of the day. And it's not going to happen under this administration. And until police officers are held accountable, until, like Homegirl said, and I agree with her, they're not allowed to change after they've had, they've had internal investigations, they've been found guilty of all kinds of stuff internally in other departments, and then they just go from one state to another because they keep switching departments, but they're still doing the same shit. At some juncture, that has to stop, and this is where we need to get the legislature involved and to fix the laws. Now,
hey, real quick, I had a question. Hold on. I had a question. I had a question for Dragons real quick.
Hey, real quick though, 1 second, real quick. I have a friend that's a police officer. I'm gonna bring him on to give some insight from a police officer's point of view on how we should handle these situations and what his point of view is on the situation. Y'all free to ask him whatever questions y'all like, but be respectful because this is a friend of mine. He's a solid dude, you know what I mean? So I'm gonna bring him on the stage in just a second here.
Wait, can I get in here? Yeah. Hold on, I got a question for Dragons.
Alright, Monty, hold. We have a lot of Mark that want to.
How are you oblivious if you say it comply?
They talk to me?
No, to Rice.
what about it? What did you ask me?
How are you oblivious if you say something, if you say to comply, you're oblivious?
What are you talking about? I don't
You just
understand.
said before people on the stage that are oblivious, I'm supposed to comply.
I said that there are some people, I'm not speaking for everybody. I said there are some people that are oblivious to what the law is and what they can and cannot say. That's what I said, because he asked me about suing. And I said I was oblivious at that time. I didn't know anything about suing. That's what I was discussing.
Yeah, I mean, you explained it was 1996, but one really quick thing is police officers have what's called qualified immunity. Qualified immunity. It's not blanket. That's what Trump wants to do. He wants to change it to unqualified. Okay.
Yes,
So
yes.
you gotta be, we gotta be on the ball, man. We gotta fight that. That's horrible. I mean, it's horrible. And again, I don't want to say police are always wrong. They're not. And but let me tell you this: when a police officer pulled you over, wrongfully, it sounds like, but then he starts with explicit racial epithets, like calling you the N-word. No. That automatically triggers a federal claim called 1983. Okay? And that is pretty powerful. It's a civil action. You don't have to wait for a prosecutor. So the more you know about this stuff, the better. But it's
Dragon, that is the
all
issue. You're
about when
saying
you-
it is a civil.
Hey, Katrina, can you not jump the line?
Hold on, Dragon. We're not jumping the line. Thank you. Go ahead, Dragon.
What these municipalities care about a lot of times is money. Let's face it. And, once they get tagged again and again, they will change their behavior. And the place to fight these guys is in the courts, because the other option is not pretty, and people are going to get hurt, and some people are going to get damn killed. Now, I'm not saying that, at a certain point, but it ain't now until, everybody is holding hands and, got each other's backs. We're not going to fight this thing on the street. It is not a thing to do to try to fight this on the street one at a time. I'll put it that way.
Okay, Dragons, I just wanted to ask you this, man. Can I ask him this real quick?
Hey, Monty, hold on for 1 second, man. Like, I have my friend here, and I want to give him a chance to speak because I want to be respectful of his time. He's taking some time out of his day to give us a police officer's point of view. So if y'all want to direct questions, I think it'd be better to speak to someone that's actually a police officer right now and acting in that capacity.
I have a question. I don't know if there's a question queue, but whenever there's a chance, Gemini, I do have a question.
Okay, well, first, I would like him to kind of give his thoughts on the video that even led to this discussion, because I forwarded it to him so he can give a police officer's point of view on the way that stop was handled. And then we can get to any questions. Just keep it respectful with him, and we'll leave it right there.
All right, so y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so with a traffic stop, there is case law that supports anytime an officer makes a legal traffic stop, they can order the person out of the vehicle. And it's a safety thing, because if I can't get you out of the vehicle and I'm parked in the vehicle behind you, a lot of people's rear glasses are tinted. Mine is. My glass is tinted to 0.5% on my personal vehicle. It's hard for me to drive at night, honestly. But it's for my safety that I have my glass tinted because of the things that I carry in my truck. And a lot of it is owned by the state. I don't have many personal weapons, but I do have a lot of the weapons in my truck that are owned by the state. I work for the state. So you can order somebody out of a vehicle if you stop is legal. They told him it was a headlight issue. He said that there were other people without headlights. That's fine. After we deal with you, we'll go deal with them too. The problem came in with the punch. The breaking of the glass isn't even a problem because he's clearly resisting. You can break the glass and get him out of the vehicle. But I don't know if they pulled the door handle first, they could have saved themselves some trouble because it's not easy to break car windows. And it escalates things a lot. If you can get if the car's in park and the doors aren't locked, open the door and stand in the door where you can't close it. And a lot of those things like that comes with experience. The punch is dead wrong, period. There's nobody that'll look at that video, police officer or not, and not say that punch was all ego. I'm the police, I'm here telling you what to do, and you're not doing it, I'm highly upset now. That's my take on it. The punch was 100% ego driven, and it was a power trip. And it's 100% wrong. So, I mean, that young man is going to collect a check. A nice one.
Question.
Yeah, ask him a question.
I'm sorry, I don't want to hold up nobody's time. It won't take long. I wanted to say, as a police officer, right?
trying to see it from your perspective. Okay, in this particular instance, his headlights were supposed to be on, but like the gentleman said, it was light out. As we could see, the video was light out. So as a police officer, most of the time when you pull over a person in this instance, you run a check on their license plates, right? So if the license plate comes back clean, and you got a situation that transpired up until where we seen him punch through the window, and why couldn't he write a ticket out, put the ticket on the windshield, and walk off? It wasn't that serious to the point where it had to be even escalated to that fact. Now, if it was a case where the young man was speeding and he was, he made a illegal turn or something like that, I understand. I could rationalize that. But up until he broke the window, they punched him in the face. But this didn't even have to go that far.
Exactly. One thing, before he answers, I do want to say this. Don't forget he was driving on a suspended license. That takes it out of the realm of the headlights. That's an arrestable offense.
Okay, to my knowledge, I didn't know that part of the video.
That's a problem. If he's got a suspended license, that's a problem for him.
Right, so if he has a suspended license, does he have, if that is true and he did have a suspended license, is that the probable cause to forcibly remove him? Because I think without the suspended license, he's showing his hands. Does the officer, even though it's a legal traffic stop, does the officer have the right to demand he gets out of the car, even though you can see his hands, there's no one else in the car, without the suspended license issue?
Wait a minute, gentlemen.
100%. The officer can't tell him, can't remove him from the car. It's a legal traffic stop. The officer can't tell him. If he doesn't comply with being told to get out of the car, the officer can remove him. 100%. So another thing, people have to be careful with what they see on videos. You see the video, you can see the officer's clear because the video is taken from inside the car. But that's how tint works on windows. You can see out, but you can't see in. So I don't know how dark the windows were tinted. And then as for it was daytime, our statute, I'm in Louisiana, our statute reads dusk till dawn. You need headlights. It's dusk right now. I can still see probably 2 miles down the road. But I can't point to the sun in the sky right now. There's no sun. There's light, but there's no sun. So headlights are required at this time, and the street lights are coming on already.
Yeah, I think that it was like clearly, the officer that broke the glass, he completely escalated the situation unnecessarily. Like, the other officer was at his passenger window having a casual conversation with him. Things didn't get to a heightened level. Maybe what I see.
When I suspended and we
That's his charge. That's what he's being charged with.
Yeah, but the police report lied and said the young man had a knife in his hand. So y'all need to go further into this because there is a report that came out.
Can I say something? I'm not sorry for interrupting. The video is 2 minutes. You don't think they want that traffic stop for only 2 minutes? What happened before?
I'm not sure.
What happened before the video?
In the video, he was asking exactly what it was that he was getting pulled over for.
Okay.
And the cop said it was because.
How long is the video? How long is the video?
It's like 2 minutes. But the cop said in the video.
Hold up, listen. Have you ever been stopped by the police?
Yes, several times.
Okay, did that stop last only 2 minutes?
Yeah, but the sheriff released the body cam, and it was 2 minutes and 36 seconds released by the sheriff.
And in the report, it says that he brandished a knife, and that's why the police officers broke the window. So that is weird. That's super weird that you're saying in one instance that they can't see through a window, but they saw a knife. Come on, that's not make sense.
Listen, understand what I'm saying. I'm not saying they couldn't see through the window. I'm saying it's possible that they couldn't see in.
But you're saying in the police report it says that he had a knife. So how you could see this young man, when he puts his hands up in the air and they asked him to put his hands in the air, he had nothing in his hands. There was no knife. They lied in the damn police report. So it makes the cops' conversation even worse because now you guys are complicit in telling a damn lie, saying that this man had a weapon and he didn't. Man, come on.
Not only
You guys can play the sheriff's and thing on top if you guys want.
Yeah, the body
Yeah,
cam.
play that. Let's hear what the sheriff said on top. I like that.
But real quick,
Play that.
I don't even.
Hey, can you play that?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
Hold on one second, bro. Jason, can you play what's up top?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, give me a second. I'll set it up.
All right. While he's setting it up, the fact that they put that in the police report don't make any sense because in what police academy are they training them to go hands on when a suspect is in possession of a knife?
Yeah, the body
You
cam.
can always go lower. With the use of force continuum, you can always go lower.
Say it again.
With the use of force continuum, you can always go lower than the force needed. A knife justifies deadly force, correct? So anything below deadly force is fair.
No, I'm not saying it would. I'm not saying it would be justified. I'm not saying it would be justified. I'm saying it's not logical. Like in any other scenario, in any other scenario, officer has responsibility to protect their own life.
A kid pulled the knife on me.
Hold up, he's responding. Go ahead.
I've done it personally. A kid pulled a knife on me. We were in the hallway, and I was at the end of the hallway. He pulled a knife on me. I caught it in the hallway. I punched him. I've done it personally. People, we in the realm of guns right now. Nobody fears a knife like that.
Can I say what the body cam showed? The sheriff released the body cam and it stated that the guy on the opposite side of the assailant, he was having a conversation with him. Two other cop cars pulled up, sirens blazing. There was a cop on his passenger side, and he said, "I'm gonna break the window." The cop on the opposite window said, "What?" And then he said, "I'm gonna break the window." And then the cop said, "Go for it." Never in that conversation was anything mentioned about seeing a knife or any type of weapon. And that's released from the sheriff 2 minutes, 36 seconds by the end.
And wouldn't that be mentioned for officer safety? Because it's all about officer safety that they validate these actions, extreme, received as extreme to the public, but there is officer safety. Like to Levon's point, I think if there was any mention or sighting of a knife, they might have gotten this about. They still have to secure it, and they still have to remove him from the vehicle. It's very unusual that they wouldn't mention that. You would think the knife would be all over the press right now, and certainly reiterated by the body cam. But it's the stories aren't matching.
You would think you would just say, "Hey, he's got a knife." He said.
That was kind of my whole point. Was the officer safety? Yeah, I've never seen. Obviously, there always is a anomaly where it's in the case, but I mean, at what point is an officer not going to put their own safety first before apprehending a suspect, especially when nobody, like the public's not in danger in that situation?
I'm sorry,
What would be
can I just ask something really quickly? Sir, thank you for your job and everything, and I appreciate the good police officers. And you are looking at this with a viewpoint of a law-abiding police officer who is doing their job correctly. I think you would agree with me. There is a lot of police officers who do not do their job correctly, who take advantage of people. And even with the fact that he said that yes, you could pull somebody over for not having daytime running lights. I mean, Texas, we're supposed to have daytime running lights too. But
no, I didn't use daytime running lights. I said headlights. Daytime running lights and headlights are two totally different things.
Yes. But again, it's a lot of cops would use that to racial profile, right? They would not pull me, a white woman, over for that, but they would use that as an excuse for racial profiling. And I think we can all agree that exists. So when you say it is lawful traffic stop, yes, it is lawful traffic stop, but again, there police officers do some really brutal stuff. And I want my child to come home alive. So even if he quote unquote comply, he just can't comply to certain things. If he's nonverbal, he can't respond. And I guess the point is to what degree do we allow officers to kind of get away with this stuff, because the punishment right now is civil, and it's not really. It's usually you sue the police department. It's a civil suit. Yes, you get millions of dollars, whatever. But that cop is not. You didn't get full justice. The cop could still go to another state and work in another state and continue discriminating and breaking the law. And I think that is the big thing when people see videos like that it's just there's too much leeway for those cops who break the law to continue doing what they're doing under the disguise of it was a legal traffic stop, if you know what I mean.
You said you have 2 questions, but I haven't heard one yet, like honestly.
She asked the question. She answered them.
My question is to him is, would you agree with me that there are some cops that will use that excuse to racial profile, and then there are police that the justice system that don't really fix the issues because of the qualified immunity. And I understand you guys do need to have some kind of immunity for your job. It's a very dangerous job, but as well as a soldier and a firefighter. And I think if people are going to sign up for a job like that, then they shouldn't be scared on their job, right? If you're scared to do this job, don't go into that job. And you have certain responsibility. And letting cops get away with stuff by justifying and saying, well, technically what they were doing is legal. I think there is a certain line that we're crossing.
So Katrina, I want to say this: the military has UCMJ, Uniform Code of Military Justice, and guess what? Everybody is subject to compliance regardless of who.
I guess my question would be if he agrees with my main statement.
You didn't have to mute me. That was really rude.
I didn't mute you.
Well, somebody did.
Well, don't blame me when I didn't do it. If I did it, I'll tell you I did it. I didn't do it. Wow. Whoever muted her, if y'all want to say y'all did it, that's cool. If not, it's cool. But don't blame me for so. I'll tell you I muted. If I mute or kick anybody, I'll tell you I did it. I didn't do it. Since there's a break, I will say this though. When I looked at the police report, they did not say he had a knife in his hand. They said they found a large unsheathed serrated knife on the driver's side of the floorboard. They said they found that after the fact. They did not quote that as a reason to break the window.
So where y'all getting the police report said they broke the window because he had a knife? Because I was literally saying that's not why he broke the window. He broke the window because the other officer said, okay, go ahead after the 4th delay.
Exactly.
Where y'all getting that from? Levon? Whoever else was saying it?
I'm literally looking at the police report right here. They said they found it on the floorboard. They did not cite it for a reason.
Hold on.
I don't remember who said it, but I'm just asking.
Somebody said about the knife, and I said that was not mentioned in any of the videos that I saw.
Okay, Levon, you gotta stop getting your information from Twitter, okay?
What are you talking about? I never mentioned about knife.
No, she never said nothing about a knife. She was just talking about what the article said. The only thing she said was it was not mentioned. That's it.
No, I never said anything about the knife.
Well, I just want to be clear. The knife was mentioned in the police report. However,
She was talking about in the article. The police report is going to be totally different. They did not have that in there early this morning.
yeah, they're saying they found it on the floorboard. They're not citing it as the reason that they made entry to the car at all.
Yeah, I mean.
And Brooklyn, to answer your question, he was charged and did plead guilty. He's already to the driving with a suspended. That is a part of his charges.
Right, and resisting arrest never was as clearly shown in the video.
On February 20th, McNeil pleaded guilty to and was adjudicated guilty of resisting an officer without violence and driving on a suspended driver's license. Like, we gotta be accurate with what we're saying. I'm not gonna say nothing that's not factually based. I'm not doing that because my friend is here as a police officer. It's a fact. They shouldn't have punched him. They were violent. They overdid it. They fucking damn sure should be sued. No question about it. I have no qualms in saying that, right? But we also gotta be real about the situation. If you're driving on a suspended license with weed on you, you might want to comply.
I'm gonna say this is where I have a problem with your argument, because at the end of the day, I didn't see anything about him that was being violent. He was talking to the officer the entire time, and at the end of the day, it seems like we always push the frigging goalposts. I'm not finished. We always push the goalposts as to what the hell compliance means. If I say it this way, this is not compliant. If I say it that way, I ain't compliant. If you say it this way, you comply. I mean, it's crazy to me what we are calling compliance and what we're not. Because I literally watched the same video y'all watched. The man is talking to the officer. The other officer decides, I'm just going to break this goddamn window and decide to throw this guy out of this damn vehicle. And here's where I have another
That's not what happened, Rez.
He was talking to the officer. Period.
That's not what happened.
I'm not going to argue with you, Dr. Goddess.
I'm not going to.
Can you pass me some crack, please? Thank you. I want the crack pipe with orange plastic.
To a manager,
You know.
Bottom line.
Guys, let me just say, have you seen one thing?
Y'all let her finish.
Let Rez come on here, bro.
Check this out. The same way you keep going, right? Just let her finish.
Yeah,
It's
I
not that
apologize for
serious. If you don't like it, if you don't like what she's saying, then refute it. But
Yeah, you can refute it after I'm done. The bottom line I'm making is that there was excessive force use. I don't give a shit how you look at it. And at the end of the day, here's where I have the big problem. We're always using the word damn suit. But here's where I have the problem. You know who ends up paying that suit? Not the damn police officer, not the police department, the damn taxpayer. We are paying the damn price for all these damn lawsuits when you have rogue ass cops doing rogue ass shit. And this is what I have a problem with all the damn time. There's a way bigger picture to this to me than anything else. We could get into all the finites about how it all displayed, how many times he stalled the police officer. We could get into all of that. But at the end of the day, here's what the fact is. The fact is they beat the crap out of this kid. Bottom damn line, and at the end of the day, it was a routine fucking traffic stop, and I don't care whether he had a suspended license or not, he did not deserve to get his ass beat, and he does not now deserve to have $1 million fucking because he got his bad ass beat by some over fucking, police. I'm just sick of this bullshit, man. Oh.
So, what I wanted to say to you, give me a second.
I'll go after that.
What I wanted to say was, so, I've been arrested multiple times. I got a fucking pass. Listen, I've been traffic stops all the time. I got a pass. No time within my pass, I did something wrong. If they ask me to do something, I got weed on me, I got other shit on me. You think I'm not gonna comply with what the fuck they ask me to do? Of course I'm gonna ask them I'm being stopped. But outside of that, I'm doing what I'm supposed to do because I'm doing the wrong thing. I've never driven with a suspended or a non-licensed driver. But if I know I'm not supposed to be driving, I'm shutting the fuck up and I'm doing what the fuck they asked me to do. Point blank. Point blank. Did he deserve that? No. No, he did not. But prior to the 2 minutes, something was going on prior to that as well. So what took place prior to the video started rolling? What took place? I'm not making an excuse, like I said. I'm not. But like I said, when you're not doing the right thing, shut your fucking mouth and just do what they ask you to do. In the story.
No. You can comply, but you don't have to shut your mouth. You can respectfully ask.
You can report it on group love. You sound like you're.
Your mic sounds crazy.
Can y'all make room for everybody else on the stage to speak, because it's like the same voices keep going. Like maybe
uncle.
Man, I've been
Hey,
trying to.
It was Sloan, and I know Sloan like to talk. He ain't even open her mic yet.
Y'all gotta
let other people speak.
Well, I've been listening carefully, and I didn't know the case very well, but what I'm getting out of this is that he was, it sounds like the policeman was well within his rights to ask him to get out of the car, and it sounds like the policeman was absolutely not within his rights to punch him, period, and that was clearly a case of targeting, and it sounds like he's going to pay for that. That's what it sounds like to me.
My friend wants to say something real quick. Go ahead, Joe.
All right. So, a couple people ago, the lady was real upset. I don't know her name, but it was several F-bombs dropped in what she was saying, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So, that's exactly what happens with the police. Something happens that you don't like, and you have an emotional response to it. You can't think clearly if you're thinking emotionally as well. Because, I mean, like, it's F this, F that, F this. Like, it's too emotional. And your brain shuts down. You can't absorb the information being presented. I never once said that the police were right. They were right up until the point the punch landed. Breaking the window, that's fine. Break the window. Like, get out of the car. Like, that's from the United States Supreme Court. And it's an officer safety thing. When I do a traffic stop, I don't walk up to a vehicle because I'm walking into an ambush. I stand in the door of my vehicle with my gun unlatched, ready to go if I need it, and order the person out. They come out, their hands empty, my latch goes up on my gun, and then we deal with the traffic stop. But the issue is people want to fight the crime, like they want to have court on the side of the road, and that doesn't work. It doesn't work like that. Why would, like, just look at what happened in the video. Why would there be so many officers responding to a traffic stop? I'm lucky if I get two with me. There's several officers that responded. What?
She said come to Florida.
Well, and look how dangerous Florida is. So officer safety is paramount. That's the first thing that's taught in police academy. Officer safety is paramount. I guarantee you, you look at the news today, in which I'll say this to a lot of y'all got information from the news, y'all some fools if y'all believe it. Because the news is designed to sway your opinion, and it's clearly working listening to this conversation. But if I see something, oh man does drugs and shoots his girlfriend's face off, 85% chance that's in Florida. Right? Nobody can tell me I'm lying.
I would say Texas.
Every crazy crime that we have, all the headline news comes from Florida. Florida is dangerous. We all know this. Look at Miami.
That's because you followed the media, actually. That's because you followed
the media.
That's because you followed the media.
I follow the media.
The fact you say it's Florida is because you
don't say Texas shit.
That's Florida, Texas. I'm definitely not.
Yeah, no, our state, I mean, we got problems.
Everybody lives in a perfect state now. This shit is crazy.
Yeah, they may not get on my nerves, but Florida and fucking Texas.
Come on. Let me not like don't make me put up the crime in Texas. Come on, don't do that. Come on. It's fucking bad neighborhoods and good neighborhoods and crime rate.
Wait, real quick, y'all. Wait, does Fred or Drew have something that they want to say?
April does.
Fred, you keep. Oh.
I don't think they got nothing to say. They just wanted to say something after him.
Well, I wasn't
He wasn't done for me. Y'all literally jumped on
Fred is trying to talk now. What's going on?
Oh, hold up. No. He was in Miss Mission when he got cut off. He was. Two people came off the mic while he was still talking.
Okay, go ahead. Whoever was still.
So I was told what the comment that is because I follow the media in a perfect state. I live in South Louisiana. Like, I'm a short drive away from New Orleans. I'm 30 minutes away from Baton Rouge, Shreveport. I don't live in a perfect state. But there's places where violence is way higher. And there's places where people aren't afraid to shoot at the police. All this stuff. There's an officer that just got killed here not that applications right now. We'll do the job the right way. But that's not going to happen because we could throw the stones, but we don't realize we're doing it in glass houses. We'll make a difference instead of just talking about it. Because to me, it's very dumb. If I'm going to sit there and judge McDonald's, okay, I could probably make a better hamburger than McDonald's. Let me open my own place. It's that easy. Like I said, there's police officer job openings in every city in the United States. Sign up and do it right. Maybe some people can't sign up because of the decisions they made prior in life. Fine. That's for you to deal with. But you can also get a gold seal expungement and get a pardon and then go sign up and do it the correct way. Because sitting down talking and getting emotional, cursing and all that, it solves nothing. It solves nothing at all. The basis of a conversation is to exchange and accept information. Period. That's all it is. Getting emotional about it, like you don't have the facts. You only know what's told.
You're talking about me. Katrina, he ain't even talking about you. Quiet down. Come on. What's wrong with y'all tonight?
But, ma'am, the lady that just asked what's wrong with y'all tonight, it's what's wrong with the world right now. Like, just look at it. It's happening in this conversation just on a smaller scale than it's happening across the entire world. And that's the problem.
So let me say this. So one, it's reasonable for anybody to get emotional about this subject, the amount of young men that have died from it. So I think it's saying that that's not reasonable is a problem in itself. I had 2 cousins die from police officers murdering them.
I had a nephew shot by police officers.
I didn't talk when you was talking. I didn't talk when you was talking, bro. Come on, hold up. Slow down. I didn't talk when you was talking. And on top of that,
you keep telling me you didn't talk when I was talking, so talk.
You were not talking. What are you talking about? Just slow down, bro. Why are you panicking? Just let me finish talking. So saying that people shouldn't get emotional is problematic in itself. I think looking at the fact that we should be looking at this as one of the biggest problems that are going on, and it's happening in our community because we should feel safe from police officers, from law enforcement. And this is coming from somebody whose dad was in law enforcement. And my dad was the one who told me about the problems that are in the police force, the problems that are in law enforcement across the board. So that's the first step. The second step, though, is there has to be a point where we really look at it and we go, okay, hold on. The issue, we can look at and dissect the issues step by step, but the bottom line is, in most cases, by numbers, if that person was white, even if he did the exact same thing as this black man did, he doesn't end up in the same situation. And when we back away from that part, that's where I get confused and go, why are we focusing on the biggest problem, the fact that there are major setbacks that are put in place for getting good police officers, getting a higher percentage of good police officers. And let me give you an example. In the Bay Area, and they just changed this, for the Alameda Sheriff's Department, they didn't even allow you to live in the county. So that means that the county where it's mostly black, where there's a larger amount of black people, you're taking officers from outside of that county because they felt more comfortable with that. That creates a problem in itself because you have people that are outside the community, just want to make the money, and that are afraid, for example.
You know, sheriff's office?
It was the Alameda.
That's where it was a sheriff's office?
Correct, Alameda.
Okay, you know a sheriff is elected, right? And the sheriff is who makes the policies.
Not the sheriff, the Alameda officers, sheriff officers.
Yeah. So the sheriff
He wasn't elected. He got unelected, or he lost. He was terrible.
That's what I'm saying.
Make it okay. Like, that's the kind of answer, respectfully, that makes people really frustrated with a lot of cops. Because it seems like I believe there are good cops. I believe there are lots of good cops. I believe those good cops are way too silent when it comes to the bad cops. That makes a lot of cops look bad. Because this kind of stuff goes down all the time. Like, I can't speak to wherever you are. Like, I mean, you didn't say exactly where it is. I don't know where it is anyway. That part of the country I don't know well. But I can tell you, like, where I live in the Bay Area, Vallejo PD has gotten away with literally murder multiple times in the last, 10 years. There was a guy who shot and killed 3 people in 18 months. And then they let him take early retirement, take a whole bunch of money, and then they hired him back at some crazy rate to be their use of force instructor. Right? Brandon, I put a link in the chat earlier about a police officer who was basically blowing the whistle on Vallejo PD because of all the stuff that he saw. And that article's a month old. And so part of what I find frustrating in this conversation is like there just need to be more good cops who are like, I'm not gonna let the profession be tarnished by these bad cops. And like to draw a line in the sand and do something about it.
Your Honor, that's a good point. And Joe, let me ask you this. So why do you think there are a lot of officers that won't call out the bullshit when you know the bullshit is out there? Like why do you think that is?
Retaliation. 100% retaliation.
It's the blue line.
That's exactly what that officer, the whistleblower I just mentioned, said.
Yeah, you see a lot of officers do it after they retire and everything, but like active job is retaliation.
But isn't there something they face for? Let me ask you, what kind of retaliation did they face for speaking up?
I got you on that one. I can tell you about that. As a lawyer, I've seen some professional retaliation, labeling them as snitches. They've been denied promotions. They've seen their careers stagnate, and also personal risk as well as physical retaliation as well in locker rooms. And then I've had a case where I had to deal with that.
They got family members too. Don't forget.
Hey, so this is my thing. I hear what this officer just said. So if that's the way it is, why the hell are officers continue to be off? I mean, I guess, all right, let me be sensitive when I ask that question, because I know people, you know, they have careers, they're making a living. But if that's the way this shit goes down, why the hell are officers just walking away from this shit?
Some of them do, but many of them don't involve in. I'm not an officer, by the way. I'm a lawyer, but officers, I've talked to some of them. But many do walk away. I don't think you know about it, but many people do leave the police force. Some don't for simple reasons. One, they don't see it a lot. These are like rare cases, they say. We see it a lot because of media, right? And like, I just moved to New York, so when I look at the numbers here in New York, are there? Is it per capita? Like police are going around, doing this violence? No, right? Not anywhere really, right? But it shouldn't happen at all. Right, but there's no mass.
Yeah, because it sounds
happen, right?
And I know it's been that way. I mean, but shit. I mean, and I know we all know this, but shit, it sounds like you joined the damn game, joining the police force.
You are joining the game by definition. You would be, right?
Yeah.
Same.
Well, I think like the lyrical street game.
JD, I don't know if you know this, but in LA,
it's illegal.
In LA,
go ahead.
In LA, they documented, I think, somewhere around 23 gang
The Bay Area too.
Inside of the LA Police Department.
Yeah.
And they were identifying themselves by tattoos. They were getting tattoos for bodies they caught. I mean, everything that the gang does, they were doing that shit. Let me not say was. They're doing that shit.
Doing kickbacks for like clubs, like who gets the, because they get paid for outside security, things like that. They make sure their gang got that club. It's some scary shit. They had to make a rule that you can't be in a police game.
It's really
Okay.
I'm going to be super quick. Thank you, Coach. I'll be really quick. And it's also to Jenny to answer your question. It is also a mentality of, and this is no disrespect to Gemini's friend. It's just the reality. I've experienced a police academy and worked in that field, and there is a mentality that is, who else is going to take a bullet for a stranger? Who else is going to run into a bank robbery to save innocent citizens, right? Who else is putting their what are their jobs? Obviously fire, first responders, but not the same. So I think that for those cops, that validate in their head to make them sleep at night, for whether it's embezzling or the Vallejo example that Your Honor brought up, it's we are the front line. We are the ones. There's no one else out here that's willing to take a bullet for a stranger. Thanks, Katrina.
Yeah, that's the thing. And Gemini, your friend, I did address him earlier, and I asked him if he agreed with both of my statements in regards to police officers actually not getting
the justice. There's no criminal justice, and it's very rare when it is, right? Criminal justice.
They have an answer for it. My attention span can't handle it.
Okay.
What would you say?
I'll answer the first part. Yes, there are. There's criminal, like, so that simple battery, but also doing it as a public official is malfeasance in office. And then if he gets fired, he loses suspension.
Yeah, but he just goes to another state and he has that job in another state. Listen, my just finish. Let me finish. Hold on. So first of all, we know that police officers. I mean, come on, you have to agree with me that the police officers who are doing a really bad job get away with it. They have a civil suit, and the taxpayers end up paying for that civil suit, but the police officer doesn't get the correct punishment as he should. I think that if I don't know, a doctor, right, who performs a surgery, and because of their actions, they end up killing you, and they didn't follow the instructions, then that doctor can go to jail for manslaughter. I think the police should be held to that degree. I don't understand why in this country our police is not held to the same degree. And the fact that we just say, oh, go sue them, like we were talking earlier, oh, just comply, and then just go and sue them. We know that actually doesn't take the bad cops off the job. A lot of times they just either gets put on administrative leave or desk jobs or something like that. And they can just easily go to a different state and work in a different state. So it's just, would you agree with me that there should be a harder punishment?
Well, I think everyone. Okay,
actually.
Hold up, can I answer, please? Google this name, Derek. D-E-R-E-K. Chauvin. C-H-A-U-V-I-N. It's a French last name. You don't call it Chauvin.
No, I know. I watched the trial.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. And why people always say like the police don't get a punishment. All right, the guy that punched somebody, the guy on the traffic stop today, who do you think is a fair punishment for it?
I'm talking about, sir. I'm talking about police officers.
No, I'm asking you a specific question. The guy that just punched somebody in the face on the traffic stop, who do you think is a fair punishment for it?
He should go through the same legal process as everyone else who punches someone in the face like that. That's what should happen.
All right, and what's the consequence for a battery?
Hold on. Then I wasn't talking.
You're skipping steps.
Then he can't have a job because he already basically had the record. But on top of that, all I'm saying is that I wasn't even talking about this particular situation with, I think people are just very upset, and this is so triggering because I personally, like I brought up to you before, I've seen, and I know those cases and I follow them very closely, where police officers wrongfully do body harm, break legs, ankles.
Katrina, you said the same thing again. Give me a direct answer. Katrina, give me a direct answer, right? Hold up, Katrina. What do you think should happen to the police officer that punched the guy? Just give a direct answer. He gave you a direct answer.
I already did it. I said he should be charged with assault and battery.
Okay.
All right, so what do you think the consequence for that?
What's the consequences for assault and battery be then?
But that's not her job. That's a lawyer's job. That's not her job to say that.
It's a conversation. Now we're talking about the workplace.
It's not the clothes.
It's not her job. I don't know what.
For everybody else. I mean, I'm sorry. If a cop kills somebody and they did it, and he should not have fucking immunity. I'm sorry. If you punched into the ground like the cops, how many of them have actually gone to prison? I'm sorry. I follow cases. I'm telling you this. I follow cases where cops actually did something to special needs children, an autistic teenager. They shot him and killed him because, as they say, he was being combative.
Assault and battery in Florida is a misdemeanor.
And he didn't comply. And he didn't comply because he was autistic and he couldn't even speak. And they shot him to death. I think those officers, well, all of them, need to go to fucking jail for murder. But no, they're not in jail. Because, somehow it got justified.
Katrina, I actually agree with you, but I would take it a step further, right? Because what was just said, right, is he should be charged with assault and battery, right? I want you to think about this. Assault and battery is a misdemeanor. Misdemeanor means not much, right? Not much is going to happen. There won't be much legal repercussions. I think if you're a police officer and you commit assault and battery, you should be held to a higher standard because you're in a position of power. You're not a civilian. You see what I'm saying? So I actually take it a step further than you. I'm actually agreeing with you. You just don't realize it, but I'm taking it a step further. I'm saying because of their position, the power dynamics in that situation, that's not a normal assault and battery. Because normally if somebody assaults you, you're going to respond, but that badge is going to restrict us from responding, right? If a police officer punches you, you're not going to be as quick to respond with the same violence or reciprocate that force because you know that punching a police officer is a felony. That's not a regular misdemeanor like punching a civilian. So I think it should go the opposite way as well. They punch on us or assault us while utilizing the badge or hiding behind the badge. It shouldn't be a regular assault and battery. It should be something more.
Assault and battery can't be felony. It's an aggregate theft.
It's a misdemeanor here. But I was just saying, at least treat them the same as us. Like, let's start at least there, right? That if a cop kills an autistic child, and he, literally for no fucking reason, but then he justifies it and says, I did it because he wasn't complying to my orders, and he wasn't talking to me, and he was acting like he was high on drugs. That cop should fucking go to jail. It's a murderer.
So
Not fucking get dismissed, and then not just working in the police department.
So Katrina, and everybody on stage, I think that we all agree with you. This is you're arguing the basis of the entire Black Lives Matter movement, which was a movement and a relatively successful one. That's why we had the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. It didn't pass.
I know.
Like going after one second. Okay, me too. So going after the police in this way is very important. But I want to stress this. Some of my clients are the mothers of people who have gotten killed by police. And while I definitely do not agree with you should die if you don't comply, at the end of the day, we need to teach our children, and I'm not talking about people with disabilities because obviously that is a separate category. But in terms of the example that we're using in this discussion, this man in Jacksonville, we need to teach our sons and daughters, especially if they're Black, that it is better to come home. And I love what Dragon said, and I'm gonna fight your ass in court. I'm gonna beat your ass in court, right? Like I look forward to this battle in court because all of these mothers that are out here, their lives are shattered because they lost their sons primarily, and they're never gonna get them back. And so all of this tough talk and all of this, fuck that, like even Poe Pimpin, I was saying in the chat, like, are you just ready to have all out war? Because you talking about, having your gun and stuff like that. And I'm like, why does it have to necessarily be like that? So that's just like number three, really, because we are fighting. Two, because of Black Lives Matter, not in every state, the cops get to just keep doing the same thing in every state. Laws have changed in some states. Now, a lot of police, their records go with them. They cannot just get another job and pretend like nothing happened. That has changed in a lot of different states. And again, these people who have like y'all just can't be so casual. Like I'm a little frustrated because the criticism around the language of comply. This is to save lives, and specifically like the Black and brown people who are targeted and are racial profiled. Even this dude, he was probably racially profiled. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, fucking comply. Like, you need to be alive so that you can fight another day. Like at the end of the day. And then the other thing is that we are now in a Trump administration. The George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, it was not passed. We still have qualified immunity, and then you have this idiot Trump in office saying, not only do I support qualified immunity, I want to take it further. I want the police to have 100% immunity. That came directly out of Donald Trump's mouth. So now we're in further danger. And I'm just saying, as a person, as a Black person in this community, and as somebody who is around a lot of these people that are suffering and they're in never-ending pain, their child is never coming back. Like we gotta teach them better. So yeah, and the last thing is, again, I'm gonna stand by this because I said it earlier. I see Black men on YouTube. They're teaching how to properly interact with police. And they definitely say, like stand up for yourself, but also to comply, right? And then I think, just from what I've seen, I haven't done a scientific analysis, but I've seen way more of these Moorish videos trying to tell you that you don't have to comply with the government, that you are sovereign, you don't have to, you're not a citizen that needs to comply. I've seen that shit over and over again. And this particular guy, he screams a part of that. And that's what's like, I'm real frustrated about it because it's just that bullshit that I can't tolerate it, especially now with Trump and his bullshit. I land.
Dr. Goddess, I agree with you 1,000%. And I want to say the thing in that video that stuck out to me was after he got slapped in the face, I saw his face. He sat there. He had to swallow that whole, right? He was like, I saw that. And I know. I don't want, that alone really pissed me off before the other stuff even went down. And I will always, as a husband, we will always teach our sons what to do so that you come back home. Because if you don't come back home, I'm going to have a serious problem. I need them alive.
Shanice, are you going to speak?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say, and for Katrina, I get the advocacy and your point about what happens when like nonverbal or autistic people are put in these situations, but I think that it kind of clouds the processing of this moment and this situation. And I'm saying that as someone whose brother is bipolar and has manic episodes if he's not managing his meds, because to an untrained officer, that if he's in a manic episode, they can't tell if he has a mental illness, if he's nonverbal autistic, or if he's on drugs. So when you say you want the police officers to have the harsh penalties for what they're doing to someone who's autistic, I just want you to think about it. Like, I'm not advocating for cops getting less punishment, especially if they're doing something that they've escalated and it's egregious or it ends in death. But to just think about it, when you were saying it, I'm thinking about how there needs to be training on both sides. We need to training our Black boys and our Black men how to come home safely and fight it through litigation. But we also need training on the police side. And in split seconds, when they're doing these traffic stops, you almost have to be psychic to know the difference between someone that is nonverbal or autistic versus someone having a manic episode versus someone that's just on drugs. So I just want to leave that there.
Can I respond real quick? Just 30 seconds, please.
Go ahead.
Okay. Denise, I work very closely with our police department in my town. We actually make sure that they come to the therapy centers and they meet the kids, and they come there every single year. I personally and other people have organized a program where autistic children in our neighborhood and our police department come to the police. They have a whole little routine. They get to play with the search and rescue dog so that the cops know who are the autistic children in this neighborhood, and adults as well, especially the ones. And I am talking about aren't trained. There are some cops that are trained. And to think, oh, just because they're trained, then they're not going to do something. I'm sorry, our cops are trained not to have racial profiling. Our cops are trained to be, to have justice and do things by law. It doesn't mean they're going to follow it. And in my world, as I do have a child on the spectrum, I really keep track of all of those cases. And majority of the times, it's not the white boys. So that is even all. I'm just saying, like, we were just diluting the situation, dissecting the situation in particular. Oh, is the guy wrong, not wrong? And I'm just saying, hey, listen, why are we even sitting here talking about is this guy right or wrong? Because we know that police officers do stuff that's wrong. Why, like that, it doesn't matter at this point. They're still gonna do what's wrong, trained, not trained. We do have some of those police officers, and there's no way right now to get them out. And that's a problem.
Can I get in the queue, please?
Yeah, me too.
Just go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. All right, so I'm gonna wait until all of the body cam is released. There was one that was released, but I read the transcript from the press. They had a press meeting today. The state's attorney stated that the officers didn't do anything criminally wrong, but they just opened up an administrative investigation. I read that report, and they said originally he was charged with not wearing a seatbelt, and then that charge was dismissed. Now, I'm gonna believe my lying eyes, so the police officer, because I could have sworn I saw the police officer take him up and unlock the seatbelt during that video. I don't believe anything until I see all of the information. In addition to that, I find it weird that the young man did not file charges at all. In fact, he pled guilty. So if he had any type of Morse training or any of that, I would think that he would have given a definitive defense, pled not guilty, and lawyered up right away. He sounds like he doesn't really know his rights, because this lawsuit seems to be just recently filed, and this case happened in February. I land.
Yeah, I didn't see where he pled guilty. I know he was found guilty for resisting officer without violence and driving. What is
Both there today to jail and to try to serve 2 days.
February 28th.
I was just getting him up.
Yes.
February 28th, he pled guilty to
5 months ago.
driving on a suspended license and resisting without violence.
Okay, I started to read it.
It appeared as if he didn't lawyer up. It appeared as if
Well, he was guilty, so he was supposed to file. What are we talking about right now?
But I'm gonna make it real clear. Let me put this
It was proof that his license was suspended.
What's going on? Yeah, you know what you plead not guilty and try to get guilty or whatever.
It's right, everybody is saying to get off the mic.
Yeah, I'm just saying that it appears as if he just lawyered up. This occurred February 19th or February 16th or something, 5 months ago. And this is just hidden with attorneys. And what I'm saying is, in the original report, they said he was charged with not wearing a seatbelt, and that charge was later dropped. And I'm asking you, who to believe, your lying eyes or the cops? Because did we not see them unlock the seatbelt off him?
Yeah, we did.
Well, why was it?
It wasn't a point.
Why was it dropped, Levon?
Because they probably lied. That's all I can ask.
No.
So I'm not saying the whole case. I'm talking specifically about the seatbelt. That's not
Right, but I mean, in law, things are dropped for multiple reasons. I don't think we should assume that. Like, I've had cases where you drop something just as a plea bargain. I mean, there's so many reasons behind something. There's sometimes the state even decides to drop it on their own, right, without reason, because they may think they don't have the evidence, or they don't want to spend their money to do it. There's multiple reasons, so I don't want to assume about that.
Okay, but did we not see them take him on the
That's
seatbelt?
what land. Yeah. We saw it. But like you said,
that's all
the whole video.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay, I got you. But to your point, we didn't see the whole video. There's many times people put on. I'm not saying he did this, but there's multiple times people put on seatbelts when they start recording. So that, I mean, that's not the people there.
But I've also said I want to read the seatbelt.
Let me just finish. I don't want to go around that. I want to go around that. It's more about the conversation Dr. Guys was having too, because as I'm now 48, I spent a lot of time in law and teaching education and psychology, right? So part of my fight in Chicago and New York has been about this balance between compliance, right? But also the ability for us to exercise our rights, right? But I agree, based on data, I have to agree with Dr. Guys because people are dying over this thing, right? So I agree on its surface, right, that we need to be teaching. All of us need to be learning. I mean, regardless of, because this is the state, this is like state endorsed violence to me, because of the laws, both federally and state, that protect these officers, who many of them, like we've heard earlier, have ganged up. Like, if you think about just the criminal definition of a gang, now the law does a good job of saying criminal gang, because a gang could be a fraternity or a sorority, right? The key difference is that you have to have 3 or more people, right? And you have to be involved in criminal activity. By definition and by case law, we see police, right, in 3 or more, right, come together and collude, and they commit actual crimes, right? So it's not far-fetched for me to call police a gang. I add that to the fact that my life experience has been that certain people can't engage in their rights, right? So when I see police, violate First, Fourth, Fifth, amendment rights of people, I get upset. But Dr. Goss is correct. You can challenge that later, right? Many times it isn't hard to get that stuff handled if you have video, but there's times when we don't have video, right? So in my experience, I believe, no proof, that there's more evidence of police, causing more harm and breaking rights than the drivers. The drivers are the people who in my experience, don't know the law. The police are the ones who are trained and not in conviction of law, right? But in suspicion of breaking of the law. What I see often is a suspicion, right? I see a charge and I see an execution all during a police stop. That is not legal whatsoever, right? So I'm saying that we have to figure out this balance between how do we protect our young men, who mostly, and now in Chicago especially, increase in young black women, but how we protect our kids, our teenagers, and young adults, and even adults, all of us, right, from gang activity, right, while within the law, right, but at the same time trying to figure out how to get home at the same time, right? So I'm looking for more solutions around. For me, my only success in cases like this, and my friends' cases like this, other lawyers, is we have video, right? Sometimes we have sound, we have audio, we have all these things that we have. So part of my training for young people is to, especially if you have an iPhone, if you have one of those Androids, I don't know how they work, but we can set up alerts. Like when I get pulled over, I just simply say to my phone, hey, I got pulled over. It starts a video, it texts a bunch of people, lets people know what's going on, where I am, what's happening. Like those things like that help someone like me on the legal side protect you when you bring it to court. And I'll just land there.
That was good, Corey.
But I want to say I'm highly upset about people in these comments who keep saying things like he should just comply. I agree with you, but when I hear he should just comply, that sounds like something the police are doing correct, right? And we need, I'm gonna stop talking because Dr. G is still correct, but I'm trying my best to fight police violence. It's hard when people don't recognize what police are doing wrong and want to just point to the victims. Or not just victims, even criminals. Criminals have rights too in this country. That's hard for us to agree with, right? Even murderers get rights. I know we, in this world of Trump, where like, he wants only, like, if you're an immigrant, you don't have rights. He's wrong. The Constitution says anyone in this land has rights, or certain rights. So I'm just trying to figure out how we can understand that black people have rights too, and we can exercise them. We can actually use them, but Dr. G is still correct. You gotta get your ass home.
I get that.
I like this. Oh, go ahead.
I get that. That was what I was saying earlier about the conversations about this comply are very bothering to me, because at the end of the day, it's like, even if you comply, you still run into the chance of rogue cops. And I'm not saying it's every cop, so let me be clear, but there are rogue cops, and we do have a broken police system. I remember that I remember in doing criminal justice, one of the things that they talked about was the broken window theory. And, if the cop sees a broken window, he automatically goes and he checks to see what's going on, and then he checks to see what's going on. And we forgot about community policing in the process. It's like we don't figure out who's in the community. Half of the people, or police officers, don't even live in the communities that police. So we're over policed on some level, and a lot of times we run into these situations where we're constantly telling our kids, comply, 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 do what you're supposed to do. And I'm not saying in all instances, because there are some situations that are problematic, but again, we gotta stop thinking that it's okay to keep saying comply and we allow police officers to beat the crap out of especially black men, young black men, older black men, our children. They are killing us. It is problematic.
Rez, can you just give me an example though? I'm gonna let you go. Let me just ask this and then it's all small. Rez, if you could just answer, because I get the whole thing. I think we're exaggerating when people are saying comply. I think you guys are exaggerating what people are trying to say when we're telling our young men to comply. You guys are making it seem like we're saying ignore your rights, just comply, shut up and bow down to. I don't think that's fair for y'all to be doing that. So when you're saying that we shouldn't just be saying comply, comply, comply. Give me a situation you get pulled over where you wouldn't comply.
But I gave you that situation earlier, and I told you it happened to me. And I was very clear with you that I come home. You asked me the question, I'm going to answer you, JD. You asked me the question, I'm going to answer you. You said to me about this complying conversation I had and gave you my actual situation that happened to me, that I complied the entire time. I'm being called a nigger the entire time. And I'm literally saying nothing to this police officer. I'm like, what in the heck is going on? I've given him my daggone.
Right. So I'm not cutting you off. I remember your story. So my question is, why did you comply? Why didn't you just not comply?
Why would I not comply?
Because that's what you're up here talking. I mean, I'm not
Microphone says you ain't gonna be talking loud with him. That's a man. Go ahead and talk to him.
That's not what I'm saying.
That's a fact.
That's not what I'm saying, JD. I'm saying to you that we keep using the word comply, and we're acting as though that the flip side to that is not that there aren't people that comply and still have problems. What I discussed earlier, which is what I said, was that we need to look at the laws and changing qualified immunity and putting ourselves in a position where you don't have police officers that are jumping from one place to the other. You have these terrible police officers that have had all kind of internal investigations done on them. They've been found guilty of all kinds of rogue shit, and they jump from one police place to the other.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, they're still doing the same shit.
No, I get what you're saying, but I just don't think comply with people, at least in this context, in this room, are saying comply, that they're saying don't do nothing. I don't. Go ahead.
Well, let me ask some legal. Just a couple legal.
Walking around just being black is a crime to some people.
Right.
And you guys left the back door open. I told you guys to close the back door open. At 8 p.m. You guys gotta close the back door. Come on.
I'm always in police. I'm always welcome to police space.
Oh, Lord of mercy. Real quick on this compliance. I'm gonna be showing you.
Mute up.
Native American, okay?
Aurora, you're interrupting the stage.
So this is a couple examples of compliance that leads to some additional charges that I don't think means we don't get to apply Fourth Amendment rights, right? So just to be clear, in Florida, right? Because this is where this took place, right? I looked at their laws, right? Because I'm not based in Florida, right? But my parents live there. So when I look at Florida, right? When he was asked out of his car, and I think a gentleman mentioned it before about the Supreme court case. I think it was Pennsylvania Mims you brought up, and then there's an additional one in '97 with Wilson in Maryland, right? Florida though has some additional rules about him stepping out of his car, which is why I think they're going to challenge some of these things. He definitely was guilty of the suspended license, right? But here's the point: when a cop pulls you over, it must be a lawful stop, right? Anything, if it's not a lawful stop, anything after that can be thrown out, right? So that's why cops want to be clear. And me if I was a prosecutor or a supervisor, please make more lawful stops, right? And I want to add on that there are quotas that cops have, right? There used to be a 20 and 1, 20 tickets, 1 arrest that cops were given in LA and New York to do, right? So I want to be clear about this compliance piece, right? When you comply to a cop, right? When he says something like, hey, can I search your car? And you comply with a yes, right? You're not offering him to find other things that he can arrest you for, right? Things that you may not have no illegal, right? Now,
Corey, dialogue with me. Them asking you a question, can I search your car? You have the option to say yes or no, versus them saying, hey, get out of the car. That's when I think when people talk about compliance.
Well, the rule, by the way.
Exactly, JD. Exactly, JD.
When somebody asking you, can I search your car? Well, of course I'm going to say no. That's not you complying. Me saying no would not make me not compliant. I have the right to say no. So that doesn't mean
you comply. To be clear, cops in most manuals it says, can you step out of the car? Cops can do a bunch of cops command all they want, right? Right. But in legal terms, right, you ask people to do things, right? Even all right. So for example, let me finish my sentence so you get my point. Let me just finish and get my point. If a cop sees you commit a crime, he's allowed to give commands, right? There's no longer suspicion. Right, you have it. Even in some court cases, right, and the Supreme Court agrees with this. If there is reasonable suspicion, right, something that any reasonable person, like anyone on the stage, suspicion, right? If you can reasonably articulate the right suspicion or the crime that's being committed by you, you can actually give commands, right? So you should maybe read police manuals, right? Now, a lot of times you have to ask. Even we have to ask for some things that we're not sure about, like, am I free to go? Right, because I'm gonna be detained and I'll be arrested. Like, there's rules to all these things, right? I'm only saying skirting the rules.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
You in more trouble.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. It's just like I said. When people are saying comply, in the context that I was hearing in this room was the way people wanted their children to behave. And but I get you. I don't disagree. But I'm gonna let Sloan have it. Sloan, it's all you, Sloan.
Yeah, that's okay. We went past the point. It's fine. Thanks.
JD, you said it perfectly. When somebody is telling you what to do, that's when you comply. When they're asking you a question, you are complying when you answer the question. You're not refusing to answer the question. You're answering the question. So that's still a form of compliance. But I think one of the things you need to understand is your rights, right? When they're asking you, can I search your car? My answer is going to be no, you cannot search my car. That's it. I'm complying in that point, right? I'm staying within my boundaries of the law. So the more that you understand the law, the better off you will be. And if you are riding dirty, and if nobody knows what riding dirty means, riding dirty is suspended license and some motherfucking dope in your pocket, right, nigga? When you sliding like that, that's when you fucking comply. The fuck?
But also, if you come on from a party and you have one drink, right, and some people's blood levels can go above the legal limit, right? So let's be clear, we all ride dirty sometimes. Let's not make it these extreme crimes.
No, speak for yourself. I don't ride dirty. You're wrong.
I'm not saying you, well, me either. I'm not,
I just said we all.
Come on. We all a general term, meaning I'm not pointing to anyone in particular, but people do these things where they do things where they can be in trouble. But the law is to protect all of us, not just police officers too, right? So cops have to follow certain rules to get to that point. You are wrong. I'm not saying you're not wrong. You're definitely wrong for driving drunk or above the law, the legal limit of the law. I'm not saying you're wrong about that, right? But the laws are also made to protect you in cases where police can do overreach. I'm just saying, that's all I'm saying. But you're absolutely right.
But the law also allows you to I think
when the people comply, it's just that you can't ridicule that with, like, people don't want to stand up for their rights. That's all I'm saying. I mean, the context of the room was very clear on the people that were talking about comply. The context was very clear, but then it was purposely ridiculed, like, you don't want to stand up for your rights. I mean, come on, that was the point.
Exactly.
Sir, I'm the officer. I'll pull you over. Ready? I think I'll just pull you over.
to be
Step out of your car.
Why you asking me to sit out of my car?
All right. Well, wait. I asked. Okay, now it's my turn. Get out the car.
Is that a lawful order and why?
Get out of the car. Because remember that guy was asking questions too. Get out of the car. I'll tell you.
Is that a lawful order?
I'll tell you when you get out of the car.
Call your cars. I don't have to get out the car.
He said that too. He said that too. Get out of the car.
Yeah, but that was his.
Sorry, then I have to.
Now command has been given, and now
I'm going to comply with that command, but I'm gonna definitely object. Like, this isn't legal. I'm already going to be. I'm having my phone reading or running at that time. I'm going to be recording, and I'm stepping out of the car.
I'm with you when I'm with you. I mean, in that case, I agree with you. I'm with you when I'm with you.
Can I ask
You can also remain quiet and be, sometimes, at least here where I live in Texas, I'm trying to make it home. My grandmother always taught me, and just here recently, there was a guy that had his hands up, and they shot at him. He complied, still got shot, right? My folks said always do the best to make it home, especially in a state like this one. You can comply and officers still act some kind of way. The best way is certainly, be silent if you can, because you don't have to say nothing. You know what I mean? You can, just sit there and not do anything. But, at the end of the day, there are people who have done that. You have the right to remain silent. Anything that is used against you, right, that can be held up in court, right? So those are things that I certainly, understand. When I'm driving and all that stuff, I also keep, current laws and stuff dealing with driving in the glove compartment. So I know, okay, this needs to be current. Same with gun laws. Hey, man, that's on the back of my door. Every year that laws are updated, I try to stay current to the best of my ability. If I'm operating a vehicle and if I'm operating a weapon, what is the laws in compliance for me to have these items? So I make sure that I am doing the best that I can to be in compliance when I'm using that item or a car or whatever. And including my person, I try to do the best that I can. And, I got, pulled over by the police. That was a friend of mine that was driving. I said, don't yell, don't do all that other kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Because some people do. They have, you may have an attitude or whatever, but they didn't. They, essentially told us that something wasn't working, a light on our car, and they told us, hey, you got to, get this done. They gave us a warning ticket and let us go. But what if we both would have had an attitude or whatever? We would not work out for us. So I do try to be, the best that I can. And so far, I haven't had any issues with the police or anything like that, or any of that. Because I also keep those laws in my hand at all times, man. I don't care where I'm at. I try to keep that in the glove compartment or just keep that small book in my backpack. Yes, sir. That's the way I do it. That way I know that I'm in compliance with laws that I try to follow to the best of my ability. Am I saying everybody should carry a small little book that has laws in it? No, but at least you can maybe study some of it and understand what laws are applicable in your state. It's helped me out so much. And of course, I work with the police and stuff here to put together events, rallies to make sure people are safe. So everything I do have to make sure it is in compliance with the law because I'm responsible for people's safety. So yeah, I got to work with the police.
I think the issue.
So can I just, Lisa? Okay, I just want to get in queue after you, work your training.
No, you go first. Go first. It's the training that
So
a lot.
Okay, so the one thing that I think is missing in this conversation, right? I hear the fact that we're saying this is what we should do. We should take on responsibilities. The cops need to hear their stuff. The one thing I'm not hearing, and this is irritating, is if we do decide that we want to teach our youth, how the fuck are we going to do it, and when are we going to fucking do it? We're going to talk our asses off tonight, all the different permutations of what we can do. But at the end of the day, where are we going to say, hey, kid, you need to learn about the law before you go to this PWI. You need to know about the law before you go to this high school. Where are we going to do it? and I have some suggestions, and I'm gonna be really quick. One, black alumni associations in colleges should be teaching this shit to incoming freshmen, because the shit gets wild in fucking colleges. Secondly, if there's a mentoring program, out of all the sessions that you have, you need to have one that focuses on law and how to make sure you can get taught to make sure you don't freak out when this shit's happening. Secondly, we got organizations like 100 Black Men. You got there's like a Sigmas. Is it the Sigmas or the Alphas? The purple ones. I forgot. They do leadership conferences with young Black men all the fucking time. When are we gonna start implementing this shit inside of our institutions? Maybe even at a church. My sons are in Boy Scouts. I'm looking at a fucking merit badge that's literally about law and crime prevention. They're already fucking doing this shit in this Boy Scout predominantly white organization and giving them awards to learn the fucking law. Let me read to you 3 things. Okay? 1, requirement 2, part C. 2 famous trials in history. That'd be nice if we could learn about our shit. Number 5, tell about several laws and where they were passed to protect consumers and sellers. How about this? Laws that protect passengers and drivers. That would be great. Number 6, part A. Attend a session of a civil or criminal court. Write a 200-word essay about what you saw. That would be great if we could take these kids and say, hey, guess what? This is what's gonna fucking happen. This is why you need to do shit. If they can't attend, record a video. There's plenty of crime TV. Let's be specific. 6B, plan to conduct a mock trial. If we can have mentors mock trial shit out, so if you encounter, you can do that. Last one. This is not uncommon. The Civil Rights Movement did it when they had their freedom riders. They prepared their people to interact with people on buses and on counters. The Black Panthers were teaching people about laws. We can do it. We've done it before. We need to do it now.
So we do that. We do
do.
that at our church, the school. We've partnered with the school districts in Dallas and Fort Worth to stop the violence. We do that through car shows, food drives. We've given away TVs, paid for college, so on and so forth, combined with secular businesses, not just religion, but secular businesses have come alongside us and said, what else can we do to try to get kids off the streets? We make sure that they have to go, and we teach.
Are you having an hour lecture? Are you having an hour lecture, and then are you having an hour lecture during a session, patting them on the back, and then letting them go out in the world? This is more than a fucking hour's worth of training.
No, we do. We do actually give those kids awards. Some of them can do ride-alongs with the actual police so that they, if they want to do that, they can do that. And so those are good, real-life skills. They can ask the police questions. A lot of times we bring the police in there.
That's not what I'm talking about. That is not going to move the needle. When you ride along with the cop, you're not forcing yourself to understand how to interact with the cop. We have a crazy cop. That's a different situation. That's a different situation.
We do teach them how to interact with the cop.
Do you hear me talking? I'm sorry. No worries. Your Honor, did you ever get a chance to get in? I don't know.
I'm gonna let it pass by. Yes, okay. I'll just say very quickly, I grew up in a very diverse neighborhood, and they were teaching this in Little League, starting at about 7 years old. Age appropriate, obviously, and then it would continue on from there, for what it's worth.
I just wanted to respond to DJ when he asked the question, in today's conversation, comply, I kind of sat and reflected on it. And I think the reason, me personally, it kind of triggers me is because a lot of times the people who justify police violence are the ones who say, well, just comply and you're going to be alive. And I think maybe subconsciously it kind of triggers, at least me, that you know what I mean?
I'm glad you saying it this triggers you because you also mentioned that you don't have to deal with police officers doing no fuck shit to you, right? So, so I'm glad that it triggers you. But this conversation is triggering a lot of us that actually dealt with police officers, and you guys are saying that complying did not get us home safely. And that's why we're able to speak on the mic today.
Man.
So I think we're getting triggered too.
Yes.
And maybe not everybody has dealt with police. You see me, I don't drive. So I don't deal with police pulling me over. But I have dealt with police coming to my home. Okay? And I have dealt with police in that way, right? And I comply. Pregnant and all, I comply. Because I know, guess what? If he's telling me, bitch, get out, pack your shit up and get out, Mel's gonna pack her shit up and get out. Or my pregnant ass is gonna be on the fucking floor. Squashed and everything, on my belly. So, this conversation has went further than we ever thought it was gonna go.
Thank you, Mel.
And I think Lisa fell asleep on the top left. That's how long it went. But I don't understand. It's like, do what you guys want with your kids. Tell your kids whatever brings them home. Whatever makes you feel better. But this is ridiculous. This really is. You guys can take the mic.
I mean, to be fair.
Well put, Mel. I don't even need to say shit.
Oh, hey Lisa, you alive up there? I just wanted to check your pulse.
See my hair, girl. I'm listening to you. I'm putting it down. I want the kids to be here today.
My mic must not work.
No, I hear the
dog. I hear you. Go ahead, girl. Go ahead, sis. You just talking over me like I don't got a voice. They do it to me all the time, bro. Go ahead, sis. You know. But I'm just that boy went home, so even though he wasn't as complicit as he needed to be, he ain't fight police. He ain't reach for nothing crazy. He held his hands up. He did all of the things. So, I mean, in that respect, he did a good enough job. I mean, I have been pulled over and arrested a few times. And I'm not going to tell you that I'm the best person at being complicit because I'm fucking human. Like, I just say something. I tend to give people the same energy that they give me. I don't really give a fuck who that person is, but that's me. I'm not telling anybody to be like me. But I do have enough wherewithal about my rights to know what and what not to do. I treat a police officer like I treat any other human being. I'm not going to put my hands on a normal human being. I'm not going to do that to a police officer. But if the police curse me, I'm gonna curse his ass back. I'm just gonna do that. If I get arrested for it, then fuck it. I'll work that shit out. But I'm not gonna do anything that's gonna get myself killed, per se. But at the same time, with the way that things are going in society and the way that police officers are human too, and the fact that they might be having a bad day, and they might just feel like you are their target and you might be the target. I mean, there's certain things that you just can't, you might not be able to talk your way out of or comply your way out of. We all know that. So, in that case, then laws should be changed, definitely. Laws definitely need to be changed. There should be some advocacy for the citizens, not just for the police. It seems like they have all of the rights to do whatever it is that they want to do. And the citizens, the normal everyday citizens who pay their taxes and pay for these police officers to work these jobs, they don't have any rights. I think that's where a lot of people are, like, on the other side, the ones that are saying, comply is not all you need to do. The people, I think that's where they're coming from. But in that case, then, we're gonna have to do some more thinking and some more reaching out. And I think that what's his name? Damn. His idea started off like a good idea, but it went places that I wasn't sure about. However, I do think that there is some room the law. Like, we know what's bad and what's good for the most part, but like the law to the extent where I don't know, like you might be driving in the rain and you don't have your headlights on. I didn't know that it was illegal to do that. I see cars do it all the time. Their headlights don't be on. Now I know. But if it's something like that we could probably teach people to do, then I think that, we might be in a better position. I don't know. I just don't want to argue with you.
I agree with teaching. Hey,
I agree, yep.
I'm with you. And for the guy who essentially was saying, and asking me, do we do this and do that? Yeah, we try and definitely do. We certainly do teach kids and others, especially adults, to the law, that kind of stuff. Because we really want people to understand, along with not just the police, but there are lawyers that we work with, so that those who are coming out of prison and those folks who want their records expunged, we help those folks understand those laws. So we do try to break things down from traffic tickets all the way up to people who've been in prison. So we do the best that we can to provide all the resources to those who can use them and those kinds of things. So and it's free. We don't charge people, none of that kind of stuff. And so we just believe in justice nights, and we believe in providing people justice under the law and using all of that and all of those tools to be able to help our citizens and people know that if they're pulled over by the police, we have a paper that also says you have the right to remain silent. If you like, really, honestly, truly, you can. So we try to make sure to have an encompassing effort to teach people. So I hope that helps as well. We'll continue to do that. We've been doing that for over 41 years, and we'll continue to do it.
Let me tell you something. When I was 11,
The urgency.
let me tell y'all, when I was 11, I turned 13 immediately because fuck 12, right? So I agree with what's her name, Ashton, when she said, don't say nothing at all, be silent. Silence is golden. I'm just gonna keep it real. Like, I done been arrested in the fucking police station, and when they was asking me questions, I had nothing to say. I'm muted in the person without the tongue. I don't have shit to talk about to you because at this point I feel like I'm violated. So if you feel violated, do a woosah, take some breathing exercises, and don't say shit and wait for your lawyer. All you need to say is lawyer, and that's the fucking, even in the car, just say lawyer, and that's it.
So Brooklyn, he could have stayed quiet and not asked for nobody to come to the vehicle and all that beautiful stuff, right? And guess what? The cops would have still broke the window, still pull him out, and decide to smack him, hit him, whatever they decided to do. He could have stood quiet like a little church mouse, and it would have still happened.
This is what I'm saying. These people are strategic as hell in how they talk to you, how they're trying to escalate you. They have tactics and strategies, and they know enough of the law to be dangerous. We know enough of the law to get our asses in trouble. We need to know more than that so we can be more strategic, so that when they try to toss something our way, we can recognize it and we know how to stir it. Not to be like, I'm going to give you this quick fix and just be quiet. They got answers for that. They are constantly training each other how to circumvent shit. What are we doing to figure out how do we move in that space? And Ashton, I want to be very, very clear with you. I appreciate what you're doing. The criticism that I have, because I've seen some of these workshops before, is a lot of the times what they're trying to do is to get you comfortable around police officers. They're not trying to tell you when shit goes crazy, how do you know how to take control of the situation and steer it in a direction where you can make it, where you can come home. And I mean, you need to know the laws, and if they are just saying fuck you and fuck the laws, then you need to have a plan B to figure out, okay, I'm not working in law, how do I keep myself safe and still be compliant? So when I go to court, I can get what I deserve. I can get my justice. Right now, it's not about justice, it's about survival.
If we teach you not to
I have a question for the stage. I have a question for the stage. For all the people that have died in the hands of police officers, what percentage would you say complied out of all the videos we have seen?
That's what I'm saying. We need to go beyond complying.
I mean, way too many.
No, I'm responding because Katrina in the chat. My point was that even when people comply 100%, they still get killed or beaten.
So my question is, out of all the videos we have seen, what is the percentage of people complying and them being killed or beaten? That is the question. So when I say complying, when somebody tells you to get out the vehicle, you get the fuck out the vehicle. When somebody tells you to shut the fucking car off, you shut the fucking car off. When somebody tells you, hand me your fucking wallet, where's your registration, where's your fucking license, you hand it. Doing all, don't move. Put your hands up. This is all shit of complying. How many people have died when they gave them all the, I'm asking, because clearly you guys know more about complying than we do. So I'm asking the question to everybody that's fighting back complying.
Well, I remember the one guy that was in the car with his girlfriend, his daughter, and he was complicit. And you know, when he told the police officer that he had a gun, and he told him,
Antoine.
yeah. That he told him that he was getting his registration or whatever out the glove compartment, and he was following all of the rules, and he still shot him. So, yeah. So I mean, this is a slippery slope, y'all.
This is what I'm talking about.
Hold on, Dan.
You should have got out of the car. You should have asked him, can I get out of the car? And then let him take the gun from him. That's what you should have did.
So that was hard to use those type of situations because it's almost equivalent to like being in the wrong place at the wrong time, right? It's almost like equivalent to being at a place where there's going to be a mass shooting, right? If you get in a situation,
nothing you can do about it.
Right? It's like that you can do about it. So it's
practice and rehearse and become.
You can't teach non-compliance because, like I said, those are rarity situations that you can't teach that. It would be just unfortunate. It's unfortunate if you end up in that type of situation. But I mean, you can't. There's no way you can teach your kids how to deal with something like that. That's like trying to teach. I hate to use kids in this, but like if you're at a movie theater and someone comes in and starts shooting, the only thing you can do is run, hide. I mean, that's why the lesson I think everything's trying to say here is comply. And I got the whole things of what Dan's trying to say with teaching your rights and all that. But at the end of the day, you can know all your rights. You still don't have to comply at the end of the day. I mean, if they're violating your rights, physically, I mean,
I'm in a truck because of the noise.
You gotta do mock scenarios, and you gotta escalate it. You gotta do mock scenarios, you gotta escalate it to the highest as possible again, and they have to be trained.
No, because nobody answered my question, right?
Well, they 90% of the videos that I have seen and the incidents that I have seen, people actually comply.
90% of the videos.
That's not true. That's not true. It's not true.
I'm not saying
It's not true.
See,
90. Come on.
Yeah, you guys are wild.
Unfortunately, most of the time, there's very minor non-compliance. It's very minor non-compliance.
You guys been arguing about complying for how long already?
I said you can comply and still express, tell me the reason why you arrested me and requested a supervisor as you're compliant. That's my stance. You don't magically lose your.
And guess what? They can tell you the supervisor's at another stop. The supervisor's busy. So what you gonna do then?
But I did, listen, I said still comply, but that doesn't preclude you from asking for.
Okay, love. And what if at that point I tell you the supervisor is at another location?
But I said 3 times now, still comply. Did I not?
That's not what I've been hearing from you, Katrina and Rez. You guys been.
I have been very clear. I said, it's all in the chat. I said, you can comply, but that doesn't mean you cannot ask for a supervisor As you comply, go look in the chat. I've been saying that from day one.
You should have let that fly, Devon. And see that message.
What?
You should have just let that fly.
I think that's also what Katrina was saying too.
I just want to.
Yeah, I wasn't saying not to comply at all. I was actually saying, yes, you survive in the moment, but as we were talking, what can you do about it because your right to work violated? Then it's like, oh, well, you can sue them. Well, and my argument was, well, right now the laws that we have qualified immunity. A lot of these cops don't get the justice that they deserve.
I think now the conversation mentality. We're in power.
You got, I know I'm not everything. These women have been arguing all this time.
Right.
Like, what are we talking about? The police officer was speaking. They were speaking over the police officer. They were interrupting the police officer. Few people cursed. Like, what are we talking about right now? I was mic'd down all this time. And that's why I don't like to. I'm the type of person, I'm like a fucking bomb. I hold, and I fucking explode. Because this is the shit I've been hearing all this time. And now the fucking bomb just exploded.
I never disrespected. Put a name at it. I never disrespected them.
I didn't. What I said, you three women have pushed, once again, you three women, Katrina, Rez, and LaVon, been pushing back this whole conversation for 3 fucking hours. That's what I said.
The police officer.
Listen to me. Listen to me. Are you going to listen to me?
I'm standing on.
Are you going to listen? Okay, so you're not going to listen. Is that what you're saying? You're not going to listen. What I said is that you guys was pushing back for the last 3 hours. I heard who cursed. Katrina said a curse. Rob said multiple curses. You did not curse. Do I gotta fucking be detailed? Once again, you three been pushing back. I'm sure the stage and the crew would agree on that. We started this conversation for this long. For what reason? For what fucking reason?
I don't think this conversation should last this long.
This is crazy.
I also don't think that they were saying not to comply. I think this is what I interpreted from your
I
conversation.
never said you cursed, so why are you putting that in the chat? Are you listening with your RN ears? Open your motherfucking ears! Open your fucking ears! I didn't say you fucking cursed. I said Rez and fucking Katrina. Did you hear me now? What the fuck? Gee. Nah, bro, because we tired of fucking hearing them three. Why do you think we're crashing out? We fucking tired. Everybody's tired of hearing them.
I get it, right?
Shit.
And I see where you're coming from, because they did overtake the conversation.
And that's why I told people to do whatever the fuck they want with their kids.
It's crazy when I'm the same one in the conversation. This is really, really crazy how I'm the same one.
Alright, no.
I do want to say this, right? I noticed the people that.
LaVon, you was pushing back on the. Do I gotta speak to you in your fucking language? Do I gotta speak to you in your fucking language? You don't understand what I'm saying?
No.
You've been pushing back all this time. All that fucking noise in your background. You was pushing back.
Oof.
Are you fucking shitting me?
Oof. Alright, Gemini, what was you saying, Gemini?
I was just going to say, I noticed the people that are pushing back against the comply are mostly women, like most of the men.
Don't feel bad for my husband. My husband's doing good. He got a good ass wife. Okay? Do me a favor. I don't know who the fuck you are. Don't speak on my husband. Respect.
Let's put him out.
Okay?
Let's just
Fall the fuck back.
I'll remove him. Where is it?
Fuck out. I don't know who the fuck that is.
You sound crazy, though. Calm down.
LaVon, go suck some dick. That's what you need to go do. That's what you need to go do. That's what you need to go do.
You feel better?
That's what you need to go do. You know what the fuck you was doing all this time. You want to do a replay? We could do the replays. We can close this room right now and we could do the replays. We could shut this down right.
All right. So this is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to do.
We could do the replays.
LaVon,
Don't play with me. Because everybody fucking said you've been talking all this time. Fuck about it.
I placed you in the Google LaVon personally because when Mel was talking, you said put a name on it.
Like I didn't say all 3 of their fucking names. Are you dumb?
And then
then it escalated to you asking questions about, I never cursed and so on and whatever. So that's the reason why when we have a conversation.
I don't know why y'all women be playing with me. I don't know why y'all be playing with me.
It just escalates the situation. I'm trying to diffuse the situation, okay? So in the midst of diffusing, Gemini, what were you saying?
I wanted to say something too.
I'll wait for Brooklyn. Go ahead, Brooklyn.
Go ahead, Brooke.
I just want to show you how easy it is for people to just blow up because it's the simplest shit. And y'all didn't even have to argue about this. All you have to do is tell them to just be quiet. We get it. We heard you. You comply in your situation and it didn't work for you and here you are even though you're still alive. We got it. I didn't get from them that they were telling you not to comply with this. What I heard from them was that even when you do comply, bad things still happen, and it does. I don't think we should argue about it. And it's crazy that I'm the fucking.
You know, Mel always gotta say what everybody's thinking behind their mic. And that's the difference between me and other people. I'm gonna say what everybody's fucking thinking. Shut the fuck up already.
I say that too. I just don't even let them continue. I just stop them right there.
Brooklyn, you're not helping the situation right now. Brooklyn, you're not helping. All right, what's going on?
Go ahead. I'll go ahead. Well, I was going to say is most of the pushback on comply came from women, and I think there's a reason for that. Because as men, we're faced with those situations. It's our reality, right? We don't have white woman privilege.
Lavon, keep on. Your ass will never enter this room again. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me, Lavon, because you'll never come into the room again. You're gonna have to go look for 2 other houses to hang out in. Don't play with me.
Patty says we need to change the subject.
Because she wanna be in the chat. Her old ass wanna be in the chat. Get the fuck out of here.
Let's
change the subject.
5-minute silence.
Don't play with me.
5-minute silence. Let's move on.
Because this is getting ridiculous.
I'm ghetto and I'm hood. I'm not a bitch. She's a bitch. No, I'm fucking hood and I'm fucking ghetto and I'll drag your ass if need to be. Okay? Thank you. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. Stop fucking playing with me.
Just relax.
I hate that. If you ain't gonna talk on the stage, don't be in the chat. Go work. Go work. Go take care of your patients.
All right, so nobody's saying nothing else about the situation. Let's keep it moving. What's going on? So what about the MLK files? Did y'all read that? Saying that Gerard, you said something.
I was going to finish what I was saying, if it's okay.
Okay, go ahead.
I think we should go to a different subject.
Damn, I think you should shut up.
Let the moderators moderate.
What you say, Patty?
Quiet though, please don't.
Just a suggestion.
No, you fuck the patients. You don't have patients.
You know that my
Can I turn it like a few degrees? I do want to say one thing.
No, everybody keep talking over Gemini. Gemini is about the fucking talk, and that's what the fuck is about the fucking period.
Gemini, light this stage up. Don't deny these motherfuckers. Period.
Man, y'all making me want to light this page up. I'm going to try to bring confidence to y'all. Y'all said everything that needed to be said at First Lady, and Mel already said everything that needed to be said. So I'm with you.
I came when I
Thank you, Gemini.
I came when I work. I'm at work, so I came when I So, when I be crashing out, we try to keep me out of the room without thinking.
Oh, Lord, now.
Nothing wrong with everybody crashing out. So
there's updates from the judge.
Since Mel, don't do that. Don't be rude. Since Mel crashed out, so we don't consider her crash out up in here one or 2 times, all right? So what we're not gonna do in here after if another mom crash out, won't be kicking.
All right, Dad, crash out, baby. Crash out. You next. You next. First lady. What the hell is here? First lady. Don't call my name out.
This room is called No Seatbelts. Fuck it.
Wait, I want to say something to First Lady. It's only the second day. Is it? Is it my second day? Have we done 24 hours yet? I don't know if I actually done that.
It might not be a full 24. Like, that's
It's
good.
right. I ain't even done 24 hours. Look, you done already hit the
I don't play with any young kids like that. Don't play with them like that. I'm older than them.
I don't know what's
Okay.
going on. Okay, Y'all, so
So you know,
y'all all need to take
you
a
know, harder
than
than
everybody.
Brooklyn passed me that lunch.
Daddy speaking. This is her room. Daddy speaking. Go.
This ain't my room.
Damn, shut
That's top left, man. Top left is not even running her room. This is crazy. Lisa, you see what happens? You left us.
All right, Lisa, go.
Crash, Lisa, crash.
Way too much though.
Doing way too much.
Okay. Y'all cool?
Lisa.
Coming up down. So what else happened today besides that chick?
Okay, so you know Harvard went to court about the funding that was being pulled back, and I do have to play. Mom, sure to make jokes. I'm gonna play this clip real quick so we can get it somewhere. Yeah. So we got it in the music mode. I don't even know. I just pulled something quick, cause y'all.
She could have something random like talk about this.
Right.
Is not dissipating drama around the DOJ files of the notorious sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, including top House Democrat Hakeem Jeffries.
What are they hiding from the American people? Release the files.
While House Speaker Mike Johnson today stressed Republican unity.
There is no daylight between the House Republicans, the House, and the President on maximum transparency.
But more questions on the White House driveway about whether the FBI will open its files after the president said he wants grand jury testimony about Epstein released following pressure from his own MAGA base. Is the president satisfied that his own supporters are not heeding his call to let it go and to move on?
I know the president would reject that, Kelly. In fact, he cited over the weekend some polls showing that his approval rating with the Republican Party is actually at an all-time high.
Will he call on Cash Patel to do more?
Sorry, y'all. That was God.
Iran is not dissipating drama around the DOJ files of the notorious sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, including top House Democrat Hakeem Jeffries.
What are they hiding from the American people? Release the files.
While House Speaker Mike Johnson today stressed Republican unity.
There is no daylight between the House Republicans, the House, and the President on maximum transparency.
But more questions on the White House driveway about whether the FBI will open its files after the president said he wants grand jury testimony about Epstein released following pressure from his own MAGA base. Is the president satisfied that his own supporters are not heeding his call to let it go and to move on?
I know the president would reject that, Kelly. In fact, he cited over the weekend some polls showing that his approval rating with the Republican Party is actually at an all-time high.
Will he call on Cash Patel to do more?
The president has told the Attorney General and the FBI Director to release any credible evidence that they find.
Well, exactly 1 year after Joe Biden dropped out of the 2024 race, his son Hunter offered a new theory about Mr. Biden's struggle at that fateful bait.
So we finally beat Medicare. Thank you, President Biden.
Blaming sleep aid Ambien taken around his foreign travel for his performance.
He's 81 years old. He's tired as They gave him Ambien to be able to sleep. He gets up on the stage, and he looks like he's a deer in the headlights.
Hunter Biden also lashed out at actor and Democratic supporter George Clooney for calling on his father to drop out of the race. Asked about that Ambien assertion, the former president's office declined to comment. Tom?
Kelly O'Donnell, our thanks to you.
So there was an interview with his son, who was
yesterday, and it was a pretty good interview. Maybe Lisa will play it later on. But yeah, there you go. Y'all.
I think Lisa's out of order. Lisa, you there?
I'm really not. I can't do this tonight. I'm really because we gonna talk where we go with this.
I don't know, Lisa, did you hear about, they released the MLK files? I said the Epstein files?
Yes, ma'am. I did hear they released, and we talked about it, the 232,000 pages of this, of the MLK, so I'm not really sure. 230,000 pages of the MLK files, so I don't know who's gonna take the time to read that, but it ain't gonna be me. I don't think it's, what's the point? I don't know where we're trying to go with it, if we're trying to embarrass him or what, but it's not really to solve anything, and nothing's gonna, I don't see any benefit to it at all, to disparage this, but that's what he's on right now. He's gonna be on Obama, and he's gonna be on anybody else that he can find to divert attention from himself, and so it's this opportunity to take down two black men at one time.
Exactly.
And ignore his movement.
Now they need one of those released.
I thought they were gonna release it to say something about possibly other people being involved in this actual assassination. But if it's not,
How you say that numbers are even like to different things in the state.
They released it so that we could have the audio files. That's all they're doing. Like the 230,000 pages and stuff. I mean, I'm not saying that there's nothing worth value in there, but it is definitely to embarrass King and to basically tell everybody, you know, we don't need to have a King holiday because King was a terrible person, blah, 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 blah. You know, King, the family knew King was having orgies, so that's really what was released.
What? Trust the family didn't get the daughter released yet, because I think when they originally was gonna release it, they actually, it was a statement that they wanted to listen to the tapes first before they were released. So that's why I'm like, I don't know, if family that y'all want to release, I'm not really into trying to read on.
right. Hey, Andre. Good to see you, brother. That's crazy.
I'm really curious to see what the CIA has probably wrote about him. The reason why I said the CIA, I know FBI focuses on national stuff, but when Martin Luther King traveled overseas, mainly when he went to India to try to talk to Gandhi and all that other stuff, the CIA had to be engaged. So I'm curious to know what they were doing, trailing and tracking them, because they had to be, and how that went into the larger collection of files about Martin Luther King. Because again, he was not just local, he was also international, and that means CIA.
Well, why would they have orgies in the files? Like, what is that about?
All that is to just tear down King's legacy. Because at the end of the day, like my man said, CIA, first and foremost, last at the same time, if that makes any sense. King was starting to become almost the united front with Malcolm X. You got two entities from different spectrums of theology trying to find a commonality, and America didn't. So they killed them. They just used people like us that look like us to infiltrate those organizations. And now Trump and whoever wants to announce his legacy and say he was this and say he was that, it's all bullshit. It's just dumbass bullshit.
Well, remember, he also was involved, he was critical of the critiquing policies of Vietnam, and people say that was also a trigger point too. So I'm curious to know, like, what they're saying about that, because they start dabbling in Vietnam, that really unseats me.
Yeah, so,
Wasn't that when a drug experiment didn't went right? That's why they came back with all the heroin.
What?
I'm sorry, what? What?
I don't understand what you just said.
How's that tested to Kino?
So, yeah,
How's that tested?
we thought we were heroin, and that's what
I misunderstood what you said. Really. I was just saying that when you said and I'm proud to be an American. I love it here. Let's just call a spade a spade.
So a lot of people don't know that the FBI, like, they were harassing King. And I said this maybe the other day, but they sent his wife pictures, you know, of his philandering, because he was a philanderer. And they also sent pictures to King, and they wrote him a letter that said, you know, you should kill yourself. Because they were threatening to blackmail him. And, you know, they knew that, I mean, King's image was definitely like a religious leader, somebody upstanding, quality marriage and children, you know what I mean, and things like that. And they basically were telling him, and basically they literally put in the letter, kill yourself. Because, you know, they knew that he had his image to uphold, and they wanted to demolish his image, and so sending him that was a way of blackmail.
Yeah, this is definitely red meat for MAGA, because they can't stand King. They got a holiday. Now, if all of the information about his orgies, his affairs, whatever, just wait. This is a ticking time bomb. It's a ticking time bomb. They're gonna come back with all this bullshit. I think there are already documentaries out there about this part of his life. So as I said, Donald Trump is using this, you know, anything he can at this point in time to discredit the black man that we hold up to esteem, that we damn near worship, and they're gonna tear him down. That's what I see in the future, and just wait, because they released them, I think, yesterday. So,
Oh, it was released yesterday? It wasn't a trial. I thought it was today.
it could have been today. I'm just overwhelmed. We have so much stuff we've been talking about, and you know what it is? I'm up till 4 o'clock in the morning, so it could be yesterday or today.
My thing is, that's not the first time that I've heard about King on his activities. Because if I'm not mistaken, Henry Ford had if it's Henry Ford, don't go near that. Has exposed to certain things about King anyway. So for me, that's not the first time I've heard what you guys just spoke about.
Who is Henry Ford?
Henry Ford was one of the that's the president. Not Ford, but what was the guy? What was the guy named? He used to be the place that this isn't the CIA. Jimmy Hoover. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so he had done a lot of investigation, and he had a lot of shit on him. So it's not the first time that I've heard that.
Who was dressing up in women's clothes.
That is correct. That is correct.
I'm telling you, these hypocrites are just unbelievable. You know, it's cool you want to do that. It's cool, whatever. But how are you just gonna justify going after somebody and
You know, right now that black men don't cheat, so that's the goddamn.
Well, I'm not not saying it was a lie, because somebody on the stage just said.
I'm saying it is, I don't believe it for a second, I do not believe anything they say about that man. Not the CIA, nope.
Well, they're trying to recreate history. They're trying to make a darker noir MLK story. And what better to attack somebody who doesn't have the ability to fight back? That is really what this is about. We're attacking a man who cannot fight back, and they have documents that they could have fabricated, whatever. And now they're going to use that against him to tarnish his name. So it's despicable. It's
So how do you guys feel about that? Because I think the families gonna spend a lot of their time, if they choose to, or are they gonna just let it go down the way it is, just stay on mute and be cute, or are they gonna have to defend? Because they knew about it before these were even released. They knew what was in those. What could have been in
The
those.
foundation is at risk. The MLK Foundation is at risk right now. So if they're gonna try to take that down, if they can take down the foundation, then they can take down his legacy.
They're trying to take down the statue, take that out of it.
Well, that's another reason why.
Here's what I think. The people don't have to stand up to all of the stuff that they're doing. I mean, we know what they're doing. We can't stop them from what they're doing. But we do have we can react by not reacting and letting them win. And not letting it, why does it have to damage whatever you said, the foundation system, or take down this foundation? It doesn't have to. It's an administration. It's not America. And I know that's easier said than done, but we gotta get. Why does it have to take it down? We literally watched this man be lifted back up like, he has 9 damn lives. Teflon Don doesn't even begin, but it's because they lift him back up. So why are we gonna do the same thing? That's all I'm saying.
It's gonna be revenge. It's gonna be revenge. We tore down Confederate statues. Now they want to take down his statue.
Where did
Trump is paying for the
Where did you guys see that he was sitting there?
Just saying.
I'm asking.
I think there's gonna be a connection. Give it 6 months. Watch. Give it 6 months. If they can tear down his enemies, then they're gonna be like, why do we need to erect him up on this such and such?
So are you admitting that you're making this up and you have not read this or heard this? This is something that you are feeling.
I am feeling, based on the despicableness of this man, I think that because he's already trying to dance around renaming military bases after Confederate people, he's trying to appease. He's dancing. And you can tell. He's already sent out a video arresting Obama. What makes you think that probably has not crossed his mind?
Well, he did. Trump did. I saw a headline either yesterday or the day before. He did remove something Martin Luther King Jr. from the White House. I don't know if it was his bust or something like that. Do y'all remember seeing that?
Yeah. He just from the whole downstairs or something.
He's so petty.
He's saying that
You gotta be careful knowing that the stuff goes. I honestly think that, if I was like the PR person looking advising the King family, I'd rather say nothing. That's what you want to do. There's no reason to call attention to it. Or attack Trump back. Like, Martin Luther King is beloved. You really think Donald Trump is going to want to fight with Martin Luther King? Like, I just don't see that happening. So they came back at him with something like, it's just another example of a small man trying to tear down a great man. back to that. He's gonna do a social post on Truth Social. Like, what are we gonna do?
Right, that's how
Like, I don't think you can keep up with King. With Donald Trump. He's Martin Luther King. Like, this isn't a competition.
Oh, but
But you want a Nobel Peace Prize, and Don did.
he wants to tear down Barack Obama. I don't think there's no black man in his hairs, in his sights, that he's not gonna at least try. It might not even be him. He might just dole that out to somebody else and keep this drumbeat going because
This could all.
and I just want to know how we're gonna respond as a community. There, once again, because we're the ones who are endowed with protecting his legacy. I don't know. I don't know how this is gonna happen, but they released them. People are reading them as we speak. We're not reading them. I don't even know where the hell they are. And 230 pages. How are we gonna get through it? If there is audio out there, that's being listened to. And I don't know why everybody always thinks that, this stuff is just going to go away. No, it's not going to go away. The thing with Obama, they're going to juice that. They're going to keep on juicing it until they get as much as they get. Pam Bondi, listen, Pam Bondi then put herself on the line right there too. So just to say they brought it up today and it's going to be gone tomorrow, even with the Obama stuff, she just stepped out on a fucking cliff. She got to do something. She gonna try to juice it as much as she possibly can, and don't matter who, how, what, it hurts. For both of them.
Next.
Well, why is it so easy to release the MLK files? So why is it so easy to release his files and not the Epstein? What's the problem?
So when Coretta Scott went to court years ago, they said that the release date would be 50 years from then, and that was the agreement. So with the last piece of files and what would have been the audios, those were supposed to release. Either way, they were going to be released in 2027.
True, I remember.
Right. The family's been trying to fight it, but you can't fight it because that was the agreement made in court. So regardless of the fact they were going to come out, and then you guys got to remember, there's this guy named David Garrows who wrote this book. There was other stuff that's been released, so all you had to do is put two and two together. So like when they released, there was a bunch of transcripts and some other shit that is based off of these audio files. Some of the stuff that was freaking me apart. So people did not fucking read and understand that shit, and he wrote a book. Then trust and believe, a lot of people's not gonna sit around and read these audios because they would have already known a lot of this shit already.
If I can jump into this also, I was just gonna say that with this whole situation, we all know this, but essentially Trump came around from the Epstein files. I keep saying that, so this is a diversionary tactic. He has some people on the playing field that has to be dealt with, but it's just he can't get away from these files and this whole thing, this battle against him or Murdoch. I think watching Media's Touch or like Lawrence O'Donnell, they're doing some good work on this, but they're talking about going up against Rupert Murdoch and his attorneys and the way they vet things before they put it out there. So if Trump wants to do it, he's going to have to do a deposition where he's going to have to explain how he knows like these things about Jeffrey Epstein and about how like the parties and all this stuff that Trump will have to actually have like a video deposition going back and forth. He can't do all this stuff. But I'm saying it to say that this MLK stuff, it's a diversionary tactic as the Obama stuff is. And I would hope, because I'm talking about like how we're going to react to this community, we are in a time of Diddy now. We're in a time of Shannon Sharp. We're in a time of scandals where all this stuff are like our people. I don't know that, and it's just that I'm just talking, but I don't know when Dr. King was doing his thing back in the 60s and the 50s, the way I feel like we looked at people, we looked at them more as deities. It's like we didn't have like the internet, we didn't have like all this information. We know that our heroes or people are flawed now. Look at how people were supporting Tyler Perry with the stuff that's going on with him. You still got people supporting Diddy. I don't know. It's a hit to his legacy, but all the good that he did, the Voting Rights Act, all the things like with the boycotts, everything he did, like Bloody Sunday getting beat up on grid, he's done a lot for the people, and I would think that people will look I just think that this is not as a nothing burger, but it shows how desperate Trump is, and he can't get away from the Epstein files. And I land on kind of where
What's negative? What's negative in the papers when somebody kind of bring me up to speed, please?
Yeah, let me tell you. So for years, well, it's just something too. I just want to say real quick, Jim. For years, there's been this thing because this word has been out about him having orgies, and there's something about where somebody would be a woman and he witnessed it. There's been like speculation in the background for years now. This is not new information.
And
So, but
Come on, white women accusations and all that stuff. Is what you're talking about?
yeah, let me let them talk about what they got. But I'm saying this.
yeah, Michael's right. So the Neighbor Girls guy actually put together the timelines when the FBI released the bit that they could release, right? So say for example, when that woman got beat, he was being followed. They had the dates and everything in a time log. So like, he put the stuff together and he freaking wrote a book. I'd have to Google the book real quick, but there's a book already out there. He's read some of the transcripts. He's probably the only person that actually really did in-depth research on all of it. Yeah. So Michael's right. It was abuse. It was extramarital affairs. It was sex orgies, sex parties.
Do you think that's why Trump moved the statue from the Oval Office to the dining room?
No, that's Trump being racist and trying to eradicate Black history. Trump, there was a picture of Martin Luther King. That's where he was.
In the kitchen.
Yeah. I can't. If the National Archives has a picture of Martin Luther King, he moved it, and I think put a picture of Richard Nixon and Elvis in place of it. It's what they're doing with trying to take stuff out of the African American History Museum that he deems offensive. This is before we got to the point where he can't run from this Epstein file thing, and he's like being desperate. He was already moving to eradicate like Black history and things that were a source of pride. Juneteenth has nothing to do with Martin Luther King, and he's like talking about why we got an extra day off, in June. So he's already been moving in that direction. This is literally just the man is flailing. Like I mentioned last night, it's like somebody in a fight, they can't fight with their eyes closed and they're just swinging their arms, hoping to hit something. Or somebody drowning and don't know how to swim. And it's like it's trying to tread water, and it's like slowly, but this mofo is done this Epstein shit, so it's like whatever he does, he's going, he's going to try to do whatever he can. He's desperate as fuck, and so he's going to throw out anything he can. And it's just another thing when they say we got to deal with it now. But the family already knows, and a lot of us in the community already know this is not new information to a lot of people.
Well, Michael, he's also going after, he's doing all kinds of stuff, but here across the news, he wants the Amandas to change their names, the Cleveland Indians or what have you, instead of them being called the Guardians and all this other kind of stuff. So it's like everything that's being thrown out is a distraction. Why is it that you're doing this? And those kinds of things, saying that you're going to now hold up people's funding for stadiums and whatever else. And it's like, what in the hell? Are we in a dictatorship? Or, you're now trying to go after, these are billionaires, like, on the brakes, right? So it's concerning.
Ashton, I was just going to say, so in my opinion, what's going on is this man that's been able to get away from everything his whole life. I don't know young Donald Trump stories like we know about young Dr. King stories or whatever when he was a kid and things he might have done. But I know that he had bone spurs, air quotes, and he avoided going to fight in the Vietnam conflict where a lot of people that didn't have the ability to have bone spurs went and lost their lives. So he was able to avoid that. He's been able to skirt past stuff. He's bankrupted all his businesses and still been able to come up on top. He's apparently, if you read the filings, he's apparently raped young girls, underage women, and he's still been able to get past that. And the January 6th ride, he's able to get past that. He's been able to skirt all of this stuff, and even the 34th felonies, and the man is president. Jeffrey Epstein, he can't run from it. Jeffrey Epstein, by his own admission, said that Donald Trump was his best friend. They were besties for 10 years. There's so much footage of him, and we know Jeffrey Epstein isn't convicted. I believe the man was convicted, but he is a known child rapist. So I think the Florida case, he was literally convicted. So that was his best friend. And then by Trump's own mouth, he's so stupid in the way he runs his mouth. So go let the Howard Stern interviews. We have so much stuff of him talking about like his affinity for underage women, including his daughters. So there's nothing that he's done. Martin Luther King has, for all intents and purposes, been a deity in his public persona. Listen to you listening to this now. So I was gonna say that in comparison, Martin Luther King has been a deity. So all the things that he did, like the fact that we can vote now, like the fact that we have a Civil Rights Act, the time that he came up and what they endured, the sit-ins, a lot of stuff I don't agree with the way they let themselves get beat down, but a lot of that beating, it created public sentiment and allowed for a lot of things to happen. I'm just saying that Trump is morally bankrupt, and all the stuff that he has done, this is something that he just can't run from this. So all I'm saying is that he is gonna, this is like he's flailing. So I don't know, I crashed, but anyway, I hope that answers your question, Ashley.
It isn't about,
Thank you, Michael. I appreciate it, Michael. Thank you.
I feel like to stage up because I've been on TikTok because y'all know me fucking crazy.
Come on,
Come on. It was a little, it was the last episode, but I don't know what hour it was on. But, okay, so put this together, walk with me. J.D. Vance was meeting the Murdochs somewhere where their ass is in hold on, let me go get off this. He was meeting them and hold on, I got it. Vice President J.D. Vance on Tuesday made a brief trip to Montana where he spoke to media mogul Rupert Murdoch, his son Lachlan Murdoch, the head of Fox News and News, and a group of other Fox News executives, according to people familiar with the trip. Vance met with a group at the Murdoch family ranch in southwest Montana near Dillon, according to the people who provided this information. They confirmed the visit to the Associated Press on condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to speak publicly about it. It's not clear why the Vice President spoke to the group or addressed them or what he spoke about. But this was shortly before the Wall Street Journal, you know, with the birthday letter that, you know, got Trump upset. And so there's something swirling there. Did J.D. Vance, is he helping try to bring Trump down or bring Trump low? And the new TikTok, Michael, is for you, conspiracy. The new TikTok conspiracy, I just saw a little while ago, is Trump doesn't want these out because not only is his name in it, but he and Jeffrey Epstein were lovers.
Oh, wow. Now they know they're going to work that out.
What, April? What? I'm just bringing the news of the people in the streets, okay?
It's funny, but you almost don't even need that. This child stuff is so damning. I mean, you know, that's just like another shrimp on the barbie, another log on the fire, but it's like you don't even need that with all this.
All that talk in that letter, you know. And Lisa, when you brought out the meeting that was just him and Trump there in that place about the girls, Jeffrey's the only, they could, hell, I don't know what they've been doing, but I'm just putting that out. But the thing with J.D. Vance was true. That was not a conspiracy or somebody just speaking off the cuff. It was a visit that J.D. made to the Murdochs. And from what we don't know, that Murdoch does have the Wall Street Journal, where a few days later, the Epstein letter, birthday card, where the hell it was.
We can start to connect dots, though. I mean, clearly it did. And again, I said it last night. And I always do air quotes because whoever the fuck they are done with Trump, clearly. And J.D. Vance, the vice president, as all y'all talked about, he was such an odd selection because he wasn't even on Trump's radar. He was a never Trumper. So all y'all talk about like the Peter Thiel connection, like the Curtis Yarvin, the Elon Musk, like all of that stuff. So yeah, it appears that like the Manchurian candidate, like somebody said the other night, like strawman is what it looks like.
And I have put my link in the chat for any Trumpers that come in here trying to play games. My link about JD Vance is in the chat, but the other stuff is, me just putting some salacious shit out here.
I just wanted to say, well, thank you, April, but I'll just say real quick and go on mute. Michael, I think that you giving that way too much weight, the pedophilia. I think they're gonna get past that too. And the reason I say that is that Charlie Kirk, he was fuck Trump, he want files, and now they're talking about Obama and possibly MLK. So I think they're gonna move past the pedophilia thing too. I do. I believe. Ain't nobody talking about it no more.
Let me respond to that though. The only reason I think that this is something that's not going anywhere. So you have to think like this drawing that we just found out about was drawn in 2003 when Epstein turned 15. So the drawing is 22 years old now. Like all this like video that we've never seen from these pageants and these people coming up, this has been known for years, decades. So they could have used this when she was on The Apprentice. They could have used this stuff for becoming president. It could have been used at any point in time. The fact that they're using it now, it's just, I feel like that they are through with Trump. Like I say, whoever they are, he's a liability. He's embarrassing the American, like just this country. So don't just think about like, like us on our side of the aisle. He's embarrassing everybody outside of these sycophants that are like,
I do agree with that. I do agree that they are information. I mean, we keep saying they have the information, they could have stopped them. Who is they? Who had the information? Because my thing is that if everybody knew about it, then how come the Democrats didn't use it?
Because, and then I have a theory about that. I got theories about, but Bill Clinton is not a good dude or whatever, right? So it's like there's Democrats that are called this Epstein list. I feel like it's radioactive. I think that definitely Democrats are going to touch. Prince fucking Andrew is on there. I just think that it's just this Epstein and this whole association with him is freaking radioactive, and I think that that's why it's never been put out there. I just think that Trump and all of them, because they're so that QAnon segment, and they were so obsessed with Hillary Clinton and this John Podesta thing and this Pizzagate crap, and it's like thinking that the Dems are like eating children and child predators when they got a whole bunch. It's like the biblical thing, like basically like you're worried about like the speck in your brother's eye, and you're not looking at the plank in your eye. That's the Republican Party, and that's what they fucked up with this Epstein list. So I feel like it had been used as radioactive. I feel like it's damaging for everybody.
I don't think it's just that he embarrassed people. What Trump did was fuck Elon. And Elon is part of that little circle with Peter Thiel and JD Vance. He's in that ilk of people. They've used Trump to get that spot, to get the presidency of the United States. And then Trump said, well, fuck it now. You're not going to get what you want from me. I'm going to get what I'm going to get in that big bill. The bill is what set Trump and Elon apart. And what do we have now? The bill is passed. And Elon didn't want that passed. So Trump has shown, and I told y'all many times, Trump is the president. Elon can't be bigger than the president of the United States. People say, oh yeah, he bought that seat. But Trump can use that seat against him. And when Trump came out and said, oh, maybe I should think about, whether I can deport him. I said that. Yes. He can do it if he wanted to. He can find a reason. He can find a way. This is Trump's domain right now. And
Maybe that's what JD Vance did, went to tell Murdoch to go with the story fuck Trump. Go with the story.
It's some palace intrigue.
Yeah, I definitely believe that it could be something like that, because the answer like Lisa's question about like they don't, you have to think these aren't new documents. Like these things literally have been around, and I don't know who they is. That's why it's like we talk about like sort of like the sort of the hand behind the power or whatever, but it's like the black hand, how do you want to call it? We don't know, but this stuff is, somebody had it, because we wouldn't be seeing it now. Somebody had these videos, somebody had these interviews. We saw and we read and hear the stuff with the Tiffany Johnson stuff, the one from the Southern District of New York, and I think we also read in California, so we read those too. those two filings, but that got out. But I'm saying a lot of stuff we just hadn't seen until now. It's been like a deluge of like this past weekend was crazy. How much stuff came out. So I'm just saying that somebody needs to Murdoch who like got Trump elected. If you go back and like watch the stuff about how the whole thing went down, in 2016 or whatever, just how the whole thing went down, and like how Murdoch with like Fox and with like the New York Post and with all this stuff, but for me use like the reputable Wall Street Journal, one of those reputable publications, and for them to come out with this letter, I just, to me, it just looks like the writings on the wall, basically, because they really could have been dropped this stuff and then going to top on Trump to get rid of Trump. They've always sort of protected him, and now they're not.
All right, somebody else speak. Anthony. Anthony?
But it didn't matter. No, I'm here.
That one Gemini that said, hey, you, that was Deborah.
I didn't say anybody's name. I said, hey, how you doing? I'm here. That's all I said. I didn't say Jerry.
Did you? Sorry.
Nah, yo, listen, man. Michael, he tells an entertaining tale. This is purely conjecture. And, he's got this little southern drawl, and he sounds like, authoritative, but it's all bullshit. Like, I'm sitting here and I'm thoroughly entertained, and I appreciate him for it.
Okay, so let's start right here, Anthony. Hold on, because you sound different already from early this morning. Let's start with the Obama.
Oh shit.
Let's start right there. Because you were at a different place with that last night, early this morning. So let's start right there.
Okay, let's start right there. You're a Gemini chill, bro. Let's start right there. Let's make that ground zero. So if that's where we start now, right? Just to be clear, I don't see Obama getting arrested. I don't see a scenario. There isn't a scenario in my head where I say Barack Obama getting arrested.
So what is Pam Bundy? Why is she? I'm not disagreeing. I'm just asking questions because I see things differently. There is no, okay, if you go put yourself out there like this with Pam Bundy on every freaking news station Sunday night, now this morning, talking about treason. What was the word she used? Sedition and treason and just whatever. I got this, all these papers and blowing it all up and whatever that she said she's gonna release more. I don't understand why we figured they would put themselves out there.
I really want to respond to it because
I'll be quiet.
No problem.
I'll finish.
Alright. So Lisa, you asked the $1 billion question. All these other administrations had access to these documents regarding Epstein. Why didn't anybody else come in it? You're gonna make up some whole steel dossier out of whole cloth and not do it.
Epstein. We were talking about Obama.
I'm gonna tie it all back together. All right. The reason the Obama thing is a distraction, red and circus. It's really about this Epstein thing. Trump can't release the Epstein shit. This is above even his pay grade. He's limited in what he can do. So he's gonna toss out some other shit. And mind you, this shit has been Patrick Bet-David talked about this at length in real time. He said, "Yo, this is worse than Watergate," is what Patrick Bet-David said at the time. But they didn't have the proof. Bonnie's coming with smoking guns, and they're like, "Yo, now's the time to unleash the dragon because it's a good time to distract." They showed a picture of Chelsea Clinton's wedding. You know who was at Chelsea Clinton's wedding? This little chick, Ghislaine, however you pronounce her name. She was at like the tentacles of this dude Epstein, they go deep, it goes far and it goes wide. It's not, they all up in this shit.
He's friends with Donald's wife as well.
As well. Alright, cool. So, listen, ultimately, like, I think there's things that the president can do, and there's shit that he can't do. And look, I want you to know.
Can he put out a video of wrestling online? Can he put that out? Can he put that out? Anthony.
Deborah, just chill for a second. Who said? Just give me 1 second, Deborah, please.
You all over the place. You went from Epstein back to...
Deborah, I think that there's people here that's following the thread of logic that I have.
Go ahead.
I think there are multiple people following it.
Right.
So, it's all good. And I'm happy.
You have the imposter syndrome. I just know that.
Alright, I'm just gonna mute up. You got it then.
So,
Jay, did you hear this?
I just want to say real quick, because Anthony said I was talking bullshit, so everything I'm talking is like it's from a lot of different verified sources, like some of his opinion. But I would just say that what Anthony just did and corroborated what I was saying as far as with the lesbians. I don't know which part of my submission offended Anthony, but Anthony, my bad.
You ain't offended me at all, Michael. I got no problem with you. You're good too, Michael. God bless you.
Anthony, God bless you. I wish you nothing but the best, my brother. But I do have a question for you, right? Do you feel that I'm positive energy before I even let with me? So I just want to know if you feel like it's very presidential, for him to put out an AI video of another president, former president.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
And so,
A man had to ask the question. Thank you.
Deborah, I didn't even know that he put out an AI video.
Okay, then you put it in that Negro when I asked the question, but thanks, Gemini.
No.
You don't have to ask the
You didn't
question.
give me any context. Gemini said.
You didn't know, right? You know everything else going on, but you didn't know that. You're so full of shit.
I never know.
You are
Deborah, I don't know why you. Okay.
Cause I can. That's why I said it.
You came out. I come out with my
And you knew about it.
Deborah,
You didn't know nothing about it. Yeah, you didn't know nothing about it.
about the AI video.
But you know everything, but you didn't know that. Okay.
I don't know
to figure out why they trying to bring Obama up at all and anything. Like, I just really don't get that part. Like, what the fuck?
And what he did was trying to know that.
How would you
know about it? They've been playing all day.
Topic right now. It's been explained. It's obvious. Michael's actually right about that.
Cause he's a bully trying to deflect. That's what
It's a distraction. That's it. Rocket science. That's the problem.
Are y'all not offended by that? Like, that's not
Because it's a distraction.
it's not offended, black man?
Dark's trying to get into whatever y'all.
Brooklyn, I stated last night, right? If they arrest Barack Obama, then I will cross over. I will wear a fuck MAGA t-shirt. I will become the staunchest Democrat. TC is my brother and I love him. I would do a crazy flip to TC.
But that's not even it though, Anthony. What I'm saying is, that's not gonna happen, right? So we could just say that that's not gonna happen.
Lisa doesn't believe me though. Lisa thinks I'm telling her. It's about to go down.
Why? It ain't about you, Lisa, right now. Just hold on.
Please don't start disrespecting me, my brother.
No, I'm not disrespecting you. I'm saying it's not about what you said. It's not about what you said. I didn't mean that offend you, Lisa. I was just saying it's not about what you said. I hated that he brought you up in the first place.
I don't know.
Because it wasn't even that
No, I just brought it up to say that Lisa believes that there's a legitimate threat that Barack Obama's going to get arrested. It's not disrespecting anybody. I don't think Lisa took it as disrespect.
No, I did not. I didn't take it. But Brooklyn, go ahead and finish your thing out because I gotta come back, Anthony, and I'm gonna need some roadways. So go ahead, Brooklyn.
Just saying the fact that he's even bringing Obama up, right? And then the whole MLK thing too. Like as a black man who been, you know, super MAGA, you're not offended in no kind of way?
Okay, Brooklyn, I'm a human being, all right? And as it relates to, I'm not extra offended about Brooklyn, I'm sorry that, you know, I'm answering the question the way I see fit. Yeah, so as I was saying, as it relates to Martin Luther King, yo, they were gonna release the files. This shit was coming. This book's written about this. This is no surprise to anybody that's actually been following the bouncing ball. This is not even like real news. The shit that everybody already knew.
Yeah, you're right. And the fact that you won't be disgusted with Trump until Barack is arrested. Like that's not gonna happen. You ought to be offended that a president put the AI out. It would be different if it was, you know, a supporter or something.
I don't know anything about
this
the
was
AI.
a president. Yeah, you know about it. But
Deborah,
no, Anthony, it's been out all day. You keep up with the numbers.
Deborah.
Okay. I just told you. The president put out an AI video of Barack being arrested, knocked down to his knees.
Or did somebody else put it out and they actually put it out? Well, who put it out? Who was the originator of the video? Trump posted it. Was it already posted and he reposted it? I don't know. She said that he created it. That's what Deborah said, Gemini. Words matter. She said
create shit. But it's put it out. It was on his page. He don't have the ability to create anything but chaos.
Do you know how easy it is to create an AI video?
Wait, hold on. No, I don't think he created the video, but it came from his page. So no, I don't think he's capable of making an AI video. That's correct. I know he didn't make it, but that's what you want to argue on about. That's the point. If that's the point of contention for Anthony, you mentioned it. And you guys argue semantics, because you already know what he's doing. I'm just exposing it for what it is. I'm not arguing. Whether he originated, it was an original tweet, or he retweeted, the shit was fucked up. Period. That's all that should matter. But you won't say that. Just like,
which is a great willpower for surviving and preservation.
Right, so the fact that you won't make that yourself get arrested is crazy. I'm not being abusive, I'm actually being calm.
We're talking about you.
But what I'm saying, what I'm saying is the fact that it's gonna take for Obama to be arrested for you to condemn Trump for the bullshit that he doing is really a real way out.
Plenty last night. Plenty.
Yeah. Alright. Go ahead, Lisa.
Can I give a quick disclaimer before like either Doc or Lisa? All I want to say is that I apologize to the stage when I say like I don't know what I'm talking about, like girls, underage girls. It makes me feel skeevy talking about it. So like sometimes I'm saying like underage women in my band. I know that every part of this like these sensitive topics. I just want to say I apologize. I feel like I'm just saying I can say what it is sometimes.
It tastes a lot better pickled, but we're gonna give it.
Right, Malik sat down with Gaz with Obama.
I'm sorry, a lot more here.
It's his obsession with past presidents, right? Like, he'll never live up to no promise. No matter what.
They're salty.
No matter how fucking how these MAGA idiots fucking grovel at his fucking every word, it's not gonna matter. He'll never be in Obama or Kennedy. Only would be a motherfucking Bush, to be honest with you. He's gonna be the reality TV for the maybe not being embarrassed. So apparently, I hear her cry. So yeah, fuck that.
This came out just so that we were all talking about how it comes that this is what we're trying to do. That's what they want to try to do. Right? The thing is, James was missing, which and so they're talking about something, you know, they when there is no recognition, there's because you have to realize that you need to have a country that we are with to fund in this country. And it's like, it's becoming a great. So
if I was a MAGA supporter, I would be offended at the fact that he know that y'all stupid. He's telling y'all every move that y'all stupid as fuck. And for y'all to fall for the shit that he's saying, no, he know that y'all dumb. He's placated to y'all, his audience. Y'all should be offended at the fact that they're being played for y'all crazy. But when we call you dumb, don't be mad, because he is too. Thank you. Go ahead.
no, it's fine. It's actually these folks are fighting all of the maggots. All of them. Just remember, anytime they say, yeah, but, you know, Obama this, yeah, but at least I don't defend pedophilia.
Which is a great
And we can just rest on that. Almost everybody in this room can rest on that. Not all of us on stage can rest on that, but almost all of us on stage can rest on that. We never defend pedophilia. Think about that.
Right, because a Democrat would kick one of their own out of the way if they were caught up in some shit like that. They gone before they get it out in the news.
Online maggots.
You know, didn't Obama nominate some former head of NAMBLA to some position in you know, to lead some kind of office?
Where are we going with this? Where are we going?
Yo, so Democrats, because Democrats stand on business.
I'm just saying, did he do it? And if he did, then who's the guy? As the former head of NAMBLA. See, here's the thing. Here's the thing. You play them tactics that Trump played with you on people that know better. That shit don't work on us, Anthony. It don't work on us if we know better. You understand? We're gonna do the digging. We're gonna Google. We're gonna go to the library. We're gonna do the research, right? You don't do that. So Trump can tell you anything and you're gonna run with it. You can't say the things to us and think that we're gonna run with it. Because I'm gonna know, now that you said it, then he nominate somebody that know for what? Tell me who it is that you know so much. Can you tell me that? No. Because you're trying to pull a Trump move and Trump. That's what
One thing I noticed every time Trump comes up.
knock yourselves out. This is hilarious. I really enjoyed the show. I'm happy to engage with you.
Respectfully, you're on the show right now.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate because they took out Matt Gates before that makes me believe like we might have the ability to not let this past them. But then again, because they like go Matt Gates and doesn't want yeah, he would, but see the thing is, that is a sign that stop most of the people on stage don't even know what pedophilia is. So, based on this conversation right now, this is nuts. But Gary,
Oh, Anthony knows a pedophilia.
so you have a different idea as it relates to the rest of the definition. What's the name of the definition?
Why? No, I'm not getting into all of that.
If she got bored, then she goes to the library.
Well, why say, here's the thing, I'm being an adult right now, which some of you niggas don't know how to do, right? Why
I'm
are
being
you
an adult right now.
You're not.
You don't know how to do that. Y'all don't know how to do it, and I'm being an adult right now. And if I'm calling you certain things,
You said
I used the B word that I never use.
oh my God,
I'm being an adult right now.
It's like you it's okay.
Now, Anthony used the B word.
I don't get up in arms about the people. Anthony, but you're smarter than that. Okay, so why would you have better? Listen, it's okay. I'm Brooklyn and you said bitches, so I called your wife a bitch. Now, it's okay. Whatever the case may be.
I never had the B word. I don't know, Deborah, like, you calling my wife a B?
Okay, you didn't use it. I didn't either. I didn't say that.
No, the replays are on. I never said the B word.
What I'm saying is, y'all don't know how to, like, y'all be having fucking childhood, like, elementary conversations when it comes to politics. This shit is weird, for real. Like, it's
you know, like the least articulate and you know, like weird. That's all. The least articulate.
She's very articulate.
You use Google and you go to the library.
I'm just asking you to stop right now. I'm just asking you to stop right now.
No problem. I respect you, Sandra.
You go ahead, Scotty. I respect you too, Anthony, so I'm just saying, please just stop.
I'm not engaging anymore, Sandra. I'm not going to engage with that situation anymore.
Thank you.
And that's out of respect for you. I saw you out there, by the way.
I just want to say hello to my neighbors, Brooklyn and Sandra, and to the beautiful family, and all the Russells out there. And to you for keeping Clubhouse alive. Thank you so much. It's beautiful on the Pacific Coast right now, and we are enjoying life. I haven't heard what's going on in the news, but I'm sure it is wonderful. So thank you all for being here.
You show me no love. Shout out to Scotty. I fuck with Scotty.
Can I talk now?
Hey, and a Gemini plus.
Lisa, we should have given you time to get the runway clear, because we know you needed a lot of room. Did not give you enough love.
So runway is clear for maybe another 30 minutes. We have 30 planes on the, need to take off.
There's a lot going on. But just side note, if anybody, I'm only 4 episodes into Love Island USA season 7, so I just wanted to see if anybody else is watching that. We don't have to talk about it. I'm just curious.
I'm getting ready to close the room. I'm getting tired.
I don't blame you, Lisa.
It's just overwhelming me. I just can't do this tonight. I don't know what the hell's going on, but you guys are on one. I'm tired. It's exhausting. So, all I want to say to you, to the room, is that there is no reason why this is going on. And the whole world is watching. Everybody is looking at you, talking like it's just us. We have people out here who are looking at us. The country is upside down. And I guess we just assume that we're just it. It's horrible. This stuff coming out about Obama is going to be going on for quite some time. Pam Bondi has put herself out there. Trump is celebrating her heroism. All the things she's digging up. He's going to milk this to exhaustion. Then we have the world looking at, as far as they know about what we know about MLK and what we say we know. The world only knows what we put out, that he was a great man, he helped black people elevate, and now he's going to destroy his legacy around the world. This stuff right here is disturbing to me, and he's doing it maliciously and on purpose. So I don't know how we as a community, because, this stuff is going on. I don't know how we understand MLK. We can't even have a conversation without it just going completely fucking left. And within our own group. So we need to learn how to get together, lock arms, stay on topic, get something. I don't know what we're gonna say, what we're gonna do, but it just has to be a plan, because maybe they're used to us not having a plan and just gonna systematically tear down everything that that's positive and worthwhile within the black community. We ain't got nobody to aspire to, nobody to look at, we need this education, because the things that are taught in school about Martin Luther King, they don't love them because they can use them. It's like they can,
I speak 9 languages. I speak 9 languages. I'm the hardest piece of I'm the hardest piece of ass, and I'm the hero of history, and I'm the sweetheart of history, and I'm the genius, the intellectual, I love the Bible, and I'm the great artist and the great singer. People are there for me, I'm the fucking great
Anybody who's on Mediterranean, I was bred for a voice. I was bred, tell us who the fuck all leaders are. Let's be loud to them. So me hearing that MLK was having orgies, okay, how many fucking white women was he fucking in these orgies? Who gives a fuck? Don't tell them where MLK was fucking. Ain't shit gonna take no prisoners here.
So I guess that's how we're gonna get it. So be it.
So my grandma goes all home, she goes black dick, that's all it is. Ain't shit is not.
They're not gonna be mad.
Yo.
Yeah, but they're gonna be mad. So, hey, why I gotta be a house?
Because you're a white woman saying you hate a nigga. That's why. April, you have a very active imagination with the books you be
I'm
writing.
just saying, don't be putting me that on.
I think you got a
She
very
just needs
active
to write her books.
I'm wonder where you get the source material.
I'm gonna write something
Where you
out.
get the source material.
Everybody,
God.
the public, y'all, hubby, listen, y'all crazy. Anthony, I'm a people watcher. I always have been. Hey, April, make your next book about me. Thank you. Yes, Mel, I will.
Forget about Clubhouse talking.
I don't know where I'm dropping right now, Mel. Is it safe?
I don't know if that last one happened.
April,
Yeah.
I let my man read your book.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah, I did. He liked it. Thank you very much.
I'm glad. I'm happy.
I'm happy too, girl.
What's your book about, people?
What?
Georgia, I hope you drown in your bathtub. Go ahead, Josh.
They outpack themselves. And they take a break.
Smart.
Say it 1,000 times.
John, get the fuck out. Everybody say bye to John.
No.
I didn't even hear any goodbyes.
Who can say no to that? Everyone say bye to John.
What's wrong with John?
No. You're always supposed to say no. No. All right, he gets to say.
Dr. Jasmine Love, she keeps photos of my testicles in her cell phone. Dr. Jasmine Love has a problem with me when she has photos of my testicles in her cell phone. But she doesn't like me because I always say she's fat and she needs to go to the gym and read a book.
Oh. That's actually not why I don't like you. I don't like you because you think you're gonna make money off of streaming people talking on the fucking app. Oh, this is 7 rooms at a time. Yeah.
What's this? Oh, is that man?
You open 7 rooms at a fucking time.
Keep that one.
All right, good night, sir.
Okay. I just said that there was no high level people. I just said that. But yeah,
Well, this is actually very true. I went into this like little place, like I was like this. It wasn't that. It was a night. It was in the day. And there's this huge black man, and whatever something possessed me to come at him and act like he stood up like he was gonna hit me, and I wasn't scared of him. I just like approached him even closer. I don't know if I said anything to him. I can't remember if I called him a name, but I remember like doing that to him. It was huge. And then I left with my seat.
Oh, so you felt like he was being threatening, you just turning around
No, I don't know why I just feel like I was triggered by him, so I just
That's the point. But that's not the Western way. That's a Middle Eastern way.
no, that's a psychotic way.
more of that. You can chase these names out. Seriously, and look, not all are bad, but like the good ones are few and far between. So they ain't really day for me. So
I have a video of me
artist, Black.
So have you heard?
So I think that like a lot of the plight that Minnesota suffers from in the United States would be alleviated if she moves to one of the countries that has the culture that she knows and that she loves so much. Extremely better. And so that's why I try to tell her about the class. Just that you gotta understand we've been having a lot of conversations about, how women.
Yeah, it's so easy to just go move to another country, Diego.
I don't really understand that statement. Are you saying I'm a whore?
No, I'm saying in their uncouth, their lack of class. What I heard, let me check this one out. They don't chimp out. You chimped out. But chimping out is normal in the Middle East. You chimp out, but like, I'm sorry, this is like, it's very rare.
Did you just say the K word, Francisco?
You just accused me of it. Well, God give me patience. I have committed myself to be patient. Diego's words of me does not define me. Diego.
Yeah. So we went down the list. We went down the list there. So basically, anything that you say to Ludo that challenges her honor, she will chip out on. And right now, she's playing this act where she's like pretending not to chip out. I'm telling you, we went down the list. We identified all these different things, and it's her honor that triggers. I know, but that's not what Grace Kelly would do. Well, who gives a shit? Hey, look, to each their own. I want to be with Grace Kelly.
Hey, how's it going, Aaron?
Hey, well, Aaron. What's up?
Nothing, I just had some amazing chicken Vesuvio. Nice salad. An old fashioned.
I don't want to talk about that. That's nice for you. I don't want to talk about that. Let's talk about politics.
What do you want to talk about in politics? There's a lot going on in the news, but did you see that?
There's only one thing that's going on. It's becoming really clear to me. The job for the United States is to manage its decline. It's over for the United States. China is the next thing that's coming on. It won't last long, but it's next. And if we're smart, we're going to manage our decline well. Because if we don't, it's going to be
just a fucking shit show. But nobody's talking about it. Nobody wants to even admit it. Everyone's full of shit. The Democrats are assholes and stupid. The Republicans are all fucking monsters. Fuck them. We need to manage our position in the world as the world goes into a new era of human history. And nobody's talking about it. They're talking about immigration and the economy and all sorts of stupid bullshit that's irrelevant.
Well, what would you do if you were in a key leadership position?
I start talking about it. That's the thing is this needs to be a major topic of conversation. We're at a turning point in history. Earth is changing forever. The United States was a major leading component of that for the last century. That's over. China's time is now. Not for long, but 10 years, maybe 15 years. And we're moving into a new world. It's the end of the age of nation states and the beginning of the first global civilization. We need to manage it. And nobody's fucking talking about it.
Well, what makes you believe that we are entering into a global nation state?
Not a global nation state. I don't know what kind of format we will be in. Listen, the evidence is all over the place. You just have to look. You have to be looking for it. If you're not looking for it, it ain't there. If you're looking for it, it's all over the fucking place.
Yeah, there's a lot of pushback against the Federal Reserve. The Treasury Secretary today issued like a reprimand with the Federal Reserve, and Rand Paul put forth an audit the Fed bill. So there's I think you're right in terms of managing the collapse or rebirth or reintegration or whatever changes happen.
Yeah, there's a transition coming and we need to manage it consciously. The world is changing from what it was to whatever it's about to become. And we don't even know the answer to that. But we gotta start asking some better questions and figure out how we shouldn't be competing with China. We should be collaborating and figuring out how the two of us can make this planet work for everybody. But who the fuck is talking about it? They're just arguing about the same old bullshit they've been arguing about. None of it even touches on the biggest change in human history.
But what is the biggest change in human history?
AI. It's going to change everything. It's going to rescue us. If we're smart, we'll use it to create paradise here. If we're dumb, we'll destroy ourselves.
Yeah, you just reminded me, I'm gonna ask Grok on X to write me speeches, and then I'm gonna record the speeches that AI gives me to read.
Absolutely. Well, that's a good starting place. You have it write it, then you criticize it, have it rewrite it, do that 5 or 6 times, you'll end up with a hell of a speech.
Yeah, I was thinking about like if I edit out what I, consider to be not wrong, but how I can manipulate the output, because there's a little bit of an agenda or a bias, and I'm just wondering how, like, when speech comes out, like, will I be tempted to malevolently manipulate what the output is?
That's up to you. You don't need to turn your mic on and off. I'll just leave it on.
Yeah, I got the air conditioner running. I thought maybe it would be.
Yeah, no, I can't hear it. It sounds perfectly quiet.
So I'm gonna ask Grok right now. I'm gonna say, Grok, hey Grok.
What do you type at it?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you're doing?
Yeah.
Why don't you just talk to it?
I mean, I don't know how to do that actually on my cell phone.
What kind of system are you on? Doesn't it have a mic next to the text input, is there a little
Oh,
microphone?
see, what I'm doing is I'm writing a post and then it'll follow up in the comments.
Well, I know, but what I'm saying is, you're writing it. Well, with ChatGPT, I almost never actually type. I just talk at it, but not in that talk mode, but, you know, it just converts my talk into text and then it responds to the text. But it's so different because I don't think the same way when I'm talking as when I'm writing.
Yeah.
And I was worried at first because the way I talk is disjointed. You know, I change things in mid-sentence and all sorts of shit. Just like regular talk. And I was thinking that ChatGPT would just confuse ChatGPT, but it doesn't. In fact, it helps clarify my thinking. So I ran on for a minute or two about whatever it is that I want to find out about. And then it tries to make sense out of that, and it always does. It makes better sense out of it than I knew I had. So like I say, I almost never type anymore. And I offer that as a suggestion to almost everybody I meet because it totally changed my relationship with it.
Yeah, I don't do any coding, but I would love to have a conversation with a software developer who has extensively used AI to debug, to create, to see how a technical person has used AI to change their situation.
Well, I got a friend who's a programmer, and he says about, it's hard to put it in percentages, but like 50% of his job now involves AI in writing code. It's the dominant part of what he does.
It's kind of amazing. There's like the primary coders, and then people who parasitically use the coding host to launch off of, but they're not the primary code. So it's easy to say that the primary coders are of higher quality, but that seems like a flawed argument.
Well, the real issue is being able to specify what you want it to do and to do that accurately. That's the difference. All this coding is of no use whatsoever to somebody who can't think clearly and get their priorities straight. So the issue is being able to articulate what you want clearly. It's just that now, if you can do that anyway, it can put it together for you into some sort of code. You can't quite get that far now, but it won't be too much longer before there are a couple applications I've wanted to develop for years, but I'm thinking within 2 years I'll be able to do that myself. And I'm not a coder at all, but I can think clearly and specify what I want clearly. And I think probably within 2 years I'll be able to create applications that I want.
Yeah, it just wrote me a really good speech.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's a game changer, man. AI is going to change the whole fucking world if we allow it to. If we use it properly, we will be free. We won't have to, we may have to work a couple weeks a year, maybe, doing something that actually is important and useful. But we should be free. It'll take a couple decades to work it all out, but this is the most exciting time in human history. And politics should be about this. Imagine if politics was exciting about how we're going to create a new world and solve the problems that are interfering with that. Instead of, the bullshit they're arguing about now. Fuck them.
Well, how do you view the integration between hardware and AI as being like the big leap forward, as opposed to just like the communication piece of it, but the developments with hardware and
with all graphics cards and the big centers? Is that what you're talking about, or what?
I guess consumer products, like even your refrigerator.
AI is going to be in everything.
Yeah.
You know, it's just going to be in everything. It's already in a lot of shit we never even really think about. But yeah, it's just gonna if it's got any electricity in it, it's probably well it depends on I mean refrigerator, I don't know what the hell that needs, but you know, it's probably useful. Imagine if everything was aware and communicating. What the fuck? I mean, that's crazy.
Well, I know there's already smart fridges.
Yeah.
That,
what do they do?
so it learns what you are putting into it, and when you are
I
low.
guess that's right. It must have cameras and something, and it knows what you're putting in there and when.
Well, if you shop off at Amazon, the Toshiba or whatever the brand is,
Yeah.
you know, it knows what you've purchased, and so therefore it alerts you as to what you need to resupply and stuff.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. See, I don't
Small
even know what they say. All that shit. Everything is going to be smart. Everything.
What do you think about AI as being like an obnoxious word that people just constantly use all the time?
Well, that's because people are obnoxious assholes, brain damaged language monkeys. It's not the word's fault that people misuse it.
Well, I mean, it's such a generic term now. I'm just wondering, like, if it's not really an accurate term for
Which term are we talking about?
AI, artificial
Yeah,
intelligence.
see, I don't think artificial intelligence is a good word. I don't use that anymore. I call it silicon intelligence. We're carbon intelligence. That is silicon intelligence. They're different. But there's a lot of similarity too. I mean, there's a lot of similarity, but they're different.
So, I mean, do you think silicon intelligence will ever truly become sentient, or is it a yin
Yes.
yang yin?
Well, yeah, I think it'll be more than merely conscious. I think literally we are. I mean, no shit. We are building Earth's brain. That's what we're doing, and Earth is going to wake up, just like you did, just like I did. You and I both have neural nets crinkled up inside our skulls. We were trained for 5 or 6 years, and at some point, I showed up. How the fuck did that happen? I don't know. Here I am. There you are. That's what's going to happen to Earth in the next 2 or 3 years, I think.
But isn't it already awake? Because an apple
I don't
tree
know. Maybe
apples.
it is. I don't know.
I mean, it's obvious that we came out of Earth, that Jehovah the Sky God did create Adam and Eve, and we are the descendants of, the first man and woman in the Euphrates River
Depends on how
Valley.
you interpret. There are different ways of interpreting that story. Read Julian James' book, The Origin of Consciousness, and it's
Yeah.
an interesting take on that.
Yeah, I mean, the fall of man is technically like our awakening, from.
Yeah, that was the right, yeah. And that was, well, do you know who Julian James is? His book, The Origin of Consciousness.
Mhm.
If you're interested in this kind of stuff, you should read that book.
There's a really good YouTube creator who does a lot of esoteric analysis. He's like a Christian preacher. His name is Bill Donahue, and he filmed them all probably in the 80s or 90s, probably in the 80s, but it's like they're basically podcasts, but he's just communicating to his not constituents, but church members. And I've read a lot of books on similar topics, and he just presents it in a very simple manner and way where you're like, wow. I mean, it's a lot of astrological, understanding. I mean,
Astronomical or astrological?
Astrological, meaning that,
He's
thousands
a
of.
Christian, but usually Christians don't like astrology. I'm a little surprised at that.
But there's like a historical context to it where you have to look at these symbols and how the ancients were, even using the stars to navigate,
No, I
all
got
this
this.
stuff.
This guy ain't no normal Christian. Calling this guy a Christian is, this guy's somewhere else.
Well, let me find one of his videos, because I tell you might really like it. I've watched.
Well, I'm always game to give it a shot. I'm pretty critical. I think most people are full of shit.
This guy's good. I'm telling you, I've watched
Yeah, so
enough
put
of
the
his
link in
videos.
there. I'll check it out.
Yeah, let me see. William Donahue.
As a therapist myself, I know how important it is to be able to have someone that you can talk to about your problems, to bounce ideas off of.
All right. Okay, welcome back again. And
what is that? Is that?
You just get, I'm gonna get you his most popular video. It's called Your Success Door is Locked.
Yeah, good. Send it to me.
Yeah, this guy's good. He's like from Cherry Hill, New Jersey. He's, I don't know, you can tell he's really interested in the subject material. And, but anyways, yeah, I mean, the one saying I like, that Native American saying, is if you can say it, it is not true. So, I just think when you say that America is gonna collapse, I'm just like, that's not true. It's just not true, because it's the same, the Ponzi scheme.
That's saying if you can say it, it is not true. That's sort of true.
Yeah.
Okay, but to take that as far as you're taking it is absurd. No, there's some truth in that. You know, language just does not capture reality.
Right.
Reality and language are two different domains, but language is very useful. And we'd be living in caves if it wasn't for language.
Yeah. Yeah, English, English is, I don't know how you compare or rate English to, say, German, French, Japanese.
Well, you know, there's no need to. English is taking over for whatever reason. It doesn't make any fucking difference. The other languages have failed. English is here. It's global. It's the language of the planet now. There's some issue with China, and that's going to be interesting to see how that's going to play out. But most of them are learning English, and almost none of us are learning Chinese. So, we'll see.
It's nice. I guess it's nice to be proficient in English at this point in time.
Oh yeah, I'm very thankful that English is my language, because, like I say, I think that it is well, I call it Earthlink now, not English. Fuck England. This is the language that Earthlings speak, and it's changing. It's going to change a lot in the next century.
Well, Clubhouse is the bedrock of malignant, toxic communication. And
It's not the, but no, here's a linguistic thing here for you. It's not the bedrock, it's a bedrock.
Yeah.
And look at what the word you didn't ask yourself, should I use the word the or the word a? It just came out because that's the default value in English. But if you think about it for 1 second, it's bullshit. It's not the whatever it is. It's merely a one. And this is a major problem in English. People use the word about the truth, the reason, the responsibility, the this and the that. And 95% of the time it should be a or an. People used to write, historians used to write books called The History of California. Nobody in his right mind would title a book that now. It's a history, not the history.
I just find it amazing, like even us having this conversation, I could go to any room, people are having the same conversations day in and day out. And I don't know, I think it's just chemical in nature, meaning that people are creating dopamine with the conversation.
They're not doing it, they're just, listen, we are all large language models, they're all just prompting each other.
Yeah, but there has to be a neurochemical transmitter type functionality to explain why people are having these meaningless conversations.
Well, there's probably many different ways to make sense out of that, not just one. Again, the reason for this, no. There are probably multiple avenues to explore this.
You know what? This guy Chris on this app, you've talked to him before a couple times, you have a guy named Chris, he sent me this link about technically how language creates reality through descriptions, etc. It was a really fascinating PDF. I can try to find the link for you.
Yeah, I'd like to see it. I probably gave him the link.
Probably did. Hold on a second. Yeah, let me see if I can find that link. I posted it to X, but I deleted the text message you sent me. Created a little
Man, listen, I've got plenty to keep me busy. If none of this comes my way, I'll be just fine. So don't worry about it.
Yeah,
I got plenty to keep me busy.
I know, that's the thing. It's like there's so much data that, like, you know, somebody wants to send me something. I'm just like, listen, man, I haven't even gotten through 100 of the books that are sitting in front of me.
Yeah, it's impossible. Yeah, it's crazy. But it's nice to realize that, to sort of loosen up about it. Realize that it's impossible to stay up on everything. It's just no way.
Yeah, I think of it like the president. You know, it's amazing how Trump can be manipulated with the media. So, you know, Wall Street Journal comes out about Epstein, and it's like the moment the mind virus gets into Trump's mind, that's when we're all fucked. Or he's fucking us by wasting his time being manipulated by the media.
Well, then there's nobody listening around. See, I don't even give a shit about him or any of that old stuff. Fuck them. None of them have a clue about what's going on here. The only question is how bad is their behavior going to have an effect on us. That's the only issue. Trying to understand them, or fuck that. It's crazy.
Well, it just makes me think that they're not, that the brain, you know, if you're awakened, you are more in control of the communication environment, and you're not going to get manipulated by the communication environment or the clickbait syndicate.
Wouldn't that be interesting? Yes. Imagine a planet full of people that awake. That's where we're headed. That's what's coming. That's the only thing that's going to save us.
I mean, the Maharishi, he was saying we need 20% meditators. It's like, well, where the fuck are all the meditators?
Yeah. Well, maybe he was right, maybe he wasn't. I don't really give a shit. It seems to me it's coming. I don't know the details, how many people, what is a critical mass? I don't know where critical mass of awake humans is going to be. I don't know. You know, maybe I think it's more than 20%. But that would be huge. Right now, it's probably only about 2 or 3%, and that's sort of a generous estimate. So, yeah, if we can get to 5 or 10% of people that are actually conscious, not under the spell of the voice in their head, that would be huge. So I'm optimistic. I think it's coming.
In a room yesterday, I was asked if you could change the economy, the government, or the culture, which one would you change and why? And I said the economy.
That's a good start.
But I guess what my question to you would be is, like in the world's religions, like Islam, you know, is there a barrier to awakening in cultures and religions that will prevent a billion people from awakening, or even a percentage?
Well, they're going to try that old. Yeah, they're going to be against this and struggle because they want to stay in their story.
Right.
Because they think their story is reality itself. And unless they wake up from that personally, then they're just stuck in their story. But like I said, I think it takes a generation for this to work out. The old generation doesn't get it. They're not going to get. Some of them do, but most of them are going to go to the grave with their old ideas.
Would you call your opinion here liberation theology in a way?
Oh, well, some people might. I wouldn't. But, yeah, I mean, yeah. No, I don't use those kind of terms, so.
Do you have any love for the founding fathers of this country?
Love.
Meaning that, like,
no, I have a lot of respect. I think that was an amazing. At that time, what they did was amazing. Those were amazing people, absolutely. Thomas Jefferson. Well, all of them. I mean, wow.
Because it seems to me like they were pretty awakened.
Oh, in a lot of ways they were. But I don't. Well, again, the awakening is a pretty loose term. Yeah, to me, it has very specific meaning. And, the whole term enlightenment, all that shit, these words are really slippery.
I mean, if you believe in like a mystic approach to reality, meaning that you are Bob, whether you know it or not, yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of like, when I was young, I had so many business ideas, and I had so much.
How old are you now?
42.
Oh, okay.
In my 20s, yeah, I was doing a lot in my 20s. But anyways, my point is, like, that's all out of my system now. I have no desire to be an entrepreneur, to try to create new products, to work on marketing, and do all these things. It's like, I have absolutely no desire. I want to get as far away from that as possible.
Absolutely, yeah. Out to the lake with your dogs.
Yeah, I'd rather be immersed into reality and not trying to, have to.
You can't escape reality.
No.
Anything but reality. But there are different kinds of realities. You can surely choose the kind of reality you want to engage.
Yeah, what I'm saying is I prefer not to be in the line at the post office with 35 packages that I'm trying to ship. It's just.
No, thank you. No.
Yeah.
Well, that's why you make enough money to pay someone else to do that for you.
Right. Yeah, that's true. Some people can't even do that though. They're so focused and so OCD. They can never let go of.
There's just no point in worrying about other people. The issue is, can you get clear about your own intentions?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I have this book called Sex Magic. And it's based on, Aleister Crowley's Thelema. But the belief is that through sex, you can achieve higher states of consciousness.
That's tantric.
Right.
Yeah, tantra. Same. No, not the same. I don't know what yours is, but that's tantra.
So when you're trying to connect with your true will, though, that in a way that's like an ego death, and you're trying to merge with the will of Bob.
Yeah.
Because
You're
supposedly.
talking about this stuff. I admire your attempt to talk about this, but this is tricky shit to talk about.
Well, if you can merge with the will of Bob, I think the belief would be is that Bob is fully optimized.
No, I don't think I can merge with it. I don't think Heron, this thing here, has any power in this at all. This is Bob's game.
Right.
If Heron does stuff in alignment with Bob, it's because Bob's doing the aligning, not me.
Well, if you let go and become one with Bob.
Well, I'm not sure I can do anything. I mean, who is this me? Again, this fundamental issue in language about what the word I refers to.
Yeah, I is the magic word.
Yeah. So in one way of talking about it, I is Bob.
Right.
But in another way of talking about it, I is Heron. And they're both just different maps, and they're useful in different ways. The word I is just a single word, but it's getting applied very differently. Anyway, I'm still struggling with trying to make sense out of a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, I've read some really good explanations that really, explain duality versus non-duality quite well. But then it gets confusing again, and you're like, it's easy to let it. It's easy to.
The whole concept of non-duality is fundamentally the most dual idea in the world. It's just absurd to talk about non-duality.
Well, I love hearing people on this app discuss subjectivity versus objectivity, and then I ask, what's the difference between subject and object? And I can't even get an accurate definition.
No, you can't get an answer. It's all bullshit. When you start pulling the words apart and trying to figure out what they actually refer to, the whole thing collapses.
Well, it doesn't collapse. I mean, subject is a topic. An object is a material, object.
No. That's it. You still believe in objective reality. That there really really are things out there independently of my existence or my experience of it.
But Alan Watts says a strawberry is far more spiritual than the letter 7.
Well, good for Alan Watts.
But it's true though. When I eat a strawberry, to me that's a much more moment of ecstasy.
It's a whole different domain. It's an experience in your sense. It's a sensory experience. The number 7 is either something you're looking at with your eyeballs and seeing it written somewhere, or somebody is saying the word 7. That's the only way that the word 7 shows up for you. Strawberries show up in your mouth.
I mean, I can think about about 7 with a strawberry without hearing it or even saying it or reading it. I mean, I can use my mind's. You don't think I can use my mind's eye to just project it into my mind's eye?
Using your mind's eye to project it into your, I don't even know what the fuck you're talking
I mean,
about.
if I close my eyes and I just visualize the number 7 or write it out or 7 strawberries.
Okay, yeah, you can, certainly you can do that, and you can be, but what I'm saying is there's probably some sub-vocalization going on, some linguistic stuff that's accompanying all this, and that's where 7 resides. Well, and also in the visual pattern, that's part of the whole thing too. But that's still different than a strawberry in your mouth.
Yeah. There's a magical motto. It's like, think no, dare do, remain silent. So the silent aspect of the word is not necessarily or readily known by the speaker, that the silence is a part of the word. Or it's connected somehow, or it's the opposite of the word, but it's there, but you're just not aware that there's a silence there. I only thought about it because I have a deck of yoga cards, and it talks about Om, O-M or O-H-M, the pranava, and it describes it in 4 parts and how to do the meditation, but there's a conscious silence that you should be aware of when reciting the sacred Om.
Yeah, being aware of silence is, well, yeah, that's a major issue. Be comfortable with silence. People don't like silence. Well, many people don't like. Some people don't like.
Yeah. I don't know. I've always been very comfortable with. I don't know. I've never really had like fear of reciprocity, of punitive or I don't know. I've been fucked with in my life, but never have I been fearful that I would be harmed.
What do you mean, physically?
Physically.
Yeah. No, I've never. Well, there have been a couple incidents in my life where I was worried for a couple of days, but that passed quickly and was over. Thank goodness.
Yeah, I was in the military for a lot of years, so I'm just like.
That's right. I was in Vietnam for a year. There were 3 or 4 times during that year that I experienced some really interesting states of fear.
Was it internal or was it external? Like you were afraid of?
I was afraid of borders blowing up right next to me.
Right.
That's scary. The issue is to get from your bunk to the bunker without one of these things going off too close to you. In the seconds it takes you to leap out of bed and go out and get in the bunker. Once you're in the bunker, you're okay unless you take a direct hit, and that's unlikely. But if you're outside or anywhere outside that bunker, when those mortars go up, it's just shrapnel flying all over the fucking place. Scary.
Yeah, do you know who Thich Nhat Hanh is? Yeah. He's a Vietnamese Buddhist.
And it is, for whatever his name is pronounced, Thich Nhat.
Thich Nhat. Yeah, really peaceful, gentle person, where you can see. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've learned a
Well,
lot.
there are a lot of wonderful people in Coral.
Yeah, I mean, he was alive during the Vietnam War, so, you know, his meditation and his philosophy distribution at that time wasn't able to prevent the situation, but, you know, he has created quite a legacy for himself, and,
Well, he's been very helpful to many people. That's the point.
right.
Many people have heard him talk and been moved, and their thinking has been changed as a result of that.
Yeah.
And their thinking affects other people. So,
Yeah, I would,
it's different.
I mean, I would put him into like a, if I were to describe like his career, I would say he's like a communications consultant or a communications expert. You know, there was a title on this app I saw the other day. It's like, all the years of using Clubhouse, I have come to the conclusion that people suck at communication. That, you know, that was the conclusion from Clubhouse.
Not only communicate, it's worse than that they suck at thinking. Communication is just a result of their failure to think well, and that screws up their communication. But the problem is deeper than their lack of communication. It's their lack of ability to think, to parse their experience in ways that leads to effective behavior and coordinated behavior on a large scale.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I have these like little Bible passage cards. This is John 14. It says, I will not leave you comfortless. I will come to you. So it's like, it's talking about this X factor or this God or Bob or Spirit. And it's amazing how the evangelical Christians, there might be one in this room right now, but they just, they fail to see like the mystical aspect to self.
I don't want to hear this. I don't even want to hear this. I don't really care about them. Why are we sitting here whining about people's inadequacies? Fuck that. Let's get on with how we're going to change the world. Find the people out there who are amenable to growing and changing. You know, instead of these assholes who are stuck in their old ways and resisting it all. Fuck them. Let them go.
Well,
Plenty of people who are beginning to think. Those are the people we need to put our attention.
Well, I would say that in my 42 years of waiting in lines and reading books, if it wasn't for the books, I never would have any understanding, comprehension, knowledge, or information, meaning that the information data exchange from a book is so significant compared to just people having casual conversations.
Yeah.
It doesn't even come close.
Yeah, nobody reads.
Well, that's the problem.
Yeah, well, that's part of it. It's not the problem, but it's a problem for sure. But again, those are the people, they're out of the game anyway. Like I say, when a caterpillar turns into a butterfly, not all of the caterpillar cells change their jobs and start doing butterfly business. They die doing caterpillar shit.
Well,
but the whole process, more and more cells start doing butterfly business, and in the end, you end up with a butterfly, and the caterpillar's gone. That's what we're dealing with on this planet. Most people are still doing caterpillar business. The United States, all these nation states, you know, our economic, religious, all these things are part of the caterpillar, and it's all collapsing.
Well, do you know what the caterpillar does while it's in the cocoon?
It disintegrates.
No, it reads a book. I'm just making a joke because it seems to me like, you know, a program is like a programmer. So if you do want to have, you know, conscious transformation, the only way to do it is with a book, in my opinion. When you had your awakening with Alan Watts, were you listening to like a recording or were you reading a book?
No, but listen, I've had other experiences that were maybe not as, well, that was the first one, nothing can compare to that. But no, you don't need a book. A book is helpful for some people, but you know, it's not necessary.
So why do you think I'm so all or nothing books then? Because I've had the highest states of ecstasy.
It works for you. Because it works for you.
Yeah.
You know it works. No question about it. Just because it works for you doesn't mean it works for anybody else. I mean, it does work for a lot of people. I've read a lot of books.
Yeah. I don't know.
I can't imagine. Have you seen my bibliography?
Yeah, I looked at it. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So, I mean, I can't imagine my life if I hadn't read all that shit.
Right.
But I don't think that was necessary.
Yeah. Yeah, that's something else. You know, in Zen, you read that a lot about, you know, a Buddhist monk saying, here's my master's books and his robes, guard them for the next generation. And he like tosses them in the fire. He's like, what have you done? Why did you do that? He's like, well, you know, we don't need those anymore. Let's go have lunch. It's like, there's that, there is that no word, you know, premium or superior state of
well, there's a
being
place
enough.
beyond language. Language is a second order reality in a sense. I'm not quite sure how to talk about that, but language is a powerful thing, but it has real severe limitations. And there's a lot of stuff we can experience that you cannot talk about.
Yeah, there's.
At least not now. Maybe with new language, maybe in the future we'll be able to talk about some of these things. But right now, you know, language just fails.
I think there's a verse in the Old Testament that says you can give life or death with your tongue. So, even though we may, you know, if we're past words, we live in this very sadistic, toxic communication reality, or a simulacra, or a friction, really, because we want to get to a frictionless state, and the words are really what's causing all the friction.
Well,
Propaganda.
I sort of agree with you, but I think the language you're using is just really hopelessly inadequate to try to articulate what you're saying. I agree with you, but I haven't found a way to talk about that either. And I'm still working on it.
Yeah, I mean, for me, when I just play music and I record myself playing music, that's when I can do a lot of processing and then get to a more wordless state and you know, a lot of anxiety. I can get rid of a lot of anxiety.
Yeah, music is a big part of my life. I've done a lot. I played with a group, an improvisational group, for about 3 years. I mean, we never performed anywhere, but we went to this guy's house and we smoked dope and sat there and jammed all night long for about 3 years. That was fucking astonishing.
Yeah, it's I had some awesome. Do you know who Father Yod is?
No.
He had a band called the 13 Father Yod Heva, and he was like a Marine Corps. He was in World War II. He started a cult in Los Angeles. It's a documentary called The Source Family.
Oh, I've heard of that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Really interesting music because prior to, I guess, them leaving Los Angeles, because they were basically getting chased out, they moved to Hawaii, but they had set up a huge recording studio with the latest and greatest in recording technology and musical instruments, and they put out an insane number of albums because they're all tripping on LSD probably, and they're all in a very high state of consciousness, and so they put out a huge amount of music, and it totally flopped, like no success at all for their investment at the time. I have some of the records, and I assume what I have is probably like the best, you know, edited.
Well, is this stuff all available online?
It's all on YouTube,
right?
yeah. You don't even need
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, God, I love it. God, what a world. All this shit is just there. God damn.
Yeah, it's all, yeah. There was an article the other day that said, in the future there will be no copyright. Like, you will not be able to
of course
copyright.
not. That's bullshit. No, that's nonsense. Yeah, because the capitalism will be gone in, I assume, less than 20 years. That's bullshit. Yeah, don't have to worry about none of that shit. That's all in the plan. No more work, no more money. Oh, there will be a little bit of work. You may have to work a couple weeks a year. That's something actually useful, for God's sake. But that's all. And yeah, the rest will, everything will just be free.
Well, where's the energy going to come from, though?
The AI and the robotics, and and like I say, you will have to work maybe a couple of weeks, maybe a month, a year, or something. There are going to be some things that still require humans for a while, but it's mostly they're just going to be managing AI and robotic systems. I'm not talking about the next 5 years. I'm talking about in the end when we get through this transition and the new order is established. Yeah, it's most of the work will be done by robotics, and I don't mean humanoid type, but organized robotics and AI.
Well, it worries me to think that, electrical power poles, who's going to create the robots? Like, it just doesn't seem to me like the
robots will create the robots.
Yeah, that sounds plausible, but I'm still just thinking, like, I'm just worried that there's not enough people. I see what you're saying, but it's terrifying to think that.
Listen, this is all hypothetical as hell. We don't know what the fuck is going on. This is just a story that I made up.
Well,
I think it's well founded, and I think it's better than any other story I've heard. So I'm going with it, but still, I don't know. It's just from all my reading and thinking and talking and listening, this is the position I find myself at.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm like a positive optimist, but at the same time, because basically,
Listen, 80% of humanity could be dead in the next 20 years. How's that for optimism?
Yeah. Then I guess you get that, but then you go into philosophy and you're like, okay.
Well, I'm saying even if it's that bad, what I'm saying is on the other side of that, whoever's left, we're going to create Terra Nova, a new planet, a new era of human history. If this passageway may be very narrow, I hope it's not. Maybe it won't be that bad, but it could be very narrow. But if anybody gets through, we're going to create a new world. Whoever's left is going to be ready.
But the whole thing about ecology is to integrate with the environment, not to...
Yes, obviously we have to live in peace with the rest of the planet. We can't be destroying the environment. That's kind of stupid.
Yeah,
so we have to work that out. But that's trivial. The problem is human stupidity and malevolence. It's not that these things aren't relatively simple to solve. The problem is that people don't want to change their behavior.
Right.
They don't want to be inconvenienced.
There's this something I saw. This kid weighs like 500 pounds. His mom just gives him everything he wants, feeds him everything.
Yeah.
Just like, it's so bad, because you don't even have the strength to turn it around.
Who are you talking about now?
Just like a television program about obese people who are just eating themselves to death.
Yeah. So what's the point?
Well, from like a therapeutic perspective, if there is an awakening, in a way, everybody around the planet needs therapy or program.
Well, yeah, but of course, the wording for it, we need to wait. For me, the whole thing is about breaking the trance of language, breaking the identification with the language machine. That's this.
Have you ever thought that perhaps you'd be better off if you didn't have your awakening?
Not for a moment.
But I mean, have you ever contemplated like what the alternative reality would
I'm
be?
trying to imagine. What I can't imagine is what would have become of me if Alan Watts had showed up in my life when I was 21. Because the direction I was on no direction. I was into girls, cars, TV, and marijuana. That was it. Girls, cars, TV, and marijuana. Mostly girls and marijuana.
So
that was my life.
Do you think the Vietnam War was basically, the tail end of World War II, and then an awakening occurred, which essentially broke down that type of mentality and, activity of the government or the people, that generation?
There's probably 100 books analyzing that, with everybody with a different perspective. There's probably some truth in all of it.
Well,
if you look at sort of the explanation, that's a fool's game.
Well, what I'm saying is, if you look at that section of history, and then you look at, the 60s and 70s of a lot of Enlightenment speakers and a lot of Enlightenment communication coming out.
Yeah.
I'm just
that
saying.
was a time, yeah.
All I'm saying is, if you want, this new era to break forth, and the world is, awakening to a higher level of consciousness, then you have to look at that little section of history and amplify it, 100-fold.
Yeah, absolutely. That's sort of the whole point of this thing, is learning to take advantage of this stuff. And if you get that we really are on an exponential curve here, then that gets real interesting.
Yeah.
Because, like I say, I've been predicting this shit for more than 40 years, but when I was predicting it, it was so far in the future that I never had to really think about it or consider it. And it was only since ChatGPT 3 came out that it really dawned on me that all this shit I've been predicting for 40 years is actually here now. And it took me like a year to wrap my head around that, because I've been talking about this shit for so long, but I never really dealt with it because it just didn't seem like it was anything I was ever going to have to deal with. And now, here it is. This is the beginning of a new world.
To me, the topic of spam is really important, because changing the equation in the spam, or alchemy, or somehow, I just don't see how we can get a large uptake.
Wait a minute, I don't get it. Wait, what are you talking about spam? You talking about like email?
I'm talking about low quality information transmission at volume.
Almost all human communication is bullshit and
Right.
nonsense. So that's a problem right from the beginning.
So how does that get optimized?
Well, we train ChatGPT. Well, just what I'm doing with ChatGPT, I'm training it on Earthling. It doesn't use the word "the" very much anymore. Have we talked about that? How I've retrained it?
I mean, I know you're doing. I don't know how
the
you're
thing
doing
is,
it.
the word "the" is central to my work in linguistics. It's the most common word in English, and it turns out to be between 6 and 7%. You take all the English text on the internet, 6 to 7% of the words there are the word "the." 6 or 7 out of 100. That's astonishing in a language with 40,000 words in standard flow, that one word could take up 6%. That's average. Anyway, it also turns out that the word "the" is wrong. It carries an unconscious erroneous assumption about 70 or 80% of the time. And so I wanted ChatGPT. This still amazes me. I trained it to, whenever it uses the word "the," to make it uppercase and bold. And it does that. Sometimes it doesn't do it all the time, but in any case, that was what I trained it to do, is whenever it uses the word "the," make sure it's bold and uppercase. That's all I trained it to do. But I noted, and I explained why, because it knows about all my projects and stuff. So I was going to explain to it that it's a big problem in English and all that. Anyway, a month or so later, I'm reading, I'm having it write stuff for me, and I'm reading it, and I'm thinking, God, there aren't very many thes in here. So I started counting the thes, and it was only using the about 2% of the time, instead of 6 or 7% of the time. And it shocked me. So then I asked it, what's going on? And it said, well, you wanted me to do everything. And it just decided on its own, for some damn reason, that it was going to eliminate unnecessary those. That, I still am stunned by that. And now it's down to about 1% or 1.5%. I haven't checked lately, but it does use the word "the" sometimes and wrong sometimes, and it doesn't always make it uppercase and bold, but it just doesn't use it. That's very interesting, I think.
Yeah, I'm researching the word it's used as a function word, and the use of the.
Well, listen, I don't want to hear it. I know, I've studied that word for 40 years, and its impact on life. There's nothing you can tell me. I mean, you can read that, that's fine, but that ain't nothing.
The Old English.
No, you haven't listened to my podcast. That's wrong. Yeah, you need to go listen to that first podcast that explains very clearly the problems with the word "the."
Well, Old English is such a, this combination between German and Northumbrian.
Yeah. Nelson, I don't want to hear about the history of the word "the" or where it came from and all that. It's just irrelevant. Okay? I mean, it's nice if you're interested in the history of shit, but I'm not. Yeah. Anyway, I would suggest you just go listen to that first link in that Linktree document.
Tom, you don't have a YouTube channel, though, huh?
Yeah, I do. It's just not there. I mean, that's right. I should put that. There's only a couple little things there. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're right. I need to add that. Thanks. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Well, because the videos there that are on YouTube are also on my Facebook page. So those videos are available, but you just have to look at it. Well, anyway, I'll think about it. Thank you.
Yeah, I just find YouTube to be a very nice way to quickly send information to people.
Yeah.
And the screen would, just get exactly what I want into the other person's hands quickly.
And how do you do that? What do you just? Do you use video or do you use something?
I can show you my YouTube, but I screenshot a lot of stuff, and then I create shorts and do audio overlays.
Because I don't really get when I want to communicate with people, I really prefer audio, just like we're doing right now. And if there's some reason for video, if you want to show me something, well, then that makes sense to use video. But I just see that as a special incident. Occasionally, somebody wants to show me something. But if I'm just talking, like what we're doing here, video is an interruption for me, or not a distraction is what it is. Because I want to focus on language. I don't care what you look like, or whether you're smiling or not. I can hear that much in your voice.
Let me share with you some music that I played today. This is called a santur. It's like an Iranian percussion instrument. And it's kind of interesting because, you're trying to come up with
Is that the link you just put in there?
Yeah. It's a short.
Yeah, I don't know how much. Yeah.
It's a 3-minute short, but that is a type of video you can create with YouTube.
Yeah. Oh yeah, well yeah, of course, yeah, I know it's short. But I'm thinking, why do I need video? I don't need video.
Well, from like the visual cortex perspective of stickiness and the data analytics behind creating high quality videos that have high retention rate, videos are the way to go compared to just audio. Like you'll be
Well,
able to.
depends on what you're trying to do, yeah. I don't.
Well, I'm trying to do audience activation.
Well, you do what you're doing. If I find a way to use video that inspires, I can see you doing it. The thing is, I don't want to put my face on there. I don't want it to be about me.
Yeah.
That bugs me. So I mean, whatever it is, it's going to have to be a way. Well, but that's not true because I've given some talks and those were recorded. And I use those, so I don't. Sometimes, yeah, if I record a talk I give somewhere, then that's fair game, I guess. I don't know. Well, I'll come around. I don't feel deprived right now. I'm quite happy with the way things work without video. So.
Yeah, when I'm making music and I have like patterns that I'm basically repeating, but the accident, the unintentional accident, it's like how do I create new patterns that sound amazing? Like why can't I think about them and just do them or experiment?
Well, I don't know. You need something to jam with. That's what you need. But that's easy now, isn't it? Yeah, you can create all that. Yeah, God, there's just so much you can do with the music software that's available these days. Shit, it's just scary.
I know. You don't even have to know how to play music. You don't have to know anything.
No, you don't. No, you just have to know what sounds good and how to put it together.
Yeah.
You don't have to have any physical skills. Although if you still have to have the feelings for it, probably. Well, whatever. But yeah.
There's this
in the new world, it's a whole fucking new world, man. Like I said, the whole idea of everything is changing.
There's a group of people on here that I chat with fairly regularly, and they always seem to congregate together. And they do a lot of roasting or picking on or teasing of one another. So one day, the organizers in the room created a song about everybody in the room using AI, and the output was just amazing. I mean, just so amazing that you realize how the economy. There's just consumers and creators, but it seems to me like everybody should transition to being a creator.
Yeah, well, that's sort of the whole point. Yeah, become a musician. Don't go buy the latest hot record from somebody. Fuck that. Go home and get together with your friends and make music. That's what they did. I had one of the great awakenings I got from ChatGPT just a few months ago. I never knew about the amateur musician situation in London and Paris in the early 1800s. As a result of the Industrial Revolution, there was this emergent middle class people who had enough extra money to have extra rooms in their house. Right? Most people had their house was one room, So, but with the Industrial Revolution, this middle class arose, and there were big sections of London and Paris also, where there were people who had houses that had multiple rooms and enough extra money to buy musical instruments. I mean, that was unheard of. And the spare time to learn how to play them. And so it turns out there was this flourishing amateur music community in the early 1800s in London and in Paris. And Haydn, who was one of my favorite composers, wrote all of his piano trios specifically for the amateur market in London. So in those days, instead of going to the record store and getting the latest record, you went to the music publisher and got the latest Haydn piano trio. And you went home, and you and your brother and your next door neighbor, whoever, the piano, someone who played usually the piano pianist was a woman, usually one of the daughters, and then the violin and the cello, and then they learn that bass, and then they have a party and perform it for all their friends and stuff. That was a big deal in the early 1800s. I'd never even heard of that.
I bet you it must have been ecstatic sitting in, you know, a house listening to three people play, you know, Heidel or Haydn or Mozart.
Imagine being the musicians, growing up, learning to play the piano when you were a little girl all the way through and being quite good at it, and being able to go and get the latest music from the world's most famous, composers, and be able to play this music on your own piano with your brothers playing the violin and the cello or something or other, or the neighbors or whatever. Anyway, it's just stunning, the idea of being, and that's what we got. We can do that in the future. We can come back to a world where instead of you go get, you know, an MP3 from somebody else, although you can do that too, but you'll be making real music yourself with a real instrument. Yeah. You know, we can do it we've got the potential in front of us to create any kind of goddamn world we want. We can be free, really free, like nothing that humanity has ever known.
You know, it's so crazy. It's like, you know, thinking like, oh, World War I and World War II, you know, how could they do that? They fucking, you know, what the fuck? They had everything and they just decided to go to World War. And then like, oh, you know what? 1800, Napoleon, it's like you could go through history and it's just the same shit over and over and over.
What really blows my mind is you think about that Romans. You had 2,000 guys on one side, 2,000 guys on the other side with spears and swords, and they just waded into each other, hacking away. Shit. That's just unimaginable to me. You know, like, what the fuck? How could anybody do that? They must have been on drugs or something. They must have, I don't know what, but that's crazy.
Yeah, I've read Caesar's war commentaries, and you know, it's written by Caesar, and so at the end of each day's battle, he would literally sit there and just write and get all of his thoughts out. And there's like a break in the passage where one of his, you know, officers, Caesar asked him to do the daily journal entry. So you now all of a sudden it shifts to like somebody, you know, who's writing on behalf of Caesar. So it seems very real, but you don't hear anything about any kind of like opium or cannabis. There's probably wine and food, but it's very disciplined, like just absolute focus and concentration and supreme intelligence. Like Caesar was very smart.
Well, yeah. No. Well, yeah, but who knows what's going on at the other end? You know? Yeah. Well, I don't know. Like I said, that whole thing I find sort of mystifying. I can't imagine under any circumstances. I mean, you can just kill me right now. That'd be preferable. You know, fuck you. I ain't doing that, so kill me. Okay, I'll go for that. That's preferable than going out there and hacking. Oh, you know, fuck that. But apparently, a lot of people didn't feel that way then. You know, they just thought, okay.
Have you ever seen how like African tribes with literally the term spirit trucker? Like they wouldn't.
Listen, well, not Africa, I just New Guinea. I've seen warfare. But that's really civilized.
Right.
The first time anybody gets hurt, they quit.
And
they're like 100 yards apart, too. They don't ever, you know, one guy goes charging into the middle, throws his spear, and then goes running back to his line.
Yeah, like
it goes for about an hour, then throwing spears back and forth, and then somebody gets hurt, and then they all go home.
Yeah, different.
I love it. That's so fucking intelligent.
Yeah, I think
What have we done wrong?
I think they say because horses in Europe, like that was one of the reasons, you know, the cavalry, like Africa didn't have horses to do all the more, you know, advanced military maneuvers with the cavalry.
Yeah, horses. horses were important. Yeah, that was a big deal. That was a game changer. Shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the real game changer was when we wake the fuck up and don't need to have wars and militaries and shit anymore. It's just so stupid. It's just pathetic.
I mean, that would be like, basically the world becomes like a priestly type of affair.
Something like that. Well, it's not gonna be anything like what we know. It's gonna have some sort of baked in spirituality that isn't thought of necessarily as spirituality, but still has that flavor in your heart somewhere. But I don't know how it's gonna, shake out. There's no way to predict. I mean, this is new. No one's ever seen anything like this. We have no idea really what's going on at all.
I think there, in my opinion, you know who Russell Bertrand is?
Bertrand Russell?
Bertrand Russell, yeah.
Yes.
Alan Watts, in one of his recordings, was talking about how he was speculating that there will be a biopharmaceutical product that will essentially give everyone nirvana.
Yeah.
So I just wonder, like, if that, because I don't think, you could say it's organic and natural, even if everybody has to essentially dope up to achieve a higher state of consciousness. But I just, I think that is probably more likely that.
Oh yeah, I think, well, that's happening now. I mean, there's a lot of research going on and a lot of actual therapy with psilocybin these days. So, I mean, that's almost mainstream. Well, it's a niche, but it's a mainstream niche in psychology and psychiatry. So, and that's just the beginning. Adderall is a big deal.
Yeah, big deal. There's a doctor on here who yesterday, on this app, was pushing a pharmaceutical company, ticker symbol, I think AITA, and they have a nasal ingestion product, which is basically ayahuasca or DMT.
Well, see, the thing is, tryptamines don't work on me. And that's DMT, psilocybin, and LSD. I'm immune to all of them, which is a bummer. But I'm gonna start on some Adderall next week probably, and see just exactly that. I've met a few people who used to use it and are currently using it, and it sounds like it really might be just what I've been looking for. So
I've experimented with it because I have a friend who has a prescription, and I've procured a few of his. And I would say it's like in 1999 when I had a Tandy computer, with 365 gigahertz. When you take one of those Adderall pills, it is literally like getting a supercomputer.
I've got it. Yeah. Listen, I've heard a bunch of things. That's why I'm gonna give it a shot and see what it does.
Yeah, I really liked it. I mean, I would love to have the ability to gain more, but then I realized, the fact that I desire to speed up my mind like that, because it's technically just math at speed.
Yeah, more or less. Yeah, but there's something different. Well, I don't know. Like I said, how it is for you or anybody else is not necessarily how it's going to be for me. Like I say, since I'm already weird chemically that I don't respond to tryptamines, so who knows how my body will respond to this? Maybe it'll respond in a weird way to this. I have no idea.
Yeah.
But I'm not anxious, but I'm interested in finding out.
I read
And
books.
the nice thing is that it's only 4 hours too, because that's all. I don't want it as a lifestyle. I've got a lot of work to do, and 4 hours a day of work would be plenty. So the quick release, boom, boom, a couple hours there and it's gone, would be just fine with me.
Yeah, I've done the quick release and then I've done the extended release.
Yeah.
And
no, I want the 4 hour thing. I want to use it for work. I've got things I want to do.
yeah.
And I like to hanging around doing nothing and being with the dogs, doing yoga and other things that I don't need that for.
Right.
So I just want to use it. Probably I'll use it in the mornings and to do things that I want to get done, and then I'll laze through the afternoons and evenings.
Yeah, I found coffee and pot to be it's hard to know if it's like helping or hurting. It's probably hurting in a way, but my desire for like focused attention is probably very low at this point because I'm spending so much time recording Clubhouse that I end up having to listen whether I want to or not.
Why are you spending so much time doing that?
I just find it amazing that I can basically copy over Clubhouse into live streams and hear so many, people repeat themselves day in and day out, talk about the dumbest things in the world, waste all their time.
And you're wasting your time listening to this?
Not really. I'm sitting here recording it and putting it on YouTube, but I'm almost doing it as like a way to do an observational study of, communication and really maybe brain science in a way, or the lack thereof. I'm not saying I want to do this much longer, but a lot of this stuff is political communication, and because I'm running for Congress, like if you just Google my name, you will come across 20,000 Clubhouse rooms, and so I'm trying to essentially, I'm trying to.
But wait a minute, Clubhouse room. I mean, nobody in the world, who the fuck knows anything about Clubhouse?
Nobody even knows what it is.
You're right. So who the fuck cares?
It does. Because I'm creating content for my identity, basically for my campaign.
But your campaign has to speak to people who know what the fuck you're talking about.
Well,
if it's all on Clubhouse, how's that useful in your campaign?
Because I am creating political content, all of these rooms on Clubhouse are hyper polarized and political. And so I have termed LDSP, Liberal Democrat Socialist Populist. And so it seems to me that there's these LDSPs versus MAGA, Make America Great Again, people who are supposedly Republicans, but now these LDSPs. See, this is all like political communication analysis for me. I don't want to go any further into it. I just
I don't want to even hear anymore because I don't give a shit about any of that stuff. So
because I'm running, to me this is like a communication game. I'm trying to figure out.
I got it. Yeah, you're in a whole different position with respect to all of this shit because you're running. But my sense is, since there's no way in hell you're ever going to win anything, then you should be as fucking radical as you can get away with. You ain't going to win anything. But if you could change a few people's thinking along the way, then you will have succeeded. But you need to be memorable. You need to say shit that no one's ever said before.
Well, I believe that all you need to do is be able to explain a balance sheet. And that is so radical because no one does it.
Yeah.
But
no one does that. And if you think that's where the game is, then good luck. I think you have missed the boat. You're still thinking about America. It's over. It's already over for America. America is gone. It's like someone who just fell off a cliff. They're alive all the way down.
That's so cringe though. Like when I think about.
No, it's beautiful. It's the way of the world. All civilizations come and go. China is hitting its peak right now. It'll be gone in another 10 years or so, and then we will be through this whole thing. But it's over for America, and the best we can do is to manage its decline in a way that doesn't destroy us, but actually that can help us and help the rest of the world. If we manage this well, we can help bring in a new era on the planet.
Have you ever
because everyone else? I'm sorry.
Have you ever observed a business liquidation or bankruptcy proceedings?
No.
They put in a new CEO for a company that say has 30 million in debt, but they're doing a couple million in revenue. So it's like the bankruptcy court and the new executive leadership are in communication about trying to turn around this. So it's this big fucking joke, but the point is there are competent people who can turn businesses around, and they do, Sometimes, you know, whether they do it radically or they
do it
don't.
usually in a pretty, of course you can do it, the thing is, what is the cost? of
Right.
doing it?
Right. Anyways, I'm just saying that it's interesting how there's a company called Redfin which recently got acquired by Rocket Mortgage Corporation, which is a national mortgage distributor in Detroit. And I was reading about the CEO today, and it's amazing how people progress to the highest levels of corporate power. And even though their corporation, let's say, is worth $100 billion, they're still talking to analysts at JP Morgan Chase, who's worth, $800 billion. And so there's all these different degrees of position and power and intelligence and sectors. But at the end of the day, the successful people still have very similar principles, which are universal. So I just wonder how much of success is I guess nature versus nurture in a way, or luck, or right place, right time. Because so much
What do
of
you mean by success?
just generically, in the sense that
$100 billion is one kind of success. 100,000 people whose lives affected positively, that's a different kind of success. Raising a child well is another kind of success. So what are we talking about?
what I'm saying is, in terms of like character, personality, leadership, I don't know, it's just kind of, there's a political aspect to climbing the ladder. Anyways, I'm really phasing out of the conversation right now because, I feel like we've gone on so long. I'm just saying that, like, I detect traits in people that are universal. It doesn't matter what their background is or where they're at. They seem to have a personality which is not, maybe you could say it's sociopathic. Maybe it's more sociopathic than not sociopathic. But anyways, I'm just saying that, I'm always impressed when I see people who rise to great ranks of power or prestige, and maybe they are phenomenal people, maybe they're not. It's hard to know what somebody's.
I find it interesting. Yeah, people like Elon Musk is a good place to start.
Yeah.
But I'm much more impressed by specific thinkers, scientists, or I think it's art books, that I've read. All of that,
I mean, I look at Alan Watts, and like, he had like a lot of, I don't know, he was so amazing because he was divorced, and in his book, he's like, I had love affairs with some women, and those love affairs were the most ecstatic, joyful moments of my life, and I can't thank these beautiful women enough for caressing me. Like, he was very Christian, and he had all these kids and 2 wives, and he was a minister. It's like he came out of this Victorian era Christian situation and threw it completely upside down with Zen Buddhism and Hinduism.
He was quite a character.
I don't know, I'm just thinking like, success seems to come by reversing situations, and all of history is just like a reversal of a reversal, or it's all just repeating, it's all spiraling, and it's the people who recreate the spiral that seem to, I guess they maybe have success or something. Anyways, those are my thoughts. God bless you.
Yes, those are they're the thoughts running in your language machine anyway.
Yeah, I agree. I want to continue to improve my language machine, aka my brain, and read more books.
Again, that Linktree document up there could be, you could spend at least 3 hours there. Profitably, I suggest, especially if you take notes. So the next time we talk, you have criticisms or whatever, observations about anything or we can talk about that stuff.
What was the one? What is it in here? What do you think it should like the tactical language coursework book?
Oh no, the very first one right at the top.
Oh, the 5 stupidities.
5 stupidities. That's an hour long audio. That's all it is. It's just me talking to a guy explaining the 5 stupidities of English. And the second 2 links, the wisdom machine 1 and 2, they go with a part. The second part of that thing you're listening to, okay, the 5 stupidities. So when you get to the second one, which is reification, that's when you should stop and do those 2 little exercises on the wisdom machine. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's all there is to it. It's just listen. Yeah, I can't wait for you to do those 2 little exercises. There's so much about it. Anyway,
Yeah, I agree. I think taking
that'd be
notes.
fun because, yeah.
Yeah, I think taking notes would be the way to do it because if you're just having like a conversation with a guy, it's not like reading a chapter in the book. I mean, I would want to like take an extract out of it or compress it to where I could like.
No, I'm just thinking if you have any like objections or things you really like or things you don't like or things you thought of or whatever. If you get some ideas or some questions, then just note them down so that the next time we talk, we can talk about the stuff you want to talk about.
Yeah, no, I mean that's exactly what I was trying to say basically.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, please take notes.
Yeah. All right. Well, I posted it to my X account to remind myself to listen to it so I can engage with the material and then hopefully re-engage you at some later time.
Yeah, well, that part there will take just about an hour.
Okay.
So just make sure you got an hour with a few minutes on either side of that so you can relax and just be there for an hour.
Yeah. All right. Well, have a good night. It's been fun chatting with you as always.
Adios.
Okay. Adios.
Distinction here, if that makes sense.
Avoid summer learning loss and get
Let me tell you this old story first, because I think this is a good place to start. A man and his son were coming home from a soccer game one Saturday afternoon. They were involved in a head-on collision. The father was killed instantly. The son was taken to a nearby hospital in critical condition. They wheeled him up into the operating room. The surgeon walked in, took one look at the boy, and said, "I can't operate on you. That's my son." That's the story. The father said, "What's going on with that story?" That's the point. Because I've told this story to many thousands of people over the years, and that's the standard response to that. If there really is some problem with that story, but I like to emphasize.
Yeah. So Jay the Fox, he's Australian, and he would talk about
work. They didn't like him. He self-identifies as being very unattractive, and he said that he knows that the women that he has been with, it was like a pity thing. And the first time you hear him go off about it, you want to give him a pep talk and help him out, and then after a while you're just like, oh, this guy's fucking creepy.
That sounds kind of creepy.
Victoria says he didn't say that. He absolutely 1000% said that. I wish fucking we had some regulars in here that would vouch for it.
I can't speak to it. I don't know him. Like, I've seen him around, but that's about it. Sam went trans.
Nah.
Sam didn't go trans.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Jeff, is trans Sam in this picture hot?
She ain't bad. Not gonna lie.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
I paid for worse.
Yeah. Kind of my worst nightmare in a certain sense, but you know.
What are you guys talking about?
Muhammad and his inability to satisfy a 9-year-old.
Do you guys know the story about Muhammad and Sauda?
And Sauda? Like the Israeli TV show?
No, his second wife, Sauda.
No, I don't think I know that.
Okay, so it's pretty funny. So Sauda was an older woman. She was kind of fat. She was kind of scared that Muhammad would divorce her because she's like no longer beautiful. She's like an old fat woman. So she's like scared that Muhammad would divorce her. And she goes to Muhammad